Hello and welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series Winter Circuit EMEA Super Regionals. For one team today will spell triumph. It will spell the large part of a global prize pool. For the others, it will spell defeat. A defeat that will hopefully redeem themselves in our ALGS championships later this year. Tom, he is TMT Squared. My name is Kate. I am so excited to be here alongside our casters who are going to be bringing you the best in our EMEA, our Europe, Middle East, and African Apex Legends glory. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited I can't even speak, Tom.
Kate, are you all filled up on a little coffee-flavored Monster? Sounds like it.
Yes, exactly. I blame Onset, as we all do from time to time. But boy, today is definitely the day for caffeine. We are starting early in North America, but you know what? We're here for the Europe, the Middle East, and African regions. This super regional is going to be intense. And quite frankly, sure, I had a nice little Monster energy shot for sure. But I will say that today's championship has got all the caffeine I could possibly want.
I mean, if you were watching our North America matches last night, we had the final circle on match point, game number 7. 3 out of our 4 teams that were on match point were in that final circle. TSM, CLG, and then NRG. NRG ended up taking the dub. What an amazing day of Apex we had yesterday, and we're just getting started today.
We are just getting started, and there are so many storylines. There's so many pieces of this puzzle that we're going to be able to take a look at the end of the day and say, oh, that's how it happened. I'll say this journey is going to be really interesting, and of course, the journey is certainly not the beginning. It's definitely towards the crescendo for a lot of these teams. We still do have that ALGS championship later, but today is all about our super regional for our winter circuit. Teams have been grinding day in, day out, week in, week out. They've gotten here with those big, huge tournament wins, those incredible game plays. Then we've also gotten people here in because of the ALGS points that they've accrued, and of course that last chance qualifier. And Tom, one of my favorite parts of our EMEA Super Regional is the Super Regional portion. It's the fact that we've got the Europe, the Middle East, we've got Africa. They're all combined and they're all meeting in this lobby, a scary lobby to be sure. Talk to me about who is top of mind today in terms of storylines and in terms of teams, what we're going to be looking out for before we get to your teams to watch.
Yeah, right. So we obviously have 20 teams here, the 20 teams from the EMEA region that have made it through the winner's circuit. 2 of them were making it through online tournament 1 through 4 through getting top 2, and then other teams that through cumulative points that happened throughout the ALGS winner's circuit. And then last week we had the LCQ, obviously, that went down. But these are your teams. Speaking of the teams, and obviously you got to look out for the teams that were placing inside of the top 2, because those are the teams that are playing really, really well. That's what it's about. It's about winning, right? If you got through points, that's because you were consistent, but you were consistent in not placing inside the top 2. So obviously Gambit, you have to watch out for them. Cooler, Alliance, Scars, Nessie, Navi, New, Flavor of the Month, 303, Totem 789. This lobby is absolutely stacked, and I think the most exciting thing about EMEA is the different type of play styles that we're going to see. We're going to see more Octanes, just like we saw Hal yesterday, and if you didn't see the rotations that they were doing, they're kind of using the jump pad as the portal, but sometimes the portal is a little bit more low-key and a little bit more safe, and the jump pad ends up getting you a little bit exposed. So we saw that at the end of yesterday where TSM was caught behind the rock. Unfortunately, they didn't have the portal, and the jump pad just wouldn't have been utilized in that type of instance, and then they fall for that. But we are going to see probably Alliance taking some Revenant Octane routes. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
It will be a lot of fun to watch, to be sure. And I got to say, one of the things that, again, I love about the Super Regionals is that this is the first time some of these teams are going to be meeting on this particular lobby, against these other teams. So we'll see what happens. There's been doing some scrimming, certainly, but under the pressure of the bright lights, the first time coming to grips with this kind of a competition, it's got to be fun and it's got to be scary, and I'm very excited. But hey, you know what? As we mentioned, these teams have been grinding throughout our winter circuit to get here. Let's take a look at how that journey progressed in this recap.
In the EU Winter Circuit Online Tournament number 1, Mikkel, Can, and Dan played methodically, earning themselves a very satisfying tournament crown.
Not being signed and then being in this position and then winning the tournament, you know, that feels good. Getting a nice spot in the big tournament also.
Third Impact finished strong, securing 2nd place in the tournament and a playoff ticket for themselves. The second online tournament was a battle between 2 teams. Kick and Nessie left the rest of the teams in the rear view. Kick had the last word as they simply went off in the 4th game, killing 22 opponents. After that display, they did just enough to hold off Nessie by a single point. In the third online tournament, it was Flavor of the Month who found themselves sitting on the champion's throne, including a rare strategic heel-off win in the 6th match. In the race for second place, Navi stepped in, doing just enough to outlast Alliance by 1 point. In the fourth and final online tournament, Gambit wins, with a total of 48 kills, putting Hideki and the boys cleanly on top and in today's playoffs. Cooler Esports also found their stride, including a win in the 5th game and 31 kills. They easily outpaced the rest of the field to finish in 2nd place. These teams from across the EMEA Super Region all qualified to play in today's Winter Circuit playoffs, leaving 5 slots to fill in the last chance qualifier. With the final teams decided, there's nothing left to do but load up the dropships and settle the question who will take home the lion's share of the prize pool and be crowned the ALGS Winter Circuit champion.
And that is exactly how the storybook begins today for our EMEA Super Regional. Tom, we've seen some incredible gameplay, and of course we've seen some teams come out on top, and some teams that are also that silver bullet that I feel like we're such broken records when it comes to consistency, but it's so important to showcase the consistency that these teams have, because often it's not the sexy plays, often it's not the out-of-control highlights. These are the teams that show up day in and day out, that get that top 5, that get that top 3 each and every time, that maybe we don't see necessarily always on the top of the heap, but are consistently pushing that heap upward.
We're bringing sexy back, Kate. The sexiest team is going to win today because they're going to be the Winter Circuit Championship. So I will say consistency is sexy.
Someone coined that. That is a Tomism, the likes of which I have never seen. But hey, today is going to focus a little bit differently because of our match point tournaments format here, and learn a little bit more about that and really just counting to 50. Go ahead and take a look at this.
In the playoffs, there is no match limit. Instead, teams aim to reach the match point threshold of 50 points. The teams participating in the playoffs will be seeded based on total ALGS points earned in the Winter Circuit, with the top-seeded teams being awarded points prior to the start of the first match. The highest-seeded team starts with 10 points, the second-seeded team starts with 9 points, on down to the 10th-seeded team, which starts with 1 point. The first team to cross the match point threshold and finish a subsequent match as the champions of the arena will take a zip line to the winner's circle to be crowned victors of the Apex Legends Global Series Winter Circuit, taking home the lion's share of the $750,000 prize pool.
So there you have it. It's all about math, folks. Count to 50, win the next match, and the tournament is yours. So simple.
I've always wondered what that term "lion's share" means because I feel like lions don't share. But yeah, you got to get to 50 points, and it usually happens right around game number 4, game number 5. Because keep in mind that if you do come in as the number 1 seed, you're getting rewarded those 10 extra bonus points. And we saw it with yesterday with Liquid, where it does really matter. But unfortunately, Liquid was never able to hit 50 points until game number 7, where they had 51 points. But guess what? The tournament was over by then, Kate.
That was it, exactly. And so it's one of those things where it can absolutely give you that advantage, but you said it yesterday, don't rest on that 10, don't rest on that 9, don't rest on those head start seeding points, because they can give you that nice advantage, but they cannot win you the tournament, as we saw yesterday. Speaking of, let's take a look at the overall format, and this is one of my favorite graphics, I think, that we always put up, which is how many teams have been fielded to even get here. This just reminds you that the teams that are already here have already proven themselves, gang. Already. 7,000 players, more than participated in our Winter Circuit. We have whittled those down after each and every online tournament to the top 20 teams. That's 60 players, 60 out of 7,000. I'm not great with math, Tom, but that feels like a really hard window to catch.
6,940 people that didn't make it. No, I'm just kidding, guys. You can keep trying. Please keep trying. And there are so many skilled Apex players here, but a lot of players are watching this so they can learn from these players because they are so talented. They go in day out, and just put in the time. But the greatest thing about esports is you're able to go and play against these people. Registration opens up in 2 days for our championships that are over $1 million in prize money. So if you want to go for that, go for it.
Exactly. And speaking of prizing, we are actually going to throw it up in here, and you'll see exactly what they're playing for on a monetary. Sometimes Sundays are hard, guys. Sometimes Sundays are hard. Let's take a look at the prizing. But I do love what you said there, Tom. It's a little bit like, hey, listen, you want to go and play with LeBron? Great. Go ahead and find yourself in this open tryout. That's something similar during this masterclass of Apex Legends First Place, bringing in a cool 48 grand. Not a bad way to end your day here in our EMEA Super Regional.
Nothing to shake a stick at. I had to get one of them in.
We got isms all day long. We're going to be serving them to you each and every moment of this tournament. So giddy up and get going. And listen, all the way to 17th place, they're going. Nobody's really going home empty-handed here. And here's the other thing: at the end of the day, we're also bringing the bright lights of our tournament to you guys from our home setup straight into you all over the world. Our fans are hungry for it, and I'm so excited to showcase these teams. And I love the LCQ teams that come in that are a little bit less known sometimes. Sometimes they are a little bit better known. They've stumbled, they've gotten here, but either way, everyone has earned their place here, and we're just about to see some incredible Apex gameplay, which we saw yesterday through our NA region. But Tom, you're absolutely right. EMEA is a whole other ballgame.
Yesterday, one of our LCQ teams, we heard in a lot of the listen-ins, that was Team Flashpoint, Tech's team with Kupski on it too. And you heard teams like Complexity being like, hey, is that Tech's team? All these teams are very familiar with one another, and we're going to expect that same exact thing here in the EMEA region. We're going to have some contests off the beginning. Teams were scrimming. I was talking to ASCII saying that they're going to be splitting Fragment East. There's going to be at least 2 or 3 possible fights that happen, but the question is are they going to actually fight, or are they going to split the loot? What you're going to notice about these pro players is they rotate extremely fast. So they'll take whatever loot they can get within about a 1.5-minute span, and they leave right with about 2 minutes on that game clock, 1 minute and 30 seconds at the very latest when round one's closing.
If you're going to say something about this being a masterclass in Apex gameplay, that has to be then one of the first points you make, which is early rotations seem to be another silver bullet. Let's take a look at our leaderboards for our playoff teams with those Winter Circuit ALGS points. Remember, this is a big day today. This is the end of our Winter Circuit. We crown the champion of that circuit, but it also leads to something bigger, which we'll talk about a little bit later, that was recently announced, our ALGS Championship that's coming later this year. But take a look. We've got Fenerbahce. I think that's how you say it, right?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I think so, for sure. Hey, I butcher names all the time. Totally cool. But when we're looking at this list, the most important thing to keep in mind is the next list that we're going to see, too. But Alliance coming in at the 15th seed is really surprising because Alliance is one of those teams that's really consistent. So don't really put them in that 15th type seed. I would put them more in that top 10, top 5 area, maybe even. But this is going to be exciting because the regions finally combined for the Super Regional.
They absolutely do. And that's one of the things that I think is so impactful about today's competition. It's, we do see them scrim. Of course, they have, we know where there's some dropped contesting going on. We understand that. But really, being under the bright lights of this pressure for the first time with these kind of teams together all at once, nothing like it in the world. And absolutely, here we go, these top seeded teams. Now remember, because we have these different regions together, you're going to see teams getting 10 each and more than one team getting 10. Yesterday we were all NA, so we only had one team getting 10 with that Team Liquid. But guess what? Gambit and Fenerbahce both pulling in 10 points head start all the way down to 303 Esports.
Yeah, all the way down to Kick even. Kick has. Kick has. Hey, don't forget about that 1 point. That 1 point could matter, Kate. Okay, what if you're at 49? You really want that one point to get
this
to
15. This
is
the one from their name, by the way. I'm pretty sure the one in their name is the what they've got. Yeah. But yes, you know what? Here's the thing. That's the truth. Is that yes, this is awesome. This is great, and this can mean great things. But don't sleep on it, man. Don't sleep on it.
Yeah, and Scars Europe, that's the Mikkel Cannon Dan team that came through, and we saw just a couple minutes ago in the preview video of how talented that team is. So it's going to be really, really exciting. Again, so much matters in game number 1, setting the right pace. And we saw yesterday that teams started to kind of stand out after even game number 3 and 4. So if you come out and get a hot start, it's super key here, even more so than in other tournaments. The playoffs, you don't want to start off slow.
No, you do not. Of course, that match point, it can really creep up on you, and it can do things real, real fast. And of course, we'll mention this again and again, but there's been some changes to our meta. We've got some buffs, we've got some nerfs, we've got some changes to our legends that, of course, impact gameplay. And this is really the first time that we're seeing all of these teams together utilizing those changes and those different things. So this is now the time, Tom. Now, yesterday, your teams to watch for NA were pretty easy, right? What are we talking about for our EMEA teams to watch? Who do we have in our viewpoint?
I feel like EMEA is a little bit more unpredictable, so this list was definitely more difficult to put together. I had to spend some time doing a little bit more research, but I whittled it down to Alliance, Cooler, Gambit, Nessie, and Scars Europe, but other teams to watch obviously new: Navi, Flavor of the Month, 303, Totem Esports, 789. But again, shout out to Nasky, who always is great in terms of being able to communicate with me what's going on in the Europe scene and what's going on in the EMEA region. And he's talking about the same exact teams here. He feels like the consistency is key, but he's a little upset over the fact that they are going to be contested again by G Dolphins team over towards Fragment East, because the key is to get those fast rotations through, and they're going to be losing half their loot. So you never know if the other team decides to shoot you. That means the teams from Fragment West are going to collapse, possibly teams coming in from No Name and Overlook, and it just makes things a little bit more interesting because you're also going to be doing very similar rotations. So just imagine kind of running parallel with another team and wondering what's going to happen. Are we going to fight? Are we not going to fight? It's going to be pretty funny to watch.
It will indeed, and the unpredictability aspect I think is going to be great. I'm excited also. G Dolphin, for those who don't know, he's also the coach of TSM, a team that very nearly won yesterday's North American Championship. So we'll see what that kind of his understanding and his coaching, and now he's transitioning and taking off that coach hat, putting on the player hat, and man, he's just got a lot of Apex gameplay, and I'm certainly excited to see what, even from the drop, is going to happen from the beginning to the end. It's all going to be great. And hey, you know what? We got breaking news here, y'all. Breaking news. If you are watching our APAC North competition, well, we've got a winner for you. I'm reading it right now. T1. T1. They T1. Get it? Because of the
top one.
Anyway, congratulations for APAC North Winter Circuit Playoff Championship. T1. Well done, GG. Excellent work.
Congrats. Yeah, now we're about to crown another champion. Champions all over the place, okay? Yes, champions in the final circle here. It's about to go down, Kate. It's going to be fun. I can't wait for the compositions again. It's very Bloodhound, Gibraltar type compositions with the Wraith. Can't wait to see if Horizon's going to be busted out. Octane Revenant. It's going to be Caustic and then the Crypto comp. So it's really going to be a masterclass, like you say, in terms of how to play these legends.
It is indeed. Octane had some fun with that jump yesterday. We'll see what happens. Either way, we want to know your opinion. As always, you are our Apex community, and you have been so incredible with your tweets, with all of your viewership, with your chat. It's fantastic. We have now a way for you to show your fandom. This is what you can do. You can participate by typing in the hashtag of the team you see on the screen, the team you want to win, who you think will win, who you really wish will win. Well, go ahead and type this. If you want to take a screenshot, if you want to use your phone and take a shot of the screen here, do what you can. These are the hashtags. Type them in Twitch chat, type them in YouTube live chat, or even on Twitter. This fancy tool of ours is going to aggregate everything, and we're going to be able to come back again and again and see how those have dynamically changed, what your opinion's going to be. Tell us who the popular vote is. We want to see who's going on top. Yesterday was TSM pretty heartily.
Yeah,
so
obviously.
We'll see what everybody thinks.
Yeah, the best thing about this screenshot is if you use mouse and keyboard when you play Apex, print screen. If you're playing with controller,
there it is.
Take the picture with your phone. You guys know what I'm talking about.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong at any rate. Hey, you know what? You've already been talking to us on Twitter using that hashtag ALGS, following us at PlayApex. And we've got some tweets from you. Let's check in with what you've been saying, even just this morning for NA and this afternoon for EU. Me waking up this morning realized there's more Apex Legend action today. Okay, that's adorable. Hello. Not So Dave! Oh,
Not So Dave.
A friend of the family.
Consistent. He's almost as consistent as Christian Booknotes in terms of getting his tweets
Almost
on there. There's Alliance, though. They're ready.
Hey, now, look at that. They are. Playoffs day. Get your Monster ready. Official energy drink of the ALGS, gang. Official energy drink of the ALGS. And boy, he is doing a fantastic job of showcasing that. I mean, the wireless headset, the head nod, The Vanna Whiting, I mean, I am very impressed. And what did he do?
Are those for snacks?
Oh, Mark.
Are those for snacks? Because
good.
I really wouldn't put it past Mark to either have monsters in those cargo socks or some sort of snack.
Yep. I believe the monsters he's into actually fit into the side of those cargo socks, or as I like to call them, cargo snacks. I won't be able to see them, but trust me, they are there. You know what? We do trust you. And I see that they're also able to be worn with sandals.
Those
God
are called
help us
calf
all.
mules on set. You need calves to wear those, buddy. Just kidding.
Oh boy, it's just this is what we do here. This is where we are in our lives. So excited to have you along for the journey. At any rate, for those of you watching on Twitch, we're actually giving fans the opportunity to get some in-game Twitch drops. Who doesn't love a good Twitch drop? Raise your hand in chat. You can do that, I'm sure. You'll need to link your accounts to showcase that, to get in on that action. But all you got to do, link those accounts and watch this very program. Like you're doing right now. You're already 90% of the way there.
I'm just getting word that's where Onset keeps all of his shield cells and batteries. Okay, Onset, totally makes sense. Okay, doesn't carry
Totally makes
medkits,
sense,
doesn't need them. He's
exactly.
not going to take more. He's not going to take anything more than shield damage.
You know what? I can't even argue at this point. It's all good. But hey, you know what? Something else to consider. As we mentioned earlier, you have a chance to be a part of this action, not just simply watching and getting those Twitch drops, which is great. Listen, we're here for that. But also as a competitor yourselves. In fact, our last chance qualifier, April 25th. And in order to qualify for that, for our ALGS championship, well, you go to battlefy.com/ALGS. That's where you can register starting March the 29th. Heck, we could be talking about you on this very program, April 25th, and then later into our ALGS championship later this year. My goodness, there's so many things that they could do, and this could be your chance to compete for a cool $1 million prize pool, Tom.
We're already talking about them because they are going to register, and that's tomorrow for all you gamers that forget dates like me.
See? That's exactly right. Thank you. And this is like, you've done this like twice now, because I'm like, oh, the 29th, of course. It has to be weeks away. Nope, we're almost into April, everybody.
Hi.
Just a fun fact. Fun fact from me to you. At any rate, you know what else is a fun fact? If you've been following us along this entire winter circuit, we've been giving away some incredible Lenovo gear. And today, well, we get to announce the grand prize winner. Drum roll, please. That's my drum roll in case anyone's curious. Rika C. Congratulations, my dear. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations, you Apex person. You have gotten yourself a lovely Lenovo laptop or PC or monitor. It's fantastic. A huge thank you to Lenovo, the official PC and monitor of the ALGS. A thank you to them for sponsoring this and for giving us these great giveaways throughout our show. My gosh, it's a great way to get a part of our family here. So huge thank you to them for sure. And you know what, Tom? With that, I have nothing else to say, which is a shock from even me. Last words from you before we jump into game number 1.
Good luck to all the players. May RNG be on your side.
There you go. Exactly. Well, we got our casters in game number 1 coming up right after this.
Hey, you! Grab some popcorn and get ready. We've got another game in 3 minutes. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
EMEA Winter Circuit Playoffs. We are live and ready with game number 1, just about ready to go underway here. Fallout joined alongside girls. We gear up for game number 1. Girl, how are we feeling today?
Feeling super great. Super excited to see the EMEA playoffs today. Excited to see Alliance, Gambit, the underdogs, everything. NA was super exciting last night, and I can't wait to see the same today.
Absolutely. A lot of storylines to talk through, and we'll get to that in a second. But let's take a look at the points and scoring first and foremost. For those that are maybe new to watching ALGS, very similar to online ranked play. First place will take home 12 points. Second place, 9 points. Third place, 7 points. All the way down to 11th through 15th will walk home with at least 1 point after each game. And of course, you get 1 additional point per kill, which provides the opportunity for these aggressive octane. Sometimes maybe, rumor has it we might see some Revenant come out of Alliance, but aggressive team compositions, Bloodhound and the like, to play for high kills. I'm excited to see what that will mean. Girl, that could potentially mean we see teams like Alliance play an aggressive comp early to play for high kills. What other play styles can we expect today?
Absolutely. So there's going to be a lot of aggressive playstyles. People are going to be fighting to get and gain those points. Try and achieve 50 points, achieve the match point threshold, and then end up getting a win later on. And they may switch up their comps after they get those 50 points, but they may keep their comps as we've seen yesterday in NA.
Yeah, that's right. In NA, we actually saw teams maintain the same composition. One team that kind of surprised a lot of folks was TSM. They've been scrimming with Octane and decided to rock the Octane team composition. Team Liquid followed soon after. We do know that Alliance likes to run that over in EU, so we'll keep a close eye on that to see what we will see. But we're on board right now with Forge Gang. This is their debut in the ALGS. I believe they have not competed in the ALGS finals. They showed up in the last chance qualifier. They had to earn it over teams like T-Rex, who have consistently placed in the ALGS. So kudos to them. They're making their debut today. I'm excited to see what they can do. An absolute dark horse and underdog in this tournament. We got Phoenix from the Netherlands, Legit Lily from the UK, and Roe from France. Multilingual, multinational team. But then, of course, we have one of the fan favorites, 789, that Cinderella story from the Apex preseason invitational in Krakow just 2 years ago. Excited to see what the Russian sensations can do with Esdesu, Believe Rock, and Ksania.
Yeah, super excited to see them play out. They are landing in Fragment. They're going to be looting up. And as you can see, they're picking up some long range and short range. So you see the longbow in hand there. And now we're moving on to Forge Gang. They got second place in their last chance qualifiers. The EVA 8 shots are popping. He misses his last shot and ends up going down. It's all up to Legit Lolly to clutch this one out.
That's right. This is going to be to the hands of the Flying Camels. They fight early, and this is what happens when you combine two kind of scrim bubbles, two separate regions. You got Middle East and Africa, and you have EU combining for the EMEA, or Europe, Middle East, and Africa region. And we see some early contention between Forge Gang and between Flying Camels. Flying Camels, multinational team as well. You got Microfibers from South Africa playing alongside Atrocity from the United Arab Emirates and Foj from Turkey. And here comes a big fight. Legit Lolly going to pop off there with a pick over Atrocity. Can he get the double with the Mastiff? Almost done. Yes, he does. Knocks a second, but finally and ultimately will get taken out. An almost 1v3 situation right there for Legit Lolly. That would have been a great way to start off your ALGS big screen and finals debut.
That would have been incredible. Unfortunately, wasn't able to pull out that 1v3, but it was really close. As you can see there at the end, Foe's Edge didn't even have an armor on Gibraltar, so if he was able to get an armor swap off in the middle of that fight, he might have been able to do it. But they pinched him. But moving on with Cooler, Gnaski actually goes down here. It's all up to Yuki and Serdal in Fragment, trying to escape. I think they're going to leave Gnaski behind. They're in so much trouble here. Serdal actually goes down as well, so it's all up to Yuki here. Esdesu with the Volt, taking them down, getting those finishes, getting those kill points. A really good start for 789 here.
Yeah, this is that early fights that we previewed and talked about a little bit in Fragment East and Fragment West. We got 4 teams dropping in Fragment, NCD and Cooler on Fragment East, 789 and Top Dogs on Fragment West, and you just know there's going to be a collision of at least 1 or 2 of those teams, and I wonder what happens here. I know Cooler is very, very adamant and stuck in this style of play. It's worked for them in the past. I don't think we're going to see them give up Fragment East, but I don't know if it's going to be the best decision to continue to drop contested. Because for those that are maybe, again, new to ALGS or just in general, people might not be aware, your success rate and ability to win a tournament if you drop contested is significantly lower. I think it's something like 8 or 9% if you're contested versus way higher for like in the 90 percentile if you're uncontested. Teams like Alliance, who drop Thermal Station completely to their lonesome, will have a significant advantage over teams like 789 and Cooler, who are dropping over in Fragment.
We've seen the success landing Thermal did with SF yesterday, so getting all that crafting, getting all the armors, literally everything they need, fully kitted weapons here. They're going to have a really good advantage when they get into fights mid-game to late game, especially with the Revenant. They can find a nice safe spot. So with Revenant, you got to find a nice safe spot to put your totem down, because if you put it in the open field and someone catches you, when you get sent back, you're automatically dead if there's a team right on it. So excited to see what Alliance can bring to the table with Revenant.
That's right. On board now with Alliance. They're taking their time looting right now over in Thermal Station. Why? Because that rotation is really close. They see that. They got the intel as to where the next zone is going to be. Right? They are going to be making that rotation now. They're going to be deciding where they want to land and end up. So let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in. Our first listen-in of the EMEA playoffs with Alliance.
That's 0, but that's fine.
I just need to carry. Oh yeah.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's just go to this side.
Do you remember?
I'm really sucked.
Yep.
Oh yeah, same.
Another Eva.
3x taken out.
Dark, dropping 2 frags.
Already got 2 arcs.
2 frags.
Wanna get a creep?
Looks taken, no?
Yeah. I think it's taken.
Just care for the rats here. I feel like since it's playoffs, some people are gonna play like super scared and like rats.
True.
You just like airs like this, I'm just running with my gun out.
Alright, let's just figure out where zone is. I'm guessing it's
guessing up here.
yeah, I'm guessing up there as well.
I could pull down here.
There you have it. Quick listen-in. Nice and chill listen-in for Alliance as they're taking their time on the rotation. They know that they have no one behind them. That's one of the benefits of dropping on the edge of the map. For them, it's the southwest side of the map with Thermal Station, and Alliance gets to take their time, loot up, and chill out a little bit on their rotations, you saw, girl.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have to guess where the zone is because they don't have a character that scans beacons. Now, a good way to tell where the zone is when you don't have a beacon character is if there's a lot of people in one certain area. Cooler managed to recover Gnaski and Serdal, but unfortunately, Yuki goes down on the way up on top of the hill. Serdal definitely trying to get his teammate in cover, but yeah, he will actually be able to pick him up. He made it. He made it over the hill. He made it over, and no one can see him. But will another team push on out behind them? And it looks like Scars Europe. All right, RPR gets the knock, and he will be able to secure this finish for sure because the teammates are currently on their way out.
That's right. Scars Europe in their debut. The Japanese esports organization picks up some European representation. What a team to pick up. Former Mikkel, Can, and Dan roster MCD. Scars Europe, multi-champions in ALGS, have won tournaments across the autumn circuit and the winter circuit. They're looking to win their first playoffs tournament here if they can, where of course the major prize pool is off to a good start. They're able to farm some KP on a very, very early damaged Cooler squad, who was honestly just in shambles throughout the entirety of this game. And again, big question for me is how are these teams going to play next? But we have a fight in the game now, 303 right nearby Scars. A couple of teams over in Epicenter playing Ring, playing Edge. And we got some Pathfinder in play. And just a quick heads up for everyone else, we do have a lot of Octane. 5 Octanes in play. That's more than we saw in North America yesterday. Europe has been really pushing the mold of meta as of late. Only 11 Bloodhounds, 17 Gibraltars, the most played Legend. Only 14 Wraiths here in Europe is what we see. 2 Horizons, 1 Revenant in play, and 3 Caustic. So very widespread, 5 Cryptos as well. Widespread choice of legends and team compositions here in Europe, girl.
Absolutely. And 303, they've been together for quite a long time now, so their synergy is going to be really good. And moving on to Australis, a team that we haven't seen very much of.
Yeah, that's right. Relatively new team for our likes here in the ALGS broadcast, at least, but they competed and they've competed well. You know, they're not necessarily like the Flying Camels, the Fenerbahces of the world we've seen on broadcast before in EMEA tournaments. They're looking to prove themselves, and I'm excited to see what Australis can do. Sabran, Pat Emro, and Hestia on this team. We'll see what they're made of, and that's a big storyline in this tournament. We got 3 teams from the Middle East and Africa representing the entire region. We got South Africa represented, we got United Arab Emirates, we got Turkey, a variety of locations here with the Flying Camels, Fenerbahce, and Australis. And speaking of which, Australis right now finds themselves in a long range skirmish and getting some damage in, trying to level up those Evo shields, and not to be confused with Australis, the esports org. This is Australis with a U, kind of spelled like Australia here. Just want to clarify that, but we're on board right now with Hestia.
And if you take a look at the map on the top left, it's going to be ending on the northwest side between Skyhook and Trials. It might end in that market area in that big open building or just outside of it. That would be my assumption. But 303 Esports, ASCII actually taking in a lot of damage. He's going to pop the Phoenix kit. Bambino, really nice spray with the Volt. He's going to have to aggress on this as they got a knock. And will he be able to finish this off? The Octane jump pad actually coming in clutch, getting the teammate out of danger. But will they be able to push on this? Yes, he will. Bambino going for the finish through the blue knockdown shield, and they are going to have it. So that's Mandy from Scars out of the game so far.
That's right. So Scars takes out 1 member of Cooler, and they actually get some payback here from 303, who takes out 1 member of Scars. I believe they still have 2 alive. Now, 303 has been a force to be reckoned with. Very consistent team. It's been competing for quite some time in the ALGS. On board of the ASCII right now. As they're making the rotation through train tracks. Let's see what they decide to do here, if they decide to continue to kind of play aggressive and continue farming. Looks like they are out to play aggressive. But they don't necessarily have the most aggressive team comp, girl. They do have Pathfinder, Gibraltar, and Wraith. So no Bloodhound, no Revenant, no Octane. Not necessarily that team composition that's looking for absolute blood. But I'd love to hear how 303 wants to play this. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with 303.
Forget that.
I think it's well, okay?
Careful traps on this side.
Yeah, should be fine.
Hostile right here.
We're good in the corner. I just need heavy. I have no heavy.
Watch behind, ASCII.
Yep. I'm gonna stay.
Like, I'm thinking we're just.
Let's
Do I just
explore this
portal
way.
right down here right now?
Wait for the close, I think. Or, yeah, sure.
No,
The
that's
team.
the team.
I think Diner is open. I'm pretty sure Diner is open.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, listen.
Just gonna be looking for this team on the left right now.
If
Yeah,
time is
no, no.
free, we need to take it.
We have to. We have to play from there. I'm pretty sure we can just drop and run it, no?
I'm making TP.
Where?
I'm making TP.
Okay.
I'm looking behind. I'm still looking behind. Behind
Close,
this
man.
tree.
I'm close to ASCII.
Sound. It's a team.
Okay.
Okay.
You can still go back around if you want.
No, we can't.
We should take this.
Let's go this way.
Yeah.
Is that free?
It should be. Let's go.
You have your Q? Okay.
We have to drop. We have to drop, okay?
Yeah.
Go.
I have a zipline if you want.
Yeah, sip it.
I'm behind the
Maybe
rock.
closer. Actually, we don't need to sip. We don't need to.
I'll get up a roof.
Yeah?
I'm with you inside.
Roof clear. Roof free.
Yeah, I just need heavy. There's energy on bottom.
Heavy up here. A little
Okay.
bit.
Energy on bottom.
Team here.
So,
I think middle is free, I think.
we need to hold our backs. Like, we need to hold this.
Yeah, but where we play? Where we
Scars,
play?
Scars should be coming here. We need to gatekeep them.
Watch out roof. You cannot play all roof. That's bad. You cannot get.
Yeah. I'm gonna play here.
Heavy here on me if you need.
Battles here before.
Can you
Setting.
drop it down?
Uh,
Never mind.
Cool.
Listen, this is all free. We can play middle after.
Let's explore this
It's
way.
free, right? I don't see
Yeah.
anyone.
I think it's free.
I think ASCII come here.
Give him the accelerant for TP.
Ask you should come here.
I'm
I
coming.
just need to hold our
I have
back.
one Excel. I have one Excel if you want. I give you. Okay.
I think you did, yeah, 100% you did. I'm looking here, I don't see
You have heavy here. Heavy. I don't care.
We need, yeah. We just need to play for bottom of the middle.
Okay.
Team here.
Yeah. Focus them.
That's
That's our kills. That's our kills. Don't
but
take the extra. Take the extra.
I cannot LOS it. I
Okay,
cannot LOS
I will use that. I will use this. You can play from the bottom. Play from down here or something.
Gonna watch this spot.
I just don't want to get peeked from Dinery or something. Cause I'm alone now.
Yeah, I soon them. Side.
Yeah. We kill them. We have to.
They rotate here. 29 GB, purple.
Okay.
They scan me from behind.
Can we run middle now?
This way.
I'm good. I'm casting to you.
I think we
better
can just win it.
I'm getting shot from middle.
I'm running.
Okay.
You might need to bubble this.
Bubbling.
Yeah. Just one guy looking, just one.
Okay.
Shoot
Look
him,
here
shoot
now.
him.
Getting
I
under.
can't.
Probably
Dead.
dead.
I'm dead.
Wait.
You're fine,
I'm
you're
okay,
fine.
I'm okay. Battering.
Call team Dinery. They might be coming behind us.
Bubble in 24.
Watch out for the drops. If they
Should be
scan
a
us,
team behind us, right here.
I think I see somebody here. No? Watch out from top all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, they could
They're
be
hiding,
behind.
they're hiding somewhere.
Yeah, I think they can.
I think here.
Are they fighting?
Yeah, we can go
Wait,
from
I
the
think there's a
on
team.
the other side.
There's two teams here, right? Above us, two teams, right?
I think it's one middle and one top.
Yeah.
I'm taking sip. Just checking. Yeah. Right. They're fighting.
Hostile over there.
Can we? I wanna go for this so bad.
Yeah.
This is kills now.
Contact with hostile.
They're fighting here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fighting. With
Okay.
third party did. Take my TP.
I insta take it.
Yeah, insta take it.
Open. They are trading. Open.
Did it.
I'm cracked.
On bottom, I think. They're
Betting.
outside. On top.
Betting.
They're outside.
I'm picking them.
Go this way.
I'm with Bambi.
Give me low. No,
Nice. Go inside.
I'm not stop.
Just play top. Play
My
top
ulti,
now.
my ulti. I
Out
fucked
TP. They can take out TP. I'm watching out.
Yeah, play top. Just play top here.
I'm watching out TP.
Just come.
I'm watching TP. I'm fine.
Others
Chill.
died there.
Nobody's coming.
There's more people. I hear him.
I got insta kill.
They are all dead. All
Okay.
dead.
Okay, loot fast.
I don't have my ulti, boys. I'm sorry, I fucked up.
Look. That was yours.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like losing this.
I don't see the kill feed. My bad.
I need heavy.
That is here.
Bro.
180.
Okay.
Can you play something else like a rock or something? I'm scouting. Can you play something else like a rock or something? I'm scouting.
I don't have any bats.
I need ult excels. I wasted TP.
I don't have. Take it. Take that.
Yeah.
One team Dinery.
We
I
need to
gonna
look
check
around
behind.
now.
I
There is
gonna.
team playing there.
I gonna check for ultimate.
Contact.
Don't have.
The team is looking at us.
Well, we need to play for this fence here.
Move here.
Yeah.
We need to move on the left. Come.
Okay, coming.
Move on me. Move on me. There's a team here looking at us. Look here, 3 kills.
Crack.
Move on this. Move on them. Move here. Play on me.
Grappling.
Heal up here.
Okay. I thermite the door on the left.
You can even go roof and then drop. I can make a zipline for roof.
Yeah, you can do it.
Sure.
No, do it. I'm
Can we
going.
do it?
Can we go inside? Go inside.
There is
Where
team.
inside?
Yeah, go inside. Jibby.
Bubbling.
Crack. Bind us.
Kill him. Dead.
Last two. I cracked one.
Push. No.
Behind. All you.
Let's go.
Here. Window.
Watch and rest.
I watch my bubble. I have gold backpack.
I don't think you waited. Just don't use bubble.
Gold backpack.
Yeah. You have to hold after. I'm gonna Phoenix, okay?
One.
Yeah.
I think it's
If
Sulu
he's
under
alone,
you.
we need to kill him.
Hold I Phoenix. Then we
Okay.
kill.
And that right there is one of the best listen-ins I think we've ever had in ALGS. Great perspective from 303 on rotations, decision-making, their ability to actually recognize a third-party opportunity and take it, and then, of course, their aggression that we've seen. They're going to find themselves in yet another fight. Good stuff from 303 Esports, though, overall. They lost one as a casualty, but, girl, they're looking pretty solid.
That was a really amazing listen-in. Nice to see all the precautions they take, all the decision-makings they take as a team. And you know what? If they waste their ultimates, they let each other know. They apologize and they move on. Unfortunately, they lost one to the ring there. I doubt they're going to be able to make a recovery, as in reviving their third player. But they are sitting tight for now, as it actually looks like they may be getting pushed by Reply Totem Esports. They do have a Bloodhound, so they know they're a team of two. Aski's actually outside of the building there on the left side. They are going to push up on him, but they are getting hit by a thermite, and they're just playing the bubble. They're playing the waiting game, and if they push up too much, they might get shot by another team. And oh my goodness, Bambino goes down. Amaz lost all of his armor. Jay Savage, they got to get the armor swaps off. The zone is moving in. They lost Sharp here on the rotation, so they won't be able to have that dome coming on in. And if they're getting gate kept, they are not going to be in a good position. But it looks like they found a couple rocks to sneak in on.
That's right. Sharp, the Italian on this squad, goes down, so that leaves it to the two Frenchmen on this team to have to survive as a team of two. But we got a couple teams of two here. We saw Cooler moments ago as a team of two. They got taken out. Fenerbahce down to two as well. It all comes down to these final five teams. Nessie alive and well, taking out Fenerbahce. It looks like they're actually going to be splitting with Top Dogs, the team from Finland. All three of them. Meanwhile, Totem still alive some way, somehow. Not a lot of cover to their name, though, and it's all up to one member left for Reply Totem Esports as Top Dogs also gets eliminated here. Fenerbahce tagged up quite a bit. I think so far it's looking really good for Nessie, really good for New Esports, full team 3.
Unfortunately, Pinky Finky goes down there, and that's the end of it for them. Reply Totem Esports, they have one person remaining on their squad. It is Amaz. Amaz is a Wraith. Wraiths are really good for trying to stay alive as long as possible. Once things go down, they'll be able to use their portals, use their phase, and try and last as long as they can. New Esports are still in this, and they were the winners of our last chance qualifiers, so excited to see what they'll be able to pull out in our first game. 3 squads left. Who do you think will win this one?
Yeah, it's honestly anyone's game at this point, but if I had to give it to anyone, I think Nessie is in the better position. The zone's going to be closing closer to them, I believe. Yes, it is. So New Esports is going to have to make the rotation, which means that Nessie's going to be able to play a little bit more aggressive. They're going to be able to head glitch a couple locations and spots, I believe, if they position themselves well. Excited to see here what's going to happen. We got New Esports, the predominantly Portuguese team, against Nessie, the predominantly Swedish team, with Roger Badger, of course, coming from the Netherlands. And then, of course, a member from the United Kingdom, that's JMW on Nessie. It all comes down to this final circle closing here. And, of course, the relatively new feature of the ring closing very, very slowly as of a few months ago. Makes it a lot more intense in these late games. I love these 3v3 fights. It's going to be a crazy one, a pure 3v3 here, girl.
And the zone is closing in. They're not taking too much damage from these arc stars, so were these arc stars used a little bit too early? Amaz taking in some damage. He is a solo. We'll see how long he can last. Maybe he can secure a second place if these two teams fight. Unfortunately, if Amaz ends up focusing one of the teams, then they might get the lower hand here, but yep, all out. It's up to these last two teams for a 3v3 finish in the end. New Esports has the high ground here. They will be able to shoot some shots when the dome closes. The dome will disappear, so they're in the open. They're getting shot. JMW actually goes down by post kill here.
That's right. High ground wins games here as New, all 3 members alive, putting in absolute work and a clinic, making it look easy and without taking any casualties at all. New Esports will be your champions of game number 1. From winning the last chance qualifier to taking game 1 of the playoffs here in EMEA, New Esports is hot right now, girl.
They played the rotation in the end perfectly. They ended up getting the high ground. You see it time and time again where a team takes the high ground. The dome wasn't enough cover for them because it ended up dissipating, and the Bloodhound just wasn't able to rotate in time there. And New Esports, congratulations.
Yeah, it all comes down to high ground and cover, and didn't actually realize, even though the zone actually ended up closing over towards Nessie, high ground, a better cover, and actually the head glitching was in favor of New, as they're able to have the slight elevation advantage and the geographical advantage. They come out on top, but they certainly earned it. Impressive stuff from New Esports. They won the Last Chance qualifier with 59 points, 10 points above Forge Gang and Alliance, which is impressive to be able to win that Last Chance qualifier against the likes of Alliance. We mentioned T-Rex, who didn't qualify, Magician, this new NCD squad, all very, very impressive from New Esports. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from them, girl.
It was a really amazing first game. We got to analyze so much, take in so much, especially from 303 Esports. I really like that listening. It was a great game overall.
Yeah, agreed. And one thing that was interesting, well, the big two coming into this, which in my opinion were the big two favorites, Gambit and Alliance, both got taken out relatively early. We didn't see a whole lot out of them. I know Gambit got caught. I believe it was actually by the likes of 303, and I think it was one of our Middle East teams on the rotation. They get taken out early, and Alliance didn't catch what happened to them on the rotation, but they get taken out. Do you think they'll bounce back in Game 2?
Absolutely. Alliance will definitely bounce back. There are so many more games to come that it's still anybody's game. Only game one happened, so.
That's right. Well, I'm excited to see where things end up shaking up in the standings. And, of course, I'm excited to hear Tom T-Squared Taylor, the man, the myth, the legend, alongside Kate, break it down. I'll throw it back to them at the desk.
Thank you very much, Fallout and Girl. And, of course, what a way to start our game number one, Tom. I feel like literally from the drop, things were crazy. And then, of course, we see a masterclass at the very end zone there and how New Esports really seemed to take that momentum that they had from the LCQ win right here into our game number one for our Super Regional.
Totally. I was talking to Nasky earlier this morning, and he was saying that New is coming in hot right now, and it's all about momentum. It's all about consistency. These are the key words that we continue to use. But Girl broke it down perfectly. The way that New was able to take that high ground on the bridge, force them down low. It didn't matter that the EMP was just a little bit early. A lot of times what you're going to see is Cryptos wait for the bubble to go up, and then they go and use the EMP. He wanted to just go and do it to lay down damage so they could make the rotation. Once they got on top of that bridge, it was basically all over. Getting over towards the high ground, figuring out where that rat was. Everyone gets a little bit distracted. There's some opening initial damage. They even get the kill for the rat, and then they make their way over towards the top of the bridge. And once they get into that position, you can see, yes, the zone is directly ending where this team is, but they thought if we put our bubble there, we're going to be completely fine. But the Nox gas grenade comes in for post-kill. Kashera has some great flatline shots right there, and then post-kill follows it up with the R301. And once you get that one knock, Kashera knows as long as I come through and do some initial damage and just don't go down immediately, the rest of these players are going to have to reload. The rest of my teammates are going to come through, and it's all about timing right there. Perfect timing from New Esports to take game number one.
I mean, you are not wrong. And I want to talk about timing for a hot second because I feel like from the get-go, we've had some interesting things. When we listened in on Alliance earlier on in the game, they had an interesting thought about it's the playoffs. We're going to get some rats here. People are going to be playing scared. Is that something that you've seen? What do you think about what we heard Alliance say during that listening?
I heard some Earth, Wind, and Fire. I don't know about you. I caught it just for you guys. Like, all right, let's go, boys. Let's get it rolling.
It's karaoke Apex
I like
style.
the vibes.
I
like the vibes. Like, they had a long rotation, so you got to make something up along the way. But I like that they're keeping it relaxed, and they think that all the other teams are scared. I wonder if the rats would be singing Earth, Wind, and Fire as well. But yeah, I think that you are going to see teams when they go down players, they're going to do whatever they can to just try to milk as many points as possible. Right? That's going to be rats. That's going to be players trying to get their banners as well and get the reses coming back through, just like what happened with Cooler. But we see what happens with Cooler with the rotation. They're not happy with the amount of loot they get. They were in shambles the entire game. We could probably expect that going forward, but it was a very, very northern zone. We'll see what happens in game number 2 if we get a little bit of switcheroo.
If we do get that switcheroo. Super psyched to see it. Let's take a look at game number 1 from the numbers perspective with our leaderboard here. And again, we go to match 50, gang. 50, not match 50. Wow, that was weird. Today is a day. We go to point 50, y'all, and then after someone has, the team has reached match that 50. You know what, Tom, you take over. That's it. I'm done.
Words hard. I don't know what to say. New Esports took game number 1. Obviously, 20 points is going to be great for them. We'll see on the overall leaderboard how many points they actually had from the seeding going forward. Obviously, they came in with the LCQ, so I don't think that they had any. But Nessie coming through in second place, They were on our teams to watch. They are one of our most consistent teams throughout all of the winter circuit. I believe out of the 4 tournaments, they had 3 top 5s and a couple of 3rd places here and there as well. So they know what it takes to get into that final circle. Even though they didn't execute perfectly, they still picked up a decent amount of points on the way, as well as Fenerbahce and Reply Totem Esports too. Top Dogs coming through with a little bit of surprising performance. So a pretty well spread point total there, Kate.
Absolutely, and that's just an interesting from our game number 1 for our EMEA Super Regional. I wouldn't even call it a slow burn. I would say we started off strong and we continue that way through. Overall leaderboard, here we go. There it is. 22 points on the board from Fenerbahce New Esports, as you mentioned, coming in from an LCQ, and yet here they are ahead of nearly every person on the pack.
Yeah, exactly. And then we go and look at the right-hand side and we see Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins. That is the team that is going over towards the Fragment side. It didn't work out for them. We saw Alliance go down early. Scars as well lost one of their players when they were making that rotation between that like epicenter train tunnel area. And I believe that was 303 who was able to get those kills. And while we did listen into 303 for a while, I think we got a lot of great information on how these players are considering to do things, right? You put down the Wraith portal, trying to make your way in from Skyhook. That portal was a little bit contested from Gambit, so they go and take a different route. They decide, okay, it's a little too hot over here. We're going to slide down. We're going to go and use our Pathfinder to go and take the roof. We saw 2 or 3 different rotations from them and their thought process for that. If they had all 3 players, I wouldn't have been surprised if 303 would have continued that momentum going into the final circle. So unfortunately, they do lose one, and once you do lose one player in these instances, the Bloodhound scans are going to come through, makes things so difficult. Teams are going to go and push their advantages. But we also saw some great third party coming through in the use of the Wraith portal from 303 side too. We love to see those type of plays.
Absolutely, yeah. We're taking a look at some of these highlights just from game number 1. I love that we do these highlights so quickly because they're, like I said, this. If you're looking at this to improve your own skills, this is a master class. These are your crib notes, y'all.
Yeah, easily. So many Octanes. It's so much fun watching the different compositions come through. The reason Octane is so difficult is because if you are a really mechanically skilled player, you're going to be able to use that hitbox. It's a very small hitbox, and you're able to strafe back and forth, do some crazy plays, but also the jump pad utilization like we're talking about with the rotations, coming up and getting high ground with only one Pathfinder and only a couple Horizons here. That Octane is going to be really useful. I think we were talking about 5 Octanes overall, but we also see the utilization of the Crypto and Caustic from New Esports. You go and you get those scans, you use the EMP, and if you get the Caustic into the late game, he's obviously really deadly.
He is, in fact, deadly and stinky.
Yeah.
At any rate, let's go ahead and take a look at what you have been saying with our EMEA poll. Which team do you think is coming out on top? Which team do you want to come out on top? Well, we put this out to you earlier, had you use the hashtags of each of our 20 teams, and now we get to take a look at the results. And again, we're going to be checking in with this throughout our entire tournament today. Looks like Cooler with a commanding lead. Not too far behind, though, is Alliance with Gambit. We're doing some great things. Everybody, Flying Camels, Nuggets, Crumpets, Third Impact, Top Dogs, get your fans out.
Hey, let's see some stuff in the chat. Tweet it, YouTube, whatever you want to do to go. And also, shout out to everybody that is spelling Fenerbahce right, because I would not.
You know what? Well said. Absolutely. Hey, make sure if you want to be a part of this, use that hashtag. Each of these teams, take a picture, take a screenshot, print out, whatever, and go ahead and put them into either our Twitch chat, our YouTube live chat, or of course the old-fashioned Twitters. And you could be bringing your teams to the top of the standings here. Did I just see Alliance go down by a single %? My goodness.
Is this live updates? What's going on here? This is insane. So you guys can literally be typing in the chat right now and watching that thing go up, and this is going on all day, so make sure you do that. Also, make sure you tweet at us, use that hashtag ALGS.
Absolutely. We definitely want you to get 1,000 Apex coins and be featured on this show, so absolutely follow us at Play Apex, use that hashtag ALGS. And hey, you know what, Tom? We got nothing else left to say because we've got gameplay just around the corner. Take a look.
Don't go AFK. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
All right then, everybody, welcome back to the EMEA playoffs. Gaskin and Onset here to drive you through all of the action of game number 2. Dan Gaskin, wonderful to have you back alongside me today. Some surprises, though, at the top of the leaderboards after that game number 1.
Yeah, New Esports, an LCQ team that was able to get through and, of course, push themselves up very high in the leaderboard after that performance. Also got to give massive credit to Fenerbahce for getting to those late stages. One of the EMEA teams that perhaps people are overlooking a little bit in this tournament. And maybe if they can continue with performances like that, they can start to creep towards that match point, and they could be one of the surprise packages in this tournament, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. And one team that I want to kind of highlight as well that had a really rough start, it seemed like, in that game number 1. They went down to a solo player and then had another knock when they managed to get back up to a full complement and still managed to get into the top 10 as far as points is concerned, is Cooler Esports. And I think that kind of performance when things seem to be falling apart and it's a bit of a shambles at times, to still get into that position and put points on the board towards that match point total, it's got to be huge for them.
Yeah, unfortunately they were somewhat griefed a little bit by 789 when they were trying to make their rotation early. It was a very intelligent play by 789 to wait, recognise that there was potential because of the rotation towards that northwestern side of the map, and they were able to pick off a couple of members of Cooler. But you've got to do what you've got to do to try and pick up those placement points. If you can rat out, if you can get to those late stages, then you're always going to find yourself with just a couple of extra points. And they were able to pick up 1 kill along the way, which always helps, just, to get you a little bit closer towards the top of those leaderboards.
Just to get you into the game. And speaking of which, we're into our second game of the day now. As I say, Fenerbahce Esports currently leading the point total with 22 points on the board. They did have points, of course, carrying over as well from their qualification. But one thing that we should talk about here is Na'Vi, because Na'Vi are going to be who we're watching off drop here, Dan. 10th place finish for them, about middle pack. Not too bad of a start for them, but the likes of Kuya, Strafey and Nesh, you want to see them start popping off. Nesh especially has had some really solid performances as a player recently.
They were able to get 4 kills in the previous game, so at least they were able to win a couple of fights. However, we did see in match 1 there were a lot of third-party opportunities, people taking advantage of some aggression, trying to pick up that KP early to get themselves closer to match point. We are seeing Octanes, we even see a couple of Revenants here or there. People are just trying to get involved in fights, pick up free KP where as possible. And I wonder, Mark, whether we're going to see 789 have a little bit of griefage here again, and maybe they'll pick up a rotation from Cooler.
Well, the interesting thing here is actually another team dropping West Fragment, so it looks like they won't be as comfortable as they are used to, excuse me, on their loop path. A couple of teams dropping it in Fragment at the moment. Such a populated area, as we know. And speaking of which, I'm actually going to jump over to Skyhook, because once again, it's Forg Gang who are in this fight, and once again, it doesn't seem to be going their way. They will be eliminated first in the lobby in our game number 2, and the Skyhook fight is not going too well for them at the moment.
Yeah, that's the second time, of course, against Flying Camels that they've lost that one, and they're not going to be particularly happy. Of course, you want to drop on your drop spot, you're used to the loot pool, and you are confident in taking those fights, but Flying Camels have just looked the superior team over in Skyhook, so maybe Forg are going to have to reconsider where they want to go. We can see a little glimpse of where that circle is going to be heading towards. A lot of teams, I would imagine, Mark, are going to set up in and around Sorting Factory.
Yeah, in and around Sorting Factory. A lot of room to play with here, a lot of buildings to be taken by these teams, which means that you would expect a lot of teams to be alive and be able to make a comfortable rotation. One of those teams who are, of course, making that rotation is going to be Cooler, who having a little bit more of a comfortable start to this game number 2 than we saw in that first game of the day. And I just wonder, with their zone knowledge, if they're going to maybe try and play Harvester, maybe try and play Sorting Factory. It's going to be interesting for me to see where they actually play, using Crypto as their beacon character as well to get the information on that second zone. But even though Sorting Factory, a large percentage of that zone, or I should say of that POI, is included in that second zone like we've seen, I wonder if Cooler have a little bit more knowledge than is being given away here.
Third Impact looking to get a bit busy, and they're going to have a fight over here, just trying to take this real estate and see if they can pick up a little bit of room, but they're reluctant to push in at the moment. Just a couple of grenades, trying to get a few tags, trying to do some damage, and perhaps just waiting for that Bloodhound scan. And the ult is available if they want to get really aggressive here, but they're being fairly patient.
They're having to wait for those meds to be used. so they can get up to a full complement of health before they start to make that push once more. You can see that Balonji is trying to get aggressive here. He's going to take out the drone to make sure that the EMP isn't going to slow down this push. You can see they have the high ground and they have the advantage. The one thing they don't want to be doing here is just getting peaked, just getting one of those shields cracked. And at the moment, they've got a team absolutely dead to right in the corners at the moment. The nades are going in, the shots with the R9 are ringing out as well. And that is the signal for the rest of the team now to push it.
Really difficult to see what's happening for the players, but they're still pushing in big, massive shots, and it's a 2v2 still. One player knocked from either side. Zik is so weak at the moment, so it's going to be a lot down to Balonji to do the damage here. He's going to actually apply the res. Very important just to get them back up to a full 3.
Shots are going to be coming in for the final player alive. 66 here with the R9, but there's a 3v1 situation. It might actually be a third party, so they've got to be very, very careful in this position. I think it is just the last player alive who's trying to do a little bit of damage and maybe take advantage of those heals being popped. But the important thing here for third impact is the fact they've got some kills on the board to kick off this game number 2.
Yeah, they were able to get the kills. They didn't throw away any cheap deaths. You've always got to be prepared as that Gibby to drop that bubble, get that revive when it is presented, and it was the quick turnaround on that player just to force him back so they didn't lose too much. But it perhaps was Australis on that other end, I think it was. They managed to get out as a 2, so they only lost the 1 member in the end. Hestia was taken. They were griefing a lot of other teams in the previous game, and Alliance, speaking of griefing, they're in that Revenant ult, the totem has been applied, and they are very much chasing this squad.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing right now, trying to get a few knocks before they get sent back to the totem, and if they can do that, that will be absolutely massive for them. And we were talking before the tournament got underway, Dan, about how we love how Alliance actually approach match point format tournaments a little bit differently to some other teams. They're so comfortable with different compositions, with different ways of getting points on the board, and they love to get aggressive. Speaking of aggression, it looks like Third Impact will be looking to finish what has been an extremely long and elongated fight, and they finally get it done. They will take down the final 2 players of Australis, and that will be KP on the board for them.
Again, important that no one actually was completely killed off. They'll be able to get the revive, and they don't have to worry about any sort of res beacons or anything like that. But you're completely right with Alliance. They are very versatile in their selection of legends, and I think that's going to be important in a match point format. They can play aggressive, get to match point, and then perhaps change their composition for something a little bit more solid. And their survivability in Apex Legends always impresses me, does Alliance. Very good at getting to that late game, very good at predicting rotations, and I'm sure if they can get up to match point quite early on, they have to be one of the favourites. But they do have a slight deficit between those that are ahead of them, because a lot of teams, of course, have those points advantage from the previous tournaments.
Well, one team that does have a point advantage in the lobby at the moment is the winners of our first game, New Esports. We've got the opportunity to jump into a listening. Let's see what the comms are like.
What the fuck? Post!
No,
Holy. Holy fuck, Post, man. You have to be careful with that shit, man. We already have an info that was Magician, that's why we didn't move.
Yeah, I wanted to pop some barrels, but...
Yeah, but they kill you, man.
Is this also taken the bridge?
It is. Everything is taken.
Okay. I mean, Cooler knows it's gonna end there, probably.
The thing is, maybe it doesn't...
Can you make a wide rotation through this side?
Exactly, like, we could try to make a rotation thermal. But
why would we do
can
that?
still move there to take the zone, mainly.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tight.
No, I think we maybe try to get kills from here. And we move in, we can maybe TP late on top of the building.
The thing is, zone can be like full sorting, you know?
In that case, we need to rotate around, but right now, I don't think we can do a lot.
Yeah, we cannot. No beacons whatsoever, sorting doesn't have beacon. There's a team on the bridge, so it's gonna be... To go through the choke here, it's suicidal. I don't have range to get info.
What about this? The van under?
Van is free, but there's no way with the team on the top and the team on the corner and 2 teams in front of us.
Maybe only if we take the balloon, man, but that's super risky.
Super risky.
What we could do is go in the crack, and I'll take the balloon and make the TP on top, you know?
So a great opportunity there to listen to the comms, and you can see a little bit of confusion here for New Esports down on where that zone might be pulling. They're thinking maybe it's going to be the end of Harvester in a couple of those buildings. Maybe it's going to pull fully towards Sorting Factory. And you can see some confusion on their rotation, how they want to approach it. Should they have gone thermal and approached the zone from the south? So many decisions to be made, and you can see what goes through the minds of these players.
Especially when they're one of the few Caustic teams that we have in the lobby. It's crazy actually to see how little Caustic we have ever since, you know, the changes in meta and we had the slight nerfs to Caustic. But we've still got, what, 3 in the lobby, I believe? And those Caustics are going to be very important for those late game rotations because they can hold successfully.
Well, we're going to see Alliance once again trying to get aggressive, and they might actually get a knock here. They get damage done, and they still are in that totem protection as well. So Hackis is desperately trying to hunt down that player that he did the damage to, but a bit of a slippery pickle managed to disappear. And they're now going to have to be very, very careful and back up, because even though it's great to have the protection, the death protection of the totem, you've still got to be careful of that third party that might be able to get a knock on your team, and then Alliance would very much be on the back foot. They've realized that, they've recognized the situation, and now Alliance having to back up, but the plan not quite being executed perfectly here by Alliance as they would have wanted in this game number 2.
You all need to be in sync really when you're utilizing the death protection from Revenant, because if you do allow it to extend too long, you're not going to get sent back to the safe place that you've dropped that totem. Instead, you could just kind of be left for dead in no man's land. Alliance are going to be patient here. They are just going to wait again and just ensure that they don't get caught out from any other teams maybe rotating behind them, but they should be okay. And they do have eyes on Fenerbahce. After an incredible game 1 Fenerbahce, maybe this is going to be difficult for them because they're also getting charge rifle across the map. You can see Pinky Finky getting taken down to just his HP.
I mean, for Alliance, you can see they're desperate to push. Every single opportunity they have, they're just thinking KP, 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 and we can work our way in after that. Having a look at that zone as well, a very, very interesting zone for these players to decide on where they want to play, which is, I think we're seeing quite a few teams actually rotating in pretty late. They're not sure if they want to try and get into Sorting Factory, if they want to try and approach from the south, and you heard that from the comms of New Esports when we jumped in as well. And when you have a zone like that, as we see a fight actually going on here, once again involving Alliance, which they finally get the work done for. They will take out Fenerbahce Esports, who came second, of course, in our game number 1. Let's get those armor swaps off and coming under pressure. And this is the difficulty now with 17 squads remaining. As I take a few seconds to call the action that's going on in front of our very eyes. Alliance, yes, they want to play for KP. They want to get aggressive. But now with that zone closing, it becomes more difficult to do with so many teams still alive.
Yeah, and everyone has managed to find them here at least. He's going to be able to heal up. No, he's not, just as the shield dissipates. It's just going to be Hacky left on his own now as the Octane, which I guess is a good thing because the Octane can, you know, bounce around, get those banners back if he needs to, but I think it's just going to be a case of trying to rat after they got that KP you were talking of, Mark. It's all well and good being aggressive, looking for those kills, but you have to be well aware of who else could be getting involved in the fight. It's a shame for Alliance, but at least Hackis is still alive and can do a job. I'm sure we'll keep up with him and see how he does throughout the rest of this game, Mark.
Yeah, he managed to get the mobile respawn beacon down, and I just wonder if that was a little bit of a distraction, if he's taking a wider berth and maybe going to think about going back for those banners. There were obviously some eyes and some crosshairs being put onto them if he did decide to try and go back. So a little bit of a balancing act of decision-making here for Hackis, how he wants to approach it. Does he want to try and play for placement now that they have a couple of KP on the board, or is he going to try and get his teammates back into the game? One team that does have a very good position at the moment is going to be Flavor of the Month, but that position is being challenged right now. As you can see, one team is trying to push in on their hold here inside this building. It's a straight 3v3 fight, and at the moment, not unfortunately for him, is burning.
I think it's 303 as well, and we saw a lot of them in game 1. We saw how they were aggressive, their communication was on point, and they knew exactly how they were going to approach team fights. And it's whether they're going to actually push into this bubble. We'll just be a little bit patient. Eva rate in hand for Knock there, and now look, they're going to get aggressive on this Gibby. They've been able to single him out. Gibby is going to go down, but is Pierre going to stay alive? He is. Really good fight here from Flavor of the Month, and it looks like they're going to be successful. Yes, they are, and they take down 303.
Yeah, pretty happy with that fight. Are going to be Flavor of the Month. They only lost one player, or only had one player get knocked in the fight. 2 of them staying alive to get the wipe onto 303 Esports, who will be eliminated from this game number 2. Keep your eyes on that team tracker as well to show you who is falling and who is at a full complement as we move into the latter stages of this game. Still a minute and 20 until the zone will be closing. 16 squads are still remaining, and Gambit Esports now making their rotation in And it looks like at the moment, oh, this could be bad news here for Hardeki. Tried to get that portal down, and now he's found himself in a little bit of a sticky situation as he was trying to portal inside of that building. And that Octane just, at the last second, managed to sneak in and get that door closed, block that portal. And now New Esports once again involved in a fight. They win the fight.
Yeah, really important that New Esports were able to win that fight, but they're going to have to get out. They're worried about the third party. Portal will come down. They're not going to be able to loot up successfully, and they really need to think about this next team now. Watch this portal, get some shots down, but they're both so weak. This is going to be difficult to get out. Roger Bodger cannot escape, and it was Nessie who pushed on and picked up the KP.
Yeah, Nessie with a really good push. And Nessie, who had a pretty solid game number 1 as well. They currently sit in the leaderboards in that 4th place position on 18 points to work with. So, good strong push there from Nessie, getting those KP on the board. Gambit Esports now, who are going to have to rethink that rotation. You can see they are going to be safe for the next zone, where they currently are. So they're going to have to hold out teams who are rotating in from the north side of World's Edge. That Thermite from Hardeki is going to do a lot of damage, and I tell you what, Artico is going to be doing a lot more damage with the Spitfire to finish off that kill, and that's going to be Mandy who's gone down again. So a little bit of a slow start here for Scars, one of the teams that we always talk about being one of the bigger teams that we have in the EMEA region. They've lost another player on that rotation, and difficult zones for them, we have to say, dropping over Overlook in this first 2 games, so no surprise to see them maybe struggling just a little bit to make themselves into that safe zone.
It's always interesting seeing Hardeki going up against Mandy as well, 2 of the highest damage dealers leading up to this tournament. And Hardeki, of course, had the most kills coming into this tournament as well, 49 prior to match 1 today, so he's always someone to keep an eye on. But Scars now under a little bit of trouble, and it's just about trying to delay the inevitable, really try and get a little bit further with their placement points. You can hear crypto drones flying here, there and everywhere. Up to 6 cryptos in the lobby now, Mark. That's a significant amount more than we saw in NA yesterday. It does seem like Europe is favouring this crypto meta a little stronger.
And you can see the teams that are around this area as well. There's a team up on height, which is overlooking the possible rotation from Gambit, so they're kind of stuck at the moment. Scars are inside the building that you can see now, but only 2 players and no way to really defend those entrances as well. And speaking of defending, well, Na'Vi are trying to be offensive at the moment, pushing on to Nessie, who are in that truck. And that's going to be a valuable position to try and hold down for any team at the moment. So many teams still in Sorting Factory, we'd imagine, would be falling on this rotation as well. There's only so many routes to take as Gambit now make their move in as well. They're actually going to try and put some shots down. Cooler involved in the fights as well. They take down Taishi. As Yuki gets involved, Dell will finish off that kill as well. So Gambit Esports just inching their way into the zone at the moment, but not a lot of room to play with.
Yeah, it was difficult for Scars. They weren't able to escape. That's going to be the full squad wipe for them. So we're not going to see as much success from Scars as we thought we would in the early stages of this tournament, but still plenty of time left as Haki's still alive. Now has to try and bounce pad away. Can't even get the double jump off. He's taken down by Team Na'Vi. And that's going to be the end of the road, but a valiant effort to even get to this stage of the game. And this is going to be quite a commanding point. You're completely right, Mark. Just on top of these train tracks, you've got a lot of cover to work with, and you've got a good viewpoint of everyone else who's going to be rotating into this circle.
And Na'Vi looking pretty comfortable at the moment. You see Third Impact underneath Flavor of the Month, who have just made their rotation as well. Flavor of the Month just looking for some KP on the teams that are rotating in late from the north side of World's Edge, as I like to try and do. They've already got a couple in the bag as well. You can see they were on board with them a little bit early when they did win that fight in a very clean manner. And now we're going to jump back over to Na'Vi, who are holding down, in my opinion, the strongest position that we currently have on World's Edge. We have an opportunity to jump into their comms now. Let's see what they're thinking.
We don't have zone. Bro, there might be like a rat here or here. We have a rat under us for sure. What's here? What's here? I wish in different direction.
It's next to the zone, but tunnel is gonna move. Oh, they're taking a lot of damage here on me. I'm not gonna ult.
No, they have down. Don't. I need to take the fucking alder nether soon. Pretty sure. Wait, one sec.
If you have TP, you can place it here.
I don't.
Okay.
Wish I had. I'm going here actually. I have Q. Look! Look here!
Yeah, I see.
Somebody pushed you in breach.
It's 1 HP.
I'm queuing out.
I'm ulting you.
It's one. I knock him.
Nice.
Ult here. Finish this guy.
I already ulted.
Platform is watching us.
I got the kill. Should we CP set? We CP.
Yeah, it's just far. I don't have TP. No TP.
No, we can't. We don't. Because
95. I'm 95 right now.
Guys, zone is not on us. We should go then. We can play underneath. Over here. Yes, I think we go.
I think we drop on this, I think.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. I'm bubbling forward.
Give me ult.
Yeah, I'm bubbling forward. I'm healing though. 2 seconds.
Give me that.
I'm finishing him inside. Good job. I need the ammo. Okay.
I'll do heavy.
I'm healing.
GP. I'm 1 SP.
I'm reloading. Grass is low. Almost knocked. I took TP back. I think you fight for underneath here, no?
Give me time. Oh, I got fucked.
Okay, kill up.
I'm dead. I tried to jump bottom on Proven.
Just pop a back.
I think we go high ground, bro. That team's gonna gatekeep too much.
Also true. Now.
I have TP, just place low. I need to full heal.
Yeah.
Can you scout me?
Not sure if I have zone here. No, I don't.
I think you... Bro, I think we zipline.
So big plays coming in from Na'Vi here, Dan. They thought they had zone initially, but you could hear in the comms, zone isn't on us. We have to make a move. We have to try and get KP on the board. They did so extremely well. They took down the team that was inside of that snake building, and now they're trying to move up and take the high ground.
They're under pressure from Kick now, and this portal from the Wraith could be very important for them. You heard him saying, I've got it, we could just wait 5 seconds and I'll be able to push us somewhere. But they're just pushing into bombardments from everyone right now. Do as much damage, see if you can get more KP, but it looks like Navi are going to be wiping some amazing shots from the Mastiff, but it's only enough to actually see one more KP before they go down.
Yeah, Gambit now moving in, getting involved in some fights, and all of a sudden, the touch paper has been ignited in game number 2. We're down to just 5 squads now as the Ogre is going to work with Hardeki to win this fight here for Gambit Esports. Artigo down at the moment. Hardeki going to be able to hold the angles though and drop him an armor for when he gets revived as well. Flavor of the Month now making a late rotation in as well. They're going to have some loot to pick up. Down to 4 squads. And now we're going to see a little bit of calm appear on the lobby. As you can see, the 4 teams we have left in this final fight. Everyone has a little position to play now, Dan. It's about who wants to show their cards first.
Yeah, Gambit in a great spot just below a Flavor of the Month. You can see Flavor of the Month having a little peek just to see if they could maybe do some damage and take this position off them. With Flavor of the Month being above them, this means Gambit are going to struggle to get out without taking much damage. And you were saying how Leo was helping out in that fight for good reason. The most assists throughout the winter circuit is Leo. 39 in total, and I guess when Hardeki has had 49 kills, I suppose there is always going to be someone who has an incredible amount of assists. Yeah, it seems to have worked out very successfully for them. But Kick Esports, they need to be thinking about moving in soon. Going to have to take a little tickle from the zone. And Flavor of the Month, they're setting up their portal as well, Mark.
Yeah, that's not just a tickle, that's more of a scratch and potentially a little bit more of a wound than they would have wanted. A lot of damage being taken here from zone number 5 as we now move to zone number 6, the final zone that will slowly start moving. And unfortunately for Kick Esports, Flavor of the Month have just got a fantastic vantage point on every single player. They're desperately trying to avoid those grenades and stay alive. I think that Flavor of the Month have realized now they have to make their rotation in ahead as well. And now they're going to try and shoot this team in the side. Flavor of the Month, they've got to be careful. They've made the decision to make an early rotation here, but it doesn't look like it's paying off for them.
Yeah, Pierre went down. Taylor is very weak. It's Noth who's just at the full complement of health. Arkstar's gone down. He's doing a lot of damage with his R301 though. Kick have lost 2 members, and TI on the other side of that, they seem to be pretty healthy. Where are Gambit? What are Gambit doing in this fight?
Gambit are alive. Noth, the last player alive here for Flavor of the Month, manages to get the banner, but I think he's looking for the armor swap. He'll now get that, using that knockdown shield to try and stay alive and be the 3rd party, but it's Hardeki who goes in with a Peacekeeper. He'll be taken down as well, and it's Noth now from Flavor of the Month who's moving in as the last player alive for his team to try and pull off the 2v1 situation. Oh, the Gibby, he can't hit these shots at the moment. He gets taken down, and it will be Reply Totem Esports who come in with the win in the end game. Another team surprising us in this game number 2, but what a performance it was from Flavor of the Month and Noth to put up such a huge effort in the end game.
Yeah, Totem Esports just had a great position for that final circle, and I think Flavor of the Month, they recognised that. They portaled in early, they tried to get some shots down, but unfortunately for them, Kick looked straight towards them and unfortunately took them out of the game. Gambit did their best to try and get involved, see if they could pick up the win, but ultimately it was just the positioning from Totem Esports and some incredible shots at the end to ensure they picked up the victory there, Mark.
Yeah, amazing stuff in our game number 2. I tell you what, EMEA is full of surprises today in our playoffs. We're going to throw it back to Kate and Tom now to break it down because there's a lot to talk about.
There is a lot to talk about for sure, not just the little tickle line from Gaskin there, bringing it in for the zone. That was impressive, and I will say if there's one thing we've learned from this game number 2, it is that you can never sleep on the surprise third-party team. Totem Esports just taught us that in spades.
You have to be aware of what's going on around you, and sometimes it's just good to play it passive-aggressively and wait for your opportunities. Let all the action unfold while you just have your spot and keep the zone towards your back, slowly, methodically moving in. But what great tracking do we have? And then also we had some players switching. I believe it was Hardecki going off the Octane, going on back over to Wraith to give them a little bit more utilization. And you can see how important those portals are to go and make sure that you're going from, say, the top of a roof and sorting factory over towards the side. That got him a couple extra placement points and some kills along the way as we take a look at some really nice third-party view of what Noth was trying to do. And unfortunately, those EVA 8 shots just weren't connecting all the way, or he could have stood a chance to try to win this 2v1. You can see Amaz is fairly weak, Sharp is fairly weak, and there it is. The Gibby shield just is a little too strong. The massive shots connect, and both those players, even though they're a little weak, they both collapse at the same time, and that's the key there.
And that is the key there for certain. And I will say that it was really fascinating. You heard the casters exclaim, we did the same thing over, in a production chat. Nobody saw that coming. But of course, to your point, you got to keep your head on the swivel. You got to work the angles here. And I got to say, a final zone like that is remarkable. And it seems to me, Tom, that this is something that only experience can give you.
No doubt about it, because you see all the little nooks and crannies that everyone's trying to play, especially when we had the listening right there. And they're like, all right, we're in zone, we're not in zone. Let's go and take this fight while we have the opportunity. And I was really impressed with the way that Navi was playing numerous times. So we'll see what they were able to do in terms of kills, points, etc. on the leaderboard, what's coming up very shortly. But I've loved the listen-ins that we've had so far. It's great to get in the minds of the players, try to figure out exactly what they're thinking. And sorting factory zones are a blast to watch. They're a blast to play. I love those zones. There's a lot of different areas and there's a lot of room for outplays, and we saw that right there in game number 2.
We did indeed. Well, let's take a look at that one more time here and break down as our game number 2 comes to an end, going into our game number 3. Talk to me about how we started things off here, Tom, because Alliance really brought the pain.
Definitely, and Alliance comes through with the experience, and you can see with the Death Totem, the aggressive play is what you want to do. You want to go through and almost be sent back to your Death Totem. And if you're able to get the knocks while you're still in little ghost mode, that's even better. So Alliance, yes, they're taking it and they're trying to get aggressive, take these fights. But right now, there's a lot of other teams that are collapsing. Third parties are starting to happen. As we take a look at what Navi was able to do, they make their way all the way down to this blue truck where it's pretty common for the zone to end down there. I had a feeling it was going to possibly pull down there, but it ended up going a little bit more over towards that north-hand side. But they made a rotation from on top of the bridge down to the blue truck, all the way back around again, and just fell a little bit short because they were taking so many fights over towards that low ground that it made their rotation just that much more difficult. But what a job by both these players on Reply Totem Esports coming through and making sure they double team Noth at the same time, because I had a feeling Noth was going to try to win that 2v1, and he was very close to doing so.
Oh man, there was a lot of teams that's one of the best parts about Apex, I feel like, and Battle Royales in general, is that there's a lot of teams that could win. And we definitely were thinking, I mean, we had that POV of the Flavor of the Month. We saw Na'Vi do their business. We saw Gambit be incredibly aggressive, and yet here Totem comes seemingly out of nowhere to surprise us all with a true masterclass, to be sure. Let's take a look. Actually, we've already got game number 2 down here, Tom. But let's take a look at what you guys have been saying on Twitter, because you've been talking up a storm. You've been excited. We're excited. And let's take a look at what we've got. So many tweets coming. You guys have been so busy already. Oh, come
He's
on,
back.
Pat. Cinnamon!
Or she, I don't know. Cinnamon's back, though.
They're back! They have a crush on Pathfinder. Oh, she had Kate Sparkly the Jacket. You know what? Look at, guys, I had to bring the heat. I had to bring the wardrobe heat for this playoff for their EMEA Super Regional. Got excited, and if Cinnamon approves, that's all I need to hear. There you go. Marty the Fozzie. Wow, okay. These are some... Guys, I don't know what the deal is, but you have some fantastic Twitter handles for sure. Action continues, and yes, it does. Good luck to all the teams. That's awesome. But also make sure if you're a fan of one of our teams, use those hashtags. Thank you so much for joining us, though, Marty.
One of my favorite parts of this little tweet game is what kind of derp faces can we make? What are we going to be frozen on?
There should probably be an entire derp-faced gallery. I'm certainly starting to aggregate my own here. Self-isolation so much more bearable with ALG's Winter Circuit. Oh, you know what? 3D printed Apex Legends items. What?
That's impressive.
Look at you.
I thought that was a koozie for a second, but then I realized it's an actual cell. So very nicely, very nicely done. Also, if you can't get an heirloom, build one.
Perfect. By the way, Fitness Addict No Skill Gamer, man, you have quite the bevy of interest. I absolutely love it. Okay, pizza. Okay, now I'm just. It might be 9:30 where I am, but gosh, that pizza looks delicious. Global Series cannot be hotter right now. Oh, South Africa! Thank you so much for watching. This is so great.
That's awesome. Appreciate the love coming in from South Africa, and also. Everyone knows when we're hungry because that's when the food tweets start coming in.
Oh, they do. And it's sick, sad, and wrong, but I love it. Watching the EMEA while making some homemade pizza. Come on! Guys! Although, Zimbabwe, well done. I'll give you that one. Well done. There's some pizza going on over in our African continent here. This is awesome.
I mean, Apex and pizza, maybe a little monster on the side. Doesn't get much better than that.
It does not get much better than that. That's right there. That's a good little Sunday or Monday, wherever you are located. Here we go. That's delicious. Wonderful. Hey, make sure you guys follow us at Play Apex on Twitter. Use that hashtag ALGS. What you just saw, those fancy lads and lasses, well, they got themselves 1,000 Apex coins, and so could you. There's that. How about them apples? Hey, you know what? Speaking of things you could also do, we actually have been talking about, Tom, we've been talking about this show and these matches as a masterclass in Apex legendary, if you will. Now's the time to get ready to take some notes. Get that piece of paper out with that pen. Get your computer out because Balan G from Third Impact was going to teach us a few things. Take a look.
I would describe my style of play as calculated and methodical. If you're really smart and you think about what you do, you can have a very good success rate.
Lightman 1, I'm destroying them!
My name is Sebastian Eketrap. In-game I go by Balong, and this is how you play like a pro. The legend I main is Gibraltar. He's probably one of the strongest characters in the current competitive meta. His gun shield makes you the best 1v1 character ever with a Mastiff in your hand, and your dome shield allows you to save your teammates and make a lot of crazy plays happen. He's such a good character for fighting. He's very strong in fights overall, and the current meta revolves a lot around fighting in my opinion. I got the life now.
You're so good at this game.
So in this clip we're in a 2v3. My teammate's calling out that one guy is pushing on the right side, so I decide to take the 1v1 because I'm a Gibraltar and I should always have a big advantage in a 1v1 with a Mastiff. After that I'm peeking with my Mastiff, trying to just deal as much damage as I can, and I end up in a 1v1 where I actually make a mistake by pushing out a bit too aggressive, but luckily I managed to clutch up in the end. So Gibraltar really shines in Mastiff fights because his gun shield, even though it absorbs 50 damage, but let's say someone hits you for 100 with a Mastiff, it won't deal any damage to you, it will absorb 100 damage because it's still only one shot. So you have a really big HP advantage in a Mastiff fight, where you're just insane.
I'm just so much better!
Our preferred drop spot on World's Edge is Epicenter and Servicamp. We've been dropping there for over a year I think now, and we've been fighting any team that tries to land there in the EU region. So it's really important to have a preferred drop zone so you know the ins and outs, the best way to loot it, the best rotations, and you just learn a lot more. I would not recommend random dropping because you have to learn on the fly and you're gonna be a lot slower compared to a team that knows how to set everything up, optimize the loot paths and the rotations. Keeping your mental health in check is really, really important because you play way better when you're happy, and I've said that's a super big mistake that a lot of people can do. They just grind and grind and grind without thinking, and they'll end up burning themselves out. I take breaks from time to time. I think it's really important. My message to anyone that wants to go professional in Apex, I would say if you believe you can do it and if you want to do it, you should do it, but you also have to be honest with yourself.
Well, he is teaching us things every day. The first thing, though, Tom, he taught me, his gamer tag's pronounced Ballong, not Balongi, as I definitely pronounced it before. So 100%. And great message about mental health. Great instincts when it comes to the Mastiff and those Gibby plays. I mean, awesome. Tom, what did you think of Ballong's little tips there he just gave us?
I love it. Everything that was, broken down was perfectly executed. I even love when he talks about the little mistake that he made by just kind of overextending and taking a little damage over towards the side when they're fighting in the train cart. But optimization is a key word, and I'm going to start putting that into my vocabulary because it's so true in terms of getting your landing spot, getting your routes down, making sure that you have your loot path down correctly, because the faster your loot path, the faster you're going to be able to rotate, and you need to get down these rotations so you can figure out what the best rotations are. Where are you going to meet resistance? Where is it going to be free? And how fast can you move into the zone and kind of find out what type of team you are? Third Impact is the type of team that if they're going to land Epicenter and Survey, we saw in the beginning of game number 2, they went all the way back to Refinery and took a fight back there. That's something that is very common for these teams that land there. Someone that does that in North America, a little team named Complexities. We take a look at these overall leaderboards.
Here we do indeed. Absolutely. Now, Totem with a commanding nice 6-point lead up against a number 2 flavor of the month in Gambit. These 3 teams we just saw in our final circle who, I believe, actually, Gambit may not have been in our final circle, but definitely always a contender here. This is the scary lobby you're looking at. Now, remember, the magic number is 50. Magic number is 50.
And they're close.
So they're close, man. They are close. We'll see what happens in our next game numero trace.
It's coming up super soon too, but keep in mind that once they get to 50 points, they have to actually win the game. They have to be that final team in the final circle to be your champion.
Exactly right. Get 50, next game they have to win. And there we are there. Well, hey, listen, we are going to be heading to our casters for our game number 3, but first, let's take a listen to an important message about mental health.
Hold tight. We'll be back in 3 minutes. This month is what it comes down to. The last chance qualifiers of the season are upon us in April. Don't miss back-to-back weekends of action, where the best FIFA pros continue their journey for a chance to make it to the FIFA Global Series playoffs. For more information, visit futchampions.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 3 of our EMEA Finals of the Winter Circuit. We got the playoffs, and boy, it has been a great day of Apex action so far. As we're taking a look at the overhead map. Beautiful new spectator mode. Girl is going to show us exactly where each team is going to land.
Absolutely, and we're going to jump on with 7, 8, 9 as they loot Fragment West. They've been looting Fragment West for the whole tournament so far. And we can take a look at the map on the top left. So the zone is going to end between tree, launch site, and sorting factory. Somewhere maybe in the middle or more over to tree or launch site. We'll see later on. But it's not going to be very good for refinery, Skyhook, trials teams. It's going to be a long way for them to go, but it's going to be great for tree, launch site, dome, Lava City, anywhere along those lines. So any of your favorite teams landing on that side of the map, you better be cheering for them. Hopefully they can get those quick rotations in. And for teams like Alliance, where they drop thermal, they're maybe not going to be happy with it because they may not be able to get as many fights as they want to, but we'll see. We'll take a look.
Teams on the south side of that find themselves in a good spot. Meanwhile, we've seen a lot of early engagements here between Flying Camels fighting early on over in Skyhook, and it looks like they want the same thing. They've won the last 2 fights. They're looking good on the initial, of course, with Octane, as you'd expect in a more aggressive team here. We'll see if they come out on top yet again in this initial fight over in Skyhook, girl.
Yeah, Flying Camels throughout the tournaments have been really great at 50-50s. They're very confident in their gameplay and their teamwork. Plus, they have a Horizon. We don't see Horizon too much in tournaments, but Horizon is going to excel in any place with a lot of buildings like Skyhook. So Horizon is definitely giving them an advantage. They can get to the top of the roof in 1 instant. They also have the Octane to do kind of the same thing. They can get into a team fight very, very quickly. We're going to see Atrocity climb a really cheeky spot in this building. See if he can get a peek inside the window here.
That's right. I believe they're going up against 4Gang. And yes, as I say that, they are. This is the same team they've been fighting almost every single game. Has not been a fun game for 4Gang, and it looks like Flying Camels will draw first blood again, giving them a 3v2 opportunity. We'll see if they'll go. They're obviously going to try and go for the squad wipe ideally, but if you're 4Gang, you're just trying to survive, recover the banner, get a quick res in. By the way, you're going to kind of be slow on your rotation, not going to be a great spot. Meanwhile, Australis against Third Impact on the north side of the map. And guess what? Third Impact proves, hey, this is our spot. We heard it from Badlong in that interview, that Play Like a Pro segment. We've been dropping here for a year. That's not going to change with some Middle East or Africa team coming through and trying to contest. TI comes out on top.
Flying Camels has been able to take out 2 out of 3 members. And they are chasing. They're chasing. Octane is such a great character to get that chase in. His ultimate jump pad is the perfect utility to chase down a single enemy. And they get row. So there's 2 teams that have been eliminated. Flying Camels doing great with their 3 kill points, as well as Third Impact. I really loved the Play Like a Pro from Balong. He's just such a wise man. I have not known. I really appreciated that segment from him.
Agreed. Now, they're going to have a pretty far rotation coming all the way from Skyhook. Same thing with Third Impact from the north side of the map. A south zone, slightly southwest. We'll see where it ends up pulling, but similar zone to what we saw last game, actually, where we saw a Sorting Factory finish. I don't think it'll pull Sorting Factory 2 games in a row, but we'll keep a close eye on that ring. But to the point made earlier, yeah, certainly teams like Alliance dropping Thermal Station, Fenerbahce dropping Tree, Totem dropping Launch Site. That's pretty big because this actually might be a game where Totem, if they can place top 3 and get a few kills, they'll lock up a match point opportunity. So a lot of these teams dropping on the south side of the map, Gambit and Sorting Factory, Flavor of the Month in Lava City, find themselves in a really good spot here. I've liked the consistency so far out of Totem and Flavor of the Month. Now, it looks like it's going to be top dogs that find themselves in Harvester looking to maybe potentially pick a fight here, but every team is just kind of picking their own real estate, finding the best spot to post up.
Yep, and as we see here, some of the buildings have already been taken. So these teams that we're looking at, they've secured their spots that they want. Cooler, Navi. There's not going to be many fights mid-game because they have some of the best spots so far, but teams that are on the edge zone, like New Esports and Harvester. New Esports really likes to fight in Harvester, and take a look here. Another Spitfire. Spitfire has been one of the most consistent, one of the best guns we've been seeing pros use along this tournament. And here we have with post-kill on the Caustic. They have a really nice comp. Caustic, Crypto, and Wraith. We'll see if they can pull this push off.
And New Esports drops countdowns. No surprise that they continually go through Harvester as their rotation path. They've practiced that time and time again in scrims and in games, and that's a rotation path that works out well for them. Harvester obviously plays out well for them as well because they're playing with Caustic, so ability to leverage Caustic barrels, post up, make sure if any team pushes you have the advantage, works out well. Despite the Caustic buffs, we're still seeing a few Caustics, not as many in EU as we saw in North America. Only 2 Caustics this game, actually. 18 Gibraltars, 10 Bloodhounds, 14 Wraiths, and a lot more Crypto here in EU or EMEA than we saw previously. Meanwhile, Alliance again with the aggression.
And he comes in with the stick. IPN gets the stick off. He's going to do some massive damage here. He takes out 1 off of Fenerbahce. His team will be able to come through on that jump pad that they had before. He gets the silence off, so the Octane won't be able to use any of his abilities. His teammates are going in. Vice, Hawkus are going to have to clean this up. But Vice is actually back here. They actually retreated off, and I'm not sure if they got the finish in that fight. So
And I think they got 1 of the KP at least on Fenerbahce, I believe. So I think it was IPN who was able to finish that one. So I think that gives them an opportunity if they want to take this fight again. They know they have a 3v2. They know they have a numbers advantage. Numbers are everything. As long as you trade shots and hit your shots, you will come out on top, even if you trade downs. And expect Alliance to try and play aggressive, I think, again, for that 3v2 fight. Meanwhile, switching over to Scars, who actually this game, I don't believe dropped Overlook. If I saw correctly, it was actually NCD who dropped in Overlook. And I'm not sure where exactly Scars dropped, but it must have been somewhere on the north side of the map. They find themselves in Fragment on that rotation where they typically rotate through. And early couple poke and fights over across Fragment, trying to level up their Evo shields. They might actually take this one, girl.
they might actually take this one indeed. Mandy with the snipers. Mandy has always excelled with especially the snipers. Obviously excellent player overall, but he's one of our favorite sniper players in these tournaments in the winter circuit, as we can see here. RPR is trying to look for the team that was here earlier, but doesn't have eyes on them quite yet. They may actually opt to craft inside the zone. The zone won't do too much damage, so they will have the resources to craft some batteries, medkits, whatever they need in that crafting.
Yeah, I think it's Third Impact that's nearby, so this will be a big fight. Scars versus Third Impact fight early on, taking out a couple top teams here. It's a good perspective from a man T-squared in our chat here, saying the zone looks like it might be ending by the curved tree branch / root over at tree, so pulling further south will be this zone most likely. We'll see if that comes to fruition here. But last ring pulled over towards Sorting Factory. This one looks to be pulling even further south as now. We got Nags alongside Badoli, former member of Alliance, rotating out. Members of NCD, we got Third Impact nearby, we got Scars nearby, some heavy-hitting teams all slow to rotate, playing edge, which is what you'd expect for Bloodhound team comps.
Yeah, Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins, they got in through the last chance qualifiers. Ollie's a good friend of mine, so I hope they'd end up doing well in the tournament. Now we're jumping on with Flying Camels here. We saw them get their kill points earlier on, but can they make it deep into the tournament? Can they secure themselves a high placement, a win, for example, because they've been racking up some kills throughout the tournament?
I'm just glad you said the full NCD team name out loud on broadcast. I'm a happy man now. I can sleep easy. Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins. Say that 10 times fast. I dare you, any of our casters here now, but awesome stuff from that squad. Dolphin, T-Dolphin, of course, the coach of TSM over in the States from Denmark, actually flew over and played in North America for online tournament #1. But look at this, New Esports find themselves in a fight. They're actually going to get taken out completely, wiped by NCD. So the team we've been talking about, they play with aggression. We know G-Dolphin certainly knows how to play this game. These are 3 great individuals. Badoli, who played with Alliance for a while, knows to play aggressive. Nags, a great controller player from the UK. And there you have it. NCD takes out our winners of game #1 in New Esports. Great job from them.
That was a very clean wipe by them too. They used the arc stars perfectly so that they either move into the arc stars or they run with their backs open towards them, and it was just the cleanest and fastest team wipe. And that's what you want in these tournaments, because you can never get third-partied, and if you do get third-partied, you're just in another 3v3 situation you're going to be confident and comfortable in. So very well done by them. Now we're moving on to Na'Vi. So Na'Vi's overlooking Harvester right now. They may be trying to gatekeep or try and pick off teams that are going to end up rotating in. But it seems like they don't have eyes on anyone just yet.
Messi finds himself getting attacked by a thermite, but they're in a really good high position. Should be able to reset here. Looks like actually Matey's actually trying to drop a rift. Not sure if they like the position, and that rift's not going to take them too far, as there's teams all around. They don't want to risk pushing out. They realize, hey, this is actually a pretty good spot here. Let's stay put for now. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, one of the many teams that are putting some pressure on them. We're to Third Impact. Third Impact find themselves in an engagement early on where we saw NCD earlier, and I believe we got a listen in with Third Impact. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with TI.
Okay, public back on bridge.
Okay.
Wait.
Come to us, come to us, come to us.
I can't.
Let's go, they're fighting, Wait.
Fucking dead slide.
Just play this ramp on me.
I'm dropping down.
Okay.
I think he can come and get me. Wait, let me
You're not in there.
Wait, it's a solo guy here. He's trying to first.
Hit him 140!
You can rest me, you can come and rest me, come and get me.
I cracked one, knocked one.
I need to
One
queue.
more.
I'm queuing the bottom.
Can you come to me?
Yep, I'm coming. I need to heal.
It's only zone
It's only
2.
one.
Yep.
Just give you one.
Yeah, just come to us, Jess, if you can.
Okay. I mean, I'm just playing. They dropped on their team. Two of them. They're gonna loot and then come. You need to. I mean, they see your bubble. They're gonna try and AP you.
I'm not public.
They're fine. They're getting shot by another team. They're stuck in this corner, I think. One's still up top though. Okay. They ulted.
Fucking bloodhound. Hit him like a bit.
Should I bubble or something?
I think you need to bubble to get out, and then we play over here.
We can probably take top because they don't have top, bro.
There's only one up top. It's one up top. They jumped up. They jumped up. Care. It's two up top.
Okay. Just play lower. Play lower. Play lower.
Okay. I'm popping a medkit now.
We have scan on this bottom, bro. Like we wanna have scan on this bottom.
There's a team.
You sure?
They're queued up. They just. Yeah.
They're holding gas now.
Yeah, they're spam needed.
They're dropping.
They might have seen you.
Wait. I ulted.
I'm bobbing bat.
Yeah. You good, Jess?
I just got headshot by a ticket across map.
Fucking, we can't really get to
I'm
it.
dead to fulfillment. Just play yourselves.
We need to get the fuck out. They're gonna drop.
Yeah.
Take TP. I need to take it back. Take it back.
They're gonna drop at some point as well because it's an ape team.
Just go other side, I think. Maybe we go this side.
Yeah, there were people sniping them on the other side, so they can't be good, really. Okay, they have Octane, they can drop whenever they want.
Yeah.
They dropped, I think.
Armor swap.
There you have it. Good perspective from Third Impact. This is one of the craziest Harvester fights I have ever seen. 4 or 5 teams nearby, but unfortunately for Third Impact, they survive for a little while after Bodlong gets taken out. They get the revive, able to survive, but finally, eventually, the pressure from other teams nearby, Na'Vi and the like, proves to be too much. Meanwhile, Fenerbahce takes out Totem in the elimination feed, but Sharp's still alive. It looks like Totem's out of this one. That's huge. Totem, your first place team, eliminated alongside Third Impact and a few others. It has been absolute madness here, girl.
It has been, and Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins, they're keeping their ground. They kept the high ground the whole time. They found the angles that they needed to take out 2 members of Third Impact. And unfortunately, Third Impact is out now. But moving on to Magicians. They're near the tree area and it's actually pulling towards Sorting Factory and the bridge. So they've got a little ways to go. They are near the zone for now, but they're going to have to make a big rotation later on. Alliance holding Harvester. They're also going to have to move later on as well. We have got 30 seconds until the zone moves in. They do have the Revenant ultimate, but it's going to be really dangerous with so many teams around them right now that if they use the Revenant ultimate, another team will take advantage and walk right up on top of them. So they've got to be very cautious about that, and they're just going to play it as if they don't have a Revenant right now.
That's right. We still have Flavor of the Month alive, Alliance alive. It looks like we have an almost near identical zone to what we saw last game. Another Sorting Factory finish here. This time Totem is not alive and well, but Flavor of the Month still in it. Currently on board with Alliance. They're going to get detected by the drone of the Crypto here. Interesting stuff from Alliance, and they're going to have to make a rotation momentarily. Excited to see how they decide to rotate. They, of course, do have the ability to leverage the Octane jump pad if they wanted to, but that's going to make them kind of flying ducks. So they got to be a little cautious on this rotation here, girl.
Yeah, if they do use the jump pad, there will be so many teams around that may just beam them out of the air. So they've got to do it at an unexpected time where people aren't focused directly on them. Hopefully when another team fights or something, that'll sway the attention off of them and they'll be able to make that rotation. But unfortunately, without that Wraith portal, it's just the rotations are going to be tough. They may have to opt to fight one of the teams underneath them or around them here.
Yeah, so Alliance and so many other teams, NCD, just like you said, girl, all near Harvester are going to have to make this rotation. I believe Cooler is actually in the snake building right in front of them. So this will be an interesting fight on these teams rotating through. Cooler will be trying to capitalize on kill points if they can. Here they are actually on board now with Cooler. This will be interesting. They know that they're going to have 2 or 3 teams on the rotation. They're going to see if they can get as much damage as possible on these teams. And actually an ultimate's going to be dropped here. These teams are fighting each other. Cooler's going to try and capitalize if they can.
Really nice spray by Surdell here with the Volt. And why not take a look and see what their comms are like as they decide to third-party this or get some of these frags.
I have Pod. I'm gonna Pod on them.
Do it. They don't have GB bubble.
You have to Q this, though. KLOS as well from behind you.
Big nade, maybe? No, it's a miss.
I'm gonna take it back.
Yeah.
Yo, the Octane.
I took it.
Finishing him. All dead. Okay, go back. People want our shit, so play the whole down.
Yeah, play safe. Good job. Oh, dude, they got so griefed. They got hella fucking griefed, dude. They got double EMP, double Gibby ultimate.
It's because they're playing Revenant. No one wants to play near them, or they like everybody. Pushing me. I'm with you. He's gone back. I did some damage to him.
Out here. There's a team behind them.
Watch this. Yeah, team behind the building. They put the bubble outside the bubble. I'm with you.
There's a solo behind them over here.
Doing damage in the horizon. Nice. Crypto down. Nice. On our roof. Careful. They're gonna try to fight.
They also give you.
Can they reset on that hill?
They're resetting right now underneath. The team on, we gotta let the team on roof push them.
Yeah. Okay. They can angle it from the north, man. They're not doing it.
Yo, look at me. Maybe I can get shots on them.
Yeah, they're rezzing right now.
They're rezzing.
They're getting angles. The other team's killing them.
They just bubbled. I had angles on them.
They're full sending them. Don't go out.
TP.
Yeah. I gotta heal. On me. I'm down.
Get back inside.
I'm gonna be safe. You're good.
You rest. I'm healing.
No more bats.
They're getting cracked
as soon as you res. No more bats. Maybe even ulti at far side. Maybe shoot the far barrel, Nast.
Yeah, you gotta rebarrel.
I'm. Don't worry.
Oh my god.
Barrels on this side is broken.
Here, you can take this for caustic gold.
Okay. I'm 62%. I'm going to rebar this door. Hold on 1 second. Okay, we're all safe now. All barrels are fine. Yeah. We can't full send outside like that. Holy shit. I had the call 3P. So
Yeah. No, it's fine. Obey didn't do anything to them. That's unfortunate.
Of course, they gas again. Just hold on where we are now, Yuki. Don't go deep. Okay. The zone isn't on.
Listen. Team here, team above, and team on our building. Okay. The team on our building might get fucked.
Careful, Yuki. Yeah, I got that light.
Listen, get ready to caustic gas them, okay, Yuki? I can EMP their bubble.
Yeah.
They're playing out here, all 3.
Outside, yeah. That's fine. On height. Octane one. Shooting him.
Crack the range.
Give me one. Kill the Gibby when the bubble's gone. Kill them when the bubble's gone. Yeah. He's playing behind the shield. Gibby walls on Gibby, guys. Give me down. I have 15 energy only. No.
Can you loot down?
No, it's not safe.
We have to
There's
clear
an enemy on
bottom
top.
so we
There's
can
an
play
enemy on
bottom.
top.
I only have a shotgun, guys.
Fighting here. 2 teams, 1 team, 3 teams up top, 1 team underneath. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I have an ult Excel. Anyone need it?
No.
And another brilliant listen in here in EMEA as we get to hear from Cooler how they decide to play here. Looks like they'll be playing for low ground. They recognize there's way too much traffic on the high ground. It's not worth fighting for. So expect Cooler to play this low ground girl, but great things coming through as we hear from Nasky, the general himself.
Yeah, it's amazing to see all the information that they have to process in such a short amount of time because they are playing crypto. They have so much information. 3 teams up top, 2 teams down here, 1 team in the sky, 1 team. No, I'm just kidding. But those comms were super, super great. And the fact that Yuki hasn't used his Caustic ultimate just shows how patient that they've got to be playing the Caustic. But oh my goodness. Gambit actually going down to 789, and 789 are getting third-partied by Na'Vi, so that's 2 teams out. There's only 3 squads left in this 3rd game.
That's right, third-party central. When you have 3 or 4 teams on high ground like that, they're bound to fight each other. As soon as that first fight ensues, another team's going to capitalize. But here we go, Na'Vi with high ground in a very good position here to make it increasingly difficult for Cooler, who's going to have to make this rotation. They're going to heal up, and they're going to have to go. And no Gibraltar on this Cooler squad, so they're not going to have any cover. It's going to be a brutal rotation for Cooler with 3 squads remaining, but they find a way to sneak out. Yuki's got to be a little bit careful here. And it's just a matter of time. Na'Vi, in my opinion, currently the best positioned team to win this game, but we got Magicians nearby as well.
Magicians right down below. Na'Vi has angles on them. Wow, he puts him down to 1 HP, actually taking Maliwan down over here. That's 2 down from Magicians. Magicians isn't going to survive for much longer, so it's going to be Na'Vi against Cooler. There's still 1 left alive on Magicians, still 3 squads left remaining. Na'Vi's going to jump down, try and finish off Cooler. Nice shots with the 301 by Max Strafe, and this game is almost about done, and Na'Vi is the champion of Game 3, clearing up both of the squads below. That's got to be a lot of kill points, Fallout.
That's right. Angles for days, and that's the name of the game for Na'Vi. They're able to take their angles so incredibly well from high ground. When you are the last team to the party, last team to the fight on high ground, you're able to maintain control. That's what you get rewarded with. That's what happens. Na'Vi with a perfect execution there, perfect placement, and a massive game. And he took out his former teammate there in Strafey and Dell and the Cooler squad, so they get eliminated. Na'Vi takes home a first place spot, but Cooler, who started this tournament with 9 points, find themselves in a pretty good spot as well, girl. I'm excited to see what happens with the standings here. But that's going to be it for Girl and I. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to our analysts to break it down. Kate and T-Squared, take it away.
Thank you, Girl. Thank you, Fallout. Absolutely wrecked game number 3. Tom, from that crazy harvester, we'll call it a party fight, whatever the nomenclature is, now all the way to Na'Vi pulling it out here at the end. I mean, I feel like the eliminating the angles was kind of the title of this game, and Na'Vi did it very, very well.
Na'Vi did it really well in game number 2 as well, because keep in mind that we had to listen in with them when they were on top of the bridge, and they were doing phenomenal things. A lot of action happens over towards that snake. We saw Cooler inside of the snake holding out all the teams over towards the harvester side, and then great communication from Nasky. That's a big game from Na'Vi. That's a big game from Cooler. I can't wait to see what happens after game 3, because when we look at the leaderboard, we were talking about teams that are getting close to 50. I'm not quite sure if anyone's there quite yet as we take a look at some of these highlights again. The high ground, so important. Once you get that initial damage, they understand the instance. But look at the leading of the shots there from Max Strafe on the player, his former teammate Nasky, making it look easy. These are ridiculous shots coming in. Not easy to do. And again, zero hesitation on when they want to go and push that fight.
Absolutely. And I will say it was really interesting listening in. Of course, GG to Na'Vi, well done for sure. But it was an interesting listen in with Cooler. And I feel like, you know, they say fences don't make good neighbors, right? Doors make better fences, and boy, did they use them there in that snake building. And I feel like that in itself is a master class. I'm curious, Tom, they did some things right, they did some things wrong, Cooler Esports specifically, but in a situation like that where that ring is coming in and you are buttoned down in that building for dear life, no Gibby shield in comparison. What did they do the right thing? I mean, where were they here? Obviously, they got taken down by Na'Vi.
I think one of the big things for Cooler is that they were able to keep their door over towards the harvester side for a really long time. And the way that you do that is you block it, and nobody threw any nades. So the fact that Cooler was able to really just push everybody out. That's all you're looking for. And then they held that building so long until all the teams started to decimate. That was great. But really what Cooler needed to do is just be a little bit more patient with their drone. The problem is Navi was just in too good of a position, and they were Thuman. They just got done third partying over towards the side, and I think it was 789 who wiped out Gambit, doing a really nice job. 789 should not have won that fight. Gambit pushed that for a reason. They had the advantage, but Navi's going to take that any day of the week.
They are indeed, and in fact, they did. Let's take a look at how that interacts with our game number 3 leaderboards. As we all mentioned, you got to get to that magic 50-point threshold to get into match point eligibility. And, well, in the meantime, though, let's take a look at this replay here, Tom. And, oh, my gosh, the carnage. It's just a good thing to watch.
Yeah, so this is the door we were talking about. You can see it finally was blown off, but because of that, they're just backing off and playing the zone. You can see the Gibraltar bubble goes down. They're not able to get all of those finishes, but it's still plenty of damage as Flavor of the Month was holding this little corner and sliver over here. Very similar zone than what we saw before in game number 2. And that's not that surprising. We've seen this in Apex fairly often, especially when you're going in scrims and tournament scenarios, where the zone will pull one way, and then it does that like the game after that, or maybe like 2 games down the road. But look at the aggression coming in from Navi. Zero hesitation, again, complete confidence, and all 3 players on the same page. That's super important.
That is absolutely super important. And those comms we heard earlier for Cooler were definitely that kind of a mentality. They were utilizing that crypto, but Navi did such an incredible job of threading that needle, certainly to the end of that zone, to be sure. I'm you know, at this point, it's all down to the numbers. So let's take a look at those Game 3 results. And as I mentioned, 50. That's the magic number you're all listening to. Magicians know. Everybody else does too. 50. And then once you hit that 50-point threshold, you are going to win the next game, and that becomes the tournament. This is interesting, Tom. I feel like this is this is a lot more balanced than I was expecting. And holy goodness, Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins.
They made their way up there. 9 kills overall, but this is really about Navi and Cooler because these are teams that, again, were on our radar. These are 2 teams that have been just deadly throughout the winter circuit, and you saw the shots coming out from Max Strafe. That is no joke. If he's able to continue to track like that, Navi is going to continue to do really well. And again, they did fairly decent in game number 2 with that sorting factory zone. We saw them picking up a decent amount of kill points along the way. So I'm really excited to see what's up with the overall leaderboard because we know teams are starting to creep up and get to that match point mark, which is 50 points. And again, to reiterate, once you get to 50 points, you have to win the next game. And it is Navi with the closest right now, only 8 points away. They jumped 6 marks up.
That's absolutely true. And I will say that, listen, Navi may be in that number 1 spot, but we have seen time and time again, even as early as yesterday in our North American finals, those teams in 2 through 5, 6, those teams, some of them can have a pop-off game and all of a sudden find themselves match point eligible. So none of these teams we want to sleep on right now. None of these teams aren't deadly in this lobby.
And it's so close, excuse me, that you have to watch out for these teams because that's exactly what NRG did yesterday. And if they're able to just slow the first 2 teams down right now, you never know. We could have 10 teams on match point at any given point in time. But right now, Navi's focused on not only getting these 8 points, but making sure that they're continuing to play the way that they are. And they have to slow play things and stay off the kill feed. We saw yesterday Solafide had an early match point. They were the only team for maybe 1 or 2 games when CLG joined them, and I think in game number 5. But once they showed up on the kill feed, both of the teams, when there was 3 teams left, stopped what they were doing, said, okay, let's create a little peace treaty, and then go take out Solafide. And it's completely within the rules. People want the tournament to go on. If the team is about to win the tournament, you would think that you want to take them out together. That's just the way the cookie crumbles.
It is absolutely, and it's certainly the marks on your head. What is that called? The
X on your back.
You know what I'm talking about? That's the one, exactly. So, but definitely some strategy here going into our game number 4. But let's take a look at what you've been saying on the tweeters. We got some tweets from fans, and we've already heard and seen people from all over the globe watching this ALGS championship. So excited to see more of that. Me and my online classes yet watching. Multitasking. I see. So excited. I love Apex Legends. Okay, well done. Stay at school, but like, you know, good job.
Yeah, right. Oh, it's like you're writing things down and all of a sudden you like accidentally write down sorting factory. It's like, whoops, oh, all right.
Harvester party. Anyway, yes, Rigo Loki says hello. Oh, there we go. Nice little cat time. Community afternoon coffee with the Elgis Broadcast. Oh, well, hello to you and hello to Loki. Great name for a cat, by the way.
Hello, Loki. We're probably going to see Kate's cat very soon.
We saw him a couple times yesterday, unbeknownst to me. Watching the ALG stream with my doggo, Lev from Switzerland. Hey, we love you guys too. This is awesome. Love that picture-in-picture. Thanks so much for joining us here on the screen. And remember, if you want to be part of this broadcast, we'd like to showcase you in everything that you say and do. Go ahead and follow us at PlayApex on Twitter. Use that hashtag ALGS. And then 1,000 Apex coins to you. Hey, speaking of, we wanted to know earlier who in the EMEA Super Regional you have your eye on, and we're going to check in with that poll right now. We want to see if your opinions change. This is a dynamic poll. It's pulling from all of our different chats and Twitters. Nessie, there it is. What is up, friends? That's how we do.
I wonder if Cooler's stock is going to continue to rise after a decent game. Na'Vi should probably continue to rise as well. But what's up with the Nuggets and the Crumpets and the Flying Camels and 1907 Fenderbach? Let's give these guys some love. Third Impact Magicians, Flavor of the Month, Australis. Hey, let's boost them up a little bit. Let's get some hype in the chat.
That's right. We know they've got fans. Make sure you check out this. Take a screenshot, do your print screen, whatever it is you need to do. Take out your phone. These are the hashtags. Use them in our Twitch chat. Use them in YouTube live chat. Use them on our Twitters. They will all aggregate into this very popular vote. Let's give them as Tom mentioned. Today is one of those days. As Tom mentioned, we've got a lot of great teams here. You are the reason for the season, so get your popular vote in. Vote early, vote often, have some fun, and give some love to some of these teams. They have made it through a slog just to even get here, so we want to make sure that they are enjoying themselves. Tom, is there anything left you got to say before we head on over to game number 4?
Let's go. Game number 4. Someone's got to slow down Na'Vi before they win this thing.
Sounds like a plan. Over to our casters, but first, take a look at this.
The Winter Circuit playoffs will be back in 3 minutes.
De fightar! 2 knocks! Nice! Knocks! Ett lag kvar! Han QR! Det är nice try, det är nice try! Back alltså, du måste ta line där alltså. Ja, men de båda... Du måste bara chilla.
Do you have nade?
Yes, I'm nading it now. They're pushing. I stuck one.
But it is low.
Blow down. Knock one. Nice. Hey, bubble. No, you don't.
I'm hiding.
Play behind me. Play behind me.
We need to push this.
He's alone. He's alone.
Cracked. No. Nice. Good job.
Fucking go, guys.
Nice. Good job.
We're not ever let up keep that fuck it.
Hey guys, Rain Day here talking about my favorite laptop right now, the Lenovo Legion 7i. The thing I love about this the most is that it's a gaming PC. It's a beast of a gaming PC, but I can take it anywhere, whether I'm at home, whether I'm out getting my coffee at my favorite coffee shop, or whether I'm even on the beach in beautiful San Diego where I live. This thing is the perfect laptop for people who want to be a little more subtle, but also get their game on. That's why it's my everyday carry.
Welcome back, Apex family. It's time for game number 4, and this is where the playoffs start to get interesting. We have our match point format, and Dan, there's a couple of teams now very, very close to that 50-point threshold, and Na'Vi are the team leading the way.
And I just saw the poll there. The actual highest prediction for when these finals would finish was going to be 4 games. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. No one is on match point yet, but Na'Vi are very close, only 8 points away. If we go off the fact that we've already seen 2 20-plus point games today, I'd say about 5 teams have the chance this game to get onto match point if they have one of those big games that we've already seen. But of course, that is going to be a difficult task, and maybe we're going to start to see some of those teams lower end of the leaderboard start to pick up the pace a little bit.
Well, we'll take a look at the points and scoring just to remind you all of how it works. If you don't know by now, then I'm sure if you are someone who's been watching for a while, they'll get you up to speed very, very quickly. But essentially, first place is where you secure 12 points, and you can see the corresponding points going down by placement, and 1 additional kill point will be added to your score per kill. So kills are absolutely vital at this point for the chasing pack. For those teams that are at the top, though, Dan, placement should get them over that 50-point threshold.
Yeah, that's all Na'Vi should really be focusing on this point, is just getting to the latter stages of this game, ensuring that they get those placement points, and not focusing too much on kills. It can be very tempting to chase after them, but if you put yourself in a vulnerable situation, you could get 6 kills at the start of the game, not get the placement, and you still won't be on that match point. So they need to be thinking a little bit more intelligently about where they're rotating, where they're going to position themselves in this game. And maybe as we start to see teams get closer to match point mark, we might see a few composition changes. We've seen Cryptos kind of change in and out. We've seen Gibraltar's being added to the mix. The majority of the lobby have a Gibraltar, and I think it's very much needed. Those bubbles are so important.
Yeah, one thing I'm a little bit surprised at, just looking at the leaderboards at the moment, is seeing Alliance down in 17th position. They haven't done a huge amount of damage in comparison to some of the other teams in the lobbies as well. When you're playing that Revenant Octane composition, you would expect to see them doing a little bit more damage. We do have an opportunity to look at where that beacon is going to be lighting up as well, and you can see Lava Fissure, Countdown, Train Yard, and Staging, all POIs that are going to be involved towards this endgame.
Yeah, the east side of the map not getting much love so far today. It does seem like World's Edge and the west side seems to be very favourable. 789 again in the early stages here, just looting up, and we'll probably have a little gander around to see if they can pick up some early KP as they've done in previous games. But you are right, we expected a lot of aggression out of Alliance. We thought they were going to be picking up KP, running especially that Revenant combo. But it hasn't just worked out for them. They got griefed very heavily in the previous game. You actually heard Cooler laughing about it in their listening, saying, hey, they just got hit by 2 crypto drones and a Gibby bombardment, and they were getting railgunned. And they laughed. They said that's what you get for playing Revenant. Sometimes people don't like certain compositions going up against them.
So to bring you up to speed with how we're standing at the moment, Na'Vi currently top of the leaderboards, 42 points on the board for them. So 8 points away. The chasing pack, Reply Totem Esports, 38. Flavor of the Month behind them with 33. Cooler, 33. Gambit, 33. 789 on 27. And Fenerbahce with 26. I mean, all of these teams with one big game here could cross that points threshold. And that's an interesting thing for me, because a lot of the time when we see match point format, we see 1 or 2 teams kind of creep over the line. And then, like Tom was saying on the desk, they have that mark on their back. Everyone in the lobby is thinking, if we see them, they have to go. They have to be taken out immediately to give us the opportunity to continue in this tournament. But when 4 or 5 teams get onto match point, we heard it from Rocky yesterday from NRG saying, the lobby changes once again. When there's 4 or 5 teams on match point, all of a sudden you don't get focused. You can play your own game once again, and it's going to be interesting to see if that happens as we roll through these games.
Well, Nessie are starting to make their way in. They were number 1 on your fan poll, so let's have a little listening and see what they're thinking.
There's no armors!
One in my top. He was walking up at me, cracked. Yeah, we bubbled.
Oh my god. I'm coming to this house and running over.
You can keep looting, just keep looting, it's fine.
Yeah, but I don't wanna... Oh my god.
You need to pick up sniper ammo for me. You have
I got some. I got 12.
I have 18 bullets from my...
Yeah, I got 12, bro.
They're in countdown when I'm not looking.
Yes, we just have to get to your house ASAP. I got some more for you. I don't think we can craft it without TP bubble, by the way. I got bullets for you.
Coming over. I didn't even...
Navi's walking up now, taking high.
That's fine, let them...
Well, I'm coming over.
Alright, I'm here. Here, I drop you sniper ammo inside.
Yeah, I got sniper on my PT.
I have a 2x wingman. I'm not happy, but what can I do? You want the 2x, May, or no?
You want to train? Wingman for triple tech?
Yeah,
Guys,
definitely.
where are they?
Here, you have a lot of bullets as well. I don't know right now, I'm not looking.
I don't know, I have to drop back down.
I'm on top, I don't see anyone. Maybe go craft now.
I will
Yeah,
go
dropping
craft, just
sniper-
literally stand on the
sniper-
roof and look for me.
I am
somehow.
on the roof, I am
Dropping
on the roof.
sniper bullets inside.
One team is in this glass door, I think we're fine though. Oh. Shooting me from fucking rock.
Are you not looking at me or not?
I can't, no. I'm armor swapping.
I can kind of stay outside of you here.
Yes, I'm on this side now. I can't stay on the other side. I can't stay on this side either, I think. I can.
One knock.
72.
They're in the open,
in the open.
Someone TP'd on me. Someone TP'd on me.
I don't see them. I'm looking.
It's a solar wraith. They took TP.
Why am I?
Crack crypto. Flash.
We'll jump back into the comms just as the action starts to kick off. It sounded like Nessie were pretty happy with the building that they've managed to get. You can see the zone is pulling towards them. Maybe not the armor situation though, Dan. I get the feeling that particularly Graceful wasn't too happy with what World's Edge was presenting him.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a little bit of damage to try and get those grey armors up to at least blue so they have something to work with. It was Cooler who started to maneuver their way a little bit close by in this building, and there was the possibility of maybe a little fight, but I don't think anyone wants to take it right now because this zone is likely pulling towards them. They've got some fantastic buildings and they should be able to get to that late game if they can continue to hold those spots. But always interesting to see how teams are going to be playing, what they plan to do with the rotation, where they think the zone is going to be pulling, and of course, if they're happy with their loot.
Yeah, only one team been eliminated so far as we jump on board with New Esports, the winner of one of our early games here in the EMEA playoffs. See if they can put some more points on the board. They're currently sat in a fairly good position at the moment as well. Down in 8th place, so fallen off a little bit from what we saw earlier on, but Australis, who haven't had the greatest of starts, currently in 18th place. They're looking to get aggressive here, and when you are down in 18th place, Dan, take some fights. You know what I mean? You've got to turn this tournament around, Australis. Get angry, get in some faces, get some knocks, get some kills.
But at the same time, if you haven't been able to win those fights, you're not going to be oozing with confidence, and you know how good these lobbies are. So you might be thinking, well, actually, perhaps our best chance of getting points here is placement, is trying to rotate, is trying to survive. We are seeing the Rampart in play, though, and that is something I am a big fan of. I love seeing differences in the Legend selection, and maybe this Rampart could do a little bit of damage in the late game with her turret, but I guess we'll see. We'll find out.
We're going to jump over to watch Reply Totem Esports at the moment, currently sat in 2nd place. They're 12 points off of crossing that 50-point threshold to put themselves onto match point, so they've got to have a pretty decent game here in this game number 4 to push them over. And they're making an interesting rotation. They're going to be moving to the Snake buildings here in Sorting Factory, and I think they might have just spotted out a team, or at least scoping out a team and making sure that area is safe for them to move up to. Should be, as you can see, a lot of teams have already moved their way across. And this is an interesting rotation for me, really swinging wide onto where that zone is going to be moving. Flavor of the Month now making their rotation as well, moving across towards Harvester. And to be fair to Flavor of the Month, they're currently sat in 3rd position. And you think about zones and where they've got to move. There've been a lot of west zones, and they drop over at Lava City. So they've had a very, very good tournament at the moment, working on some very long rotations and making the most out of bad situations.
They've been doing really well, and it's not only been their 3v3 fights, but it's also the clutch situations when just one of them is left. We saw how close Noth was to winning a 1v2 to actually get them a victory in one of the earlier games. But they are definitely one of the teams I think has the possibility of getting match point in this game if they are able to have a big game. Alongside the likes of Cooler, Gambit, Totem, and Na'Vi, we could all see them getting to match point. And now, Flavor of the Month, they are pushing up. They're looking to get a little bit aggressive here.
Yeah, look who it is again. Hackis is down, and it's Alliance who are on the back foot once more. The team who love to pressurize other teams at the moment are just getting beamed by the 301 and beamed by the flatline here of Taylor as well. I mean, that is a clean wipe. Alliance, I just don't know what's going wrong for them at the moment. It's just one of those days where it seems like everything they're trying is just backfiring.
Yeah, considering they are down in the bottom 4 of the leaderboards, they needed a big game to try and catch up with the rest of the lobby, and it is not going to be this game. Flavor of the Month will happily take that KP. They can now have a little look and scan around to see if anyone else is able to be picked up rotating from this particular area. And it means they get loot. And maybe, you know, this could be the start of their move towards that match point eligibility. And I wonder how many teams we're going to get after this game. I'm pretty certain we're going to find one, Mark. It would be great if we could find two, because of course it would make things very interesting going into that match number 5. But in the moment, we need to see some of these teams who are at the top of the leaderboards just get to the late stages of this game.
See some teams here rotating through Skyhook as well. You can see Fenerbahce Esports. They're set up at the moment, just playing right on the edge of circle, making sure that their back is clear. I'm not sure if they're aware if there's any teams that are just trying to check at the moment. There's no teams that are rotating late, maybe through the ring. Shot's going to be coming in here from Microfibers for Flying Camels. And maybe he is going to become the Flying Camel that he wants to be. You can believe you can be a Flying Camel, you can become the Flying Camel if you've got a jump pad and you're playing as Octane. Unfortunately for him though, his teammate has fallen now. Microfibers is going to have to try and back out. Hits the stim to get that pace boost, and now he's going to be running away towards his teammate who's in all sorts of problems. You can see Fose at the moment in a 1v1. He should be taken down as well. And now it's up to Microfibers. 1v3 situation for him. Not looking good here for Flying Camels.
Yeah, it's not looking very likely, but I have seen camels fly, so you never know. Maybe he can survive here. Has to just dip round this corner, but he's not going to be able to. And that is going to be Flying Camels eliminated. And finally, 4Gang get the upper hand here in Skyhook, but for how long? Because there is another team here and involved.
Skyhook, a very busy place for the last few moments. And looks like it's going to be continuing to be for the next 35 seconds or so. Ultimate Accelerant going to be popped here by the Caustic as well. Just give them the option. Maybe getting that ultimate a little bit sooner than they would have previously. It looks like it won't be available for this fight. Sabron going to get the armor swap now on the Rampart, who isn't going to be too useful in this situation. You can see the third Impactor in a great position, though. They're ahead of both of these teams fighting at the moment. They've managed to out-rotate them. And now if that fight does break down and there's a couple of knocks, they'll have the opportunity to gatekeep and pick up some easy KP should they need to.
And Third Impact, they've been doing a lot of damage in these games, and they've been able to survive to the latter stages. Got a decent amount of kills, 9 kills at the moment. They just need one of those big matches where they get to the final 3 with a lot of KP to push themselves up with the rest of the leaders. Australis, they were having a little look around to see whether that team that was originally contesting them was still going to be looking for a scrap, but it looks like the early rotate is going to be made, but they're going to be walking straight into Third Impact here.
Yeah, this is difficult here, like I'm saying. Third Impact just in such a power position here. By having that slightly quicker rotation, recognizing the opportunity to move forward, now they can hold this team out. And for Australis, unfortunately, they're kind of stuck between a Third Impact and a hot ring. And they're getting pushed from the back by the zone. There is a player in the corner they've got to be careful of as well. Looks like they will pick up at least a KP there onto Road from EGS, but you can see they're just coming under all sorts of fire now. The Gibby bombardment coming down. Third Impact with the portal down as well. Ziki looking to move in, maybe finish off some kills, but recognizing that they didn't get the damage that they initially wanted, so backing out smartly for Third Impact.
Yeah, only going to be that second circle, so it's not going to be too bad in terms of damage you're taking from the ring. As long as they've got meds, they should be able to get out, but it depends which way they go. Third Impact should still be able to wait comfortably for them. Gambit under a little bit of pressure here as well. Hardeki having to bat up, but it looks like the rest of the team were able to take down 303. So Gambit still march on. 16 squads remaining. There is a purple armor there to pick up and probably re-shield if they need it. They are going to have to rotate into this next circle, and you can see pings coming through as they start to consider how they're going to achieve that, Mark. And you've got to be very careful because every route that you can take seems to be covered by the majority of teams at the moment. Everyone's spread out quite a lot in this lobby.
Not having a great game though. You can see he's kill leader of the lobby at the moment. 3 kills to his name for Flavor of the Month, and I think they managed to steal one of those KP away from Gambit in that fight as well. Now they're making their rotation. And it looks like they're going to be safe for that next zone as well. Triple take in the hands of Pierre as well. So he'll be able to do some damage and also clear out the route for their rotation. Speaking of which, let's jump into the comms now. Flavor of the Month. They're currently feeling really good in this game. They've got KP on board as well. Let's see what the comms are like.
Det är viktigt att du håller vid liv, Pierre, alltså.
Ja.
Kommer scanna bakåt.
Okay. Det är de som fightar där kanske?
Det kan vara.
TP här nere och grejer. TP här.
Jag ser ju inte dem på toppen.
Håll den här sidan. Håll den här sidan.
Okej.
Jag håller här bak.
Vi måste tänka om några kommer här också.
Ja då. Håll där och så håller du train.
Ja.
De är nere på husen här nere just nu ett lag. Jag kan GB här borta.
Mycket fight här.
Nu måste jag gå tillbaka. Nej, jag hinner inte gå tillbaka och lota.
Upp till Doriton, tänker du?
Ja. Och Tevi. Men nu får liksom, så sitter folk under och grejer liksom, så vi är med på alla sådana små grejer.
Ja, jag har skannat under oss här nere.
Ja, jag fick en lila där.
Vi kan byta om med sand, jag har 60 ifrån, men vi byter sand bara. Bara fortsätt köra. Jag lag där uppe fortfarande. De är inte i där.
Åh, vilken snipe!
Train ska ut nu.
Ja, det där man kan få lite kills.
40 på Gibby.
Här är
Lila.
lag. De springer här.
So Flavor of the Month safe for now, currently sat in third place with 33 points on the board. Looking to score those final points they need to get onto match point, Dan.
Really important that Cooler actually finish that kill off, but they're not able to. Having to back off, the bombardment comes through now. Can Surdell get inside? And he can, thankfully, otherwise that could have been a little bit tricky, but they were doing a lot of damage to that team coming towards them. Cooler only 17 points off match point, so if they can get to, you know, the final 3 here, maybe they could be one of our first to reach it. Third Impact also trying to get involved in a fight. Spitfire and Eva 8 for Ziki. This is going to be a 3v3.
There's going to be a huge fight going down, and the chopper is always going to take the opportunity to sing, as we well know. Great shots for the E3 as well. Third Pie now comes in, and what seemed like a very, very comfortable push for Third Impact all of a sudden looked incredibly uncomfortable as they were wiped off the face of game number 4. What a turnaround that was for them. And that's what happens in these situations where you have teams alive and all these teams in different POIs. You make one mistake, you make one push where a team is just waiting in the wings, and all of a sudden your game gets ended.
It's whether Third Impact recognised they were about to be pinched, so they just tried to win that initial fight to ensure they got some KP, or whether they had no idea that other team was going to be coming from behind, because I feel like if you knew that team was there, you're reluctant to push out, you back off, you wait, you want them to initiate first so you can be the third party. Either way, New Esports, they're able to rack up those kills, and that is some easy KP for them in the end. They've done very well to be patient and push in late. And I wonder whether they've done very well to be patient and push in late. And I wonder whether New Esports now can continue that train and get to this final circle. You can see Kick are situated quite well. They have a little bit of a high ground advantage over Cooler Esports. That was the team they were having a scrap with earlier. But I think these caustics are very important in these lobbies, Mark. Now we have such little amounts of them, you are reluctant to push a caustic team when you come up against one. It's just so difficult to try and get in and around them.
Yeah, big moments here for Kick Esports as well. You can see that Cooler do have the position on them as far as zone is concerned. Kick are the team who are going to be forced to rotate first. You can see the portal went in. It looks like it might have been a little bit of a dummy, maybe, to try and force another opportunity to take the eyes away from them for just a few moments where they can maybe play that lower bridge and move ahead of Cooler Esports. It looks like that will be the move. So Cooler Esports have got to be wise to this, and it looks like they are. They're getting some good angles at the moment. Jack is going to be forced to use the ult as well of the Bloodhound to get that speed to cross. The bubble going to be used as well, and Kick Esports, it's a risky move from them, but they have to make it, and it looks like for now at least they'll be safe, but maybe not. The push now coming in from Cooler.
Kick are the team that have to actually make the play. They're only on 11 points right now. They need to push forward, try and get KP, but they're pushing out and they're being shot by everyone else in the lobby. Cooler have done well to deal some damage, but they also have to move up. Looks like they're okay. Kicker down to just 2, but for how long? Because it doesn't look like they're going to survive much longer down in this lava. A lot of eyes on them right now, down to just 9 squads. Gambit are picking up some kills. What damage can Kick do? Denze going to be the last remaining player as the Wraith. It looks like Kick down and out, and we're down to just 8 squads.
And it's Gambit who is starting to heat up, and I see that name in the kill feed time and time again, and it's Hardeki. And if that man starts to catch fire, well, the rest of the lobby is going to know about it. He loves to put kills on the board, and when he starts to roll, the whole lobby starts to rock. Now we jump back over onto Flavor of the Month. still looking to secure those points they need to move on to match point. In a pretty good position right now. Shots with a triple take. You're going to drop some shields around the corner, but also a very difficult rotation for them. They've got teams in front of them that are holding down arguably more advantageous positions, so we're going to have to see some damage from those longer range weapons and then the opportunity taken to push up on that damage and take those fights.
New Esports picking up some big kills as well, and 3 of our top 5 teams still alive in this lobby. It's important to point out Na'Vi were taken out earlier, Totem Esports were taken out earlier. Did they do enough to get onto match point? But we've got to look at the likes of Cooler, Gambit, Flavor of the Month. They all have the possibility to get onto match point with a big kill game here, as New Esports have managed to do some damage, and now they can back off and move towards this next circle. They're in a nice position, but they are going to be pressured by quite a few teams here.
Yeah, they're in the best position on the map at the moment, in my opinion. They're pretty much in zone. They're holding out teams as well who are going to be in the crossfire of not only them, but other teams that are trying to rotate in as well. And here comes the move now from Flavor of the Month. You can say Taylor putting down that portal. He wants to play behind these bins, and he's managed to find a safe spot for Flavor of the Month here inside of that next zone. It's a beautiful portal, and now he's going to just pop back as well to see if he can get some late damage on teams rotating in. I love this communication and execution and idea coming in from Flavor of the Month.
What can Gambit do now? Backs against the wall, grenades coming from here, there, and everywhere. Artico's the last remaining. Gambit are wiped in 6th spot, but they had done a lot of damage, and now the rest of the teams come in to try and farm what's left, and it's Flavor of the Month picking up kills, down to just 4 teams now, Mark.
Yeah, Flavor of the Month moving in and seeing the third-party opportunity, the fourth-party opportunity, whatever you want to call it. It was the best opportunity for them to get involved with some KP and farm their way towards that match point. They've got those kills on the board now, and you can see Cooler. They're up in the top right-hand side of your screen. Flavor of the Month and New Esports, your final 3 teams as we come down to this final fight.
Yeah, Flavor and Cooler both on 33 points coming into this as well, so a victory plus 5 kills would be enough to get them on match point. We've already seen them farming. You can already see the kills and assists that are there for the team, so just a victory here for either team should be enough to get to match point. And New Esports, well, a big game from them. Maybe they can creep up as well, but you can see all 3 teams separated at the moment. Everyone's going to be reluctant to be that first team to engage. You want to be the last team to get involved in the fight, but as that circle slowly creeps in, it's going to be about positioning. Who has more objects to hide behind? Who has the high ground? The crypto ult comes in. Is that going to be enough to initiate anything from any of these teams?
Well, it looks like New Esports are going to try and push on to Cooler, and that is going to be music to the ears of Flavor of the Month as well. That will be the signal for a third-party opportunity. Big damage being done here by Postkill as well with the Spitfire. Unfortunately, trying to push through this gas is so difficult to do, but it doesn't matter if your name's Roger Bodger. He's got an EVA 8 in hand, and he's laying some shots down. And now comes Flavor of the Month. You can see that Pierre's also got a Prowler in his hand that he's going to be able to decimate people up close.
Now, Flavor of the Month now pushing in. What can Kashira do? It's some amazing damage, but it's not enough. Arcstar comes down, has to try and back off to the rest of the team. Roger Bodger's still alive, gets back up to a full gold shield, but it is 2 versus 3. Taylor should have time to heal up.
Pierre trying to poke here and do some damage, and Noth is going to be once again the player to get the knock. 5 kills to his name, and now he's moving in for the final one as well. Flavor of the Month needed some points to cross that 50-point threshold, and surely now they have done it. They will take your game number 4, and it was beautiful execution from them, not just in that final fight, but in the stages building up to it. Flavor of the Month are looking so good.
It was difficult for Cooler. They were in that position for so long at the start of the game where they weren't able to loot that successfully, and they ran out of meds, and I feel like New Esports kind of sussed that out. They pushed, they did the damage, they got a couple of kills, and then Flavor of the Month took full advantage of the third parties. But some incredible shots. That 1v1 at the end was so important from Taylor. And that is going to be enough points. We are going to see Flavor of the Month go on to match point mark, but the big question is, does anyone else join them? Cooler were on 33 points as well. They won't pick up, of course, the big 12 points from winning. They didn't get that many kills, but I'm hoping there's going to be at least 2 teams on match point.
I'd have to agree with you. I think it's always better when we have a couple of teams cross that threshold. It makes things very, very interesting. But we do have our first teams crossing that match point threshold, which makes this next game even more interesting. We're going to go back to the desk now to Kate and Tom to break it all down.
Thank you, gents. And you know what? Yes, we will definitely break it all down. But here, let me break it down for you here. This is what game number 4 was all about. Farming, a party or two, and then farming again. Well done, GG, to Flavor of the Month. Tom, how did we get here?
Yeah, Flavor of the Month. I'm glad we got to listen with them where they slowly creeped up onto the edges of the zone. That zone was extremely unpredictable. I think that everybody expected it to pull a little bit more harder towards the Lava Fissure area. That's why we saw the setup over towards that major building, which was being held, and it was being really nicely held by Cooler, too, on the other side. And then you saw New go and take that little crevice in the cave area, and that proved to be a very useful spot, too. So there was a lot going on in that game, but I think that the pull away from Lava Fissure is the big key, and I think the fact that Flavor of the Month comes through and gets a little bit gifted on the circle there, sometimes you got to get a little bit lucky too. You're playing great, you're playing out of your mind, you're already in the kill lead, come through, win a couple of fights, come through, hit some third parties that are really clean, and then all of a sudden the zone pulls in your favor. That's great.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, I agree. Taylor's that very late game portal that was so brilliantly placed just behind. It just seemed like you have to play well, you have to play aggressive, but you got to play smart, and that's exactly what I think we just saw Flavor of the Month do right there.
Definitely, and the portal was key, and we're seeing Wraith utilize that very well. And as long as you go and you make your play and everyone's on board with it, that's amazing. But also the presence of mind to go and take the portal back so you can get some more information and then throw off the other team so they feel like there's extra players. You can kind of just make it seem like there's maybe 4 or 5 players over towards that area instead of all 3 players going and taking the portal. So there was a lot of little metagaming going on right there. And everyone from Flavor of the Month seemed extremely comfortable and calm, cool, and collected during their listening.
Excuse me, I attempted to be all 3 of those things when I just sneezed.
Was
at
it
any
a
rate, we actually, I was, yeah, nope, not that cool. Either way, I will say we have that final moment. We want to actually bring in full comms in our sound on tape here because we would like to hear exactly how this came about. So let's take a listen into that final moment here in game number 4.
En är här! På mig! Crack! Ett på mig! Knock! Jag kuar ut! Jag kuar långt back! Jag drar back! Väl tillsammans! Prata med varandra! Flash! Knock! En kvar bara! Spela skydd! Uppe på lådan! 50 på honom! Kör bara! Crack! Matchpoint! En till!
Matchpoint. You hear them talking about, they've done the math, man. They've done the math. We'll see what that actually holds true here in our game results.
Yeah, I would have listened, and you see how intense they were compared to when they were just chilling at the zone, waiting for things to happen, barking call-outs, exactly what they need to do. You have to be able to stay calm so everyone can hear the communication and all those type of things, but you also have to get sound cues. So you're going to hear a lot of these pro players say, hey, I need comms. What does that mean? That means that everybody has to stop communicating. I need to listen to my headphones, try to find out where these footsteps are coming from. But in an instance like that, it's all about hype. It's all about momentum. The louder you scream, the more that your team's going to get aggressive, and that's what you see right there from Flavor of the Month.
Indeed. Let's see how it translates to our Game 4 leaderboards, and more importantly, our overall leaderboards. That could mean one of our teams here going into that match point eligibility. That is the kind of numbers, Flavor of the Month, and new esports we need to see. That is an absolutely stellar game number 4, Tom.
And then Cooler and Navi are going to be right on their heels, I believe, in terms of being able to get to that match point. But taking a look at some additional stats and numbers here, Artico from Gambit is sitting in the kill lead, tied with Noth from Flavor of the Month, and they have 15 total. 4K damage almost, though, for Artico compared to 3K coming in from Noth. The next closest is going to be Roger at 12, so these guys are completely popping off. We have 3 players right now in double figures. Zanya would be in 4th, sitting at 9, but what a game coming through from a lot of these teams. Flavor of the Month, new esports. We even had Cooler coming through looking pretty solid, and then obviously Gambit is one of these teams in the discussion too. So one more game, and I believe we're looking at possibly 4, maybe 5 teams going into the match point. So this is what we see yesterday with Solifide in North America. Flavor of the Month now today has one opportunity for sure going into this game where nobody else has a chance to win the championship here. We'll see if Flavor of the Month can pull it off.
We'll see indeed, and you're absolutely right. This is definitely the top 5 teams here. I'll say even top 6, 7. I think we're even a little bit farther along, even into this game number 4 than we were yesterday for our North American region. So there is definitely some opportunity afoot. 4 points away, 5 points away, 9 points. My goodness. Let's take a look at that game number 4 and how the journey began here with New Esport, just putting in work with that flatline. Woo! That's a nice one.
Yeah, so this Flatline and the Scout have been really, really popular coming in from the EMEA teams, and we're seeing also the power that they're able to utilize with all the different scopes here, 2x, 3x, etc., etc. It's been really impressive to see a lot more Flatline usage coming out today than we saw yesterday in North America. We saw a lot of favor of the Spitfire, still a lot of favor with the Spitfire today, but this is where that zone pull just came a little bit off a Lava Fissure, and you can see all the teams that were set up over towards there, making sure that they were in a good spot. Nessie taking a lot of damage over here as they were coming through and trying to kill Team Gambit down below, but it's just a lonely JMW. He's not going to be able to hold his own against a powerhouse like Flavor of the Month coming through, taking different angles right here, and now they have a 3 versus 1 while everybody else is getting healthy. There's zero chance they're going to get away from this with the scans coming out. What a game from Flavor of the Month. They really needed that, and again, this could be their game. They're going to have at least 1 game, maybe 2 games where they're not going to be that contested, but the key for Flavor of the Month, stay low key now. Don't be in the kill feed, just kind of slow play it, rat it out just a little bit, and then when you find these other teams coming in, killing each other, if you could get into that final circle, that's when your time to pop off is. We'll see if Flavor of the Month does that, or if they continue to keep up a fast-paced style.
You're absolutely right. And I think there's also something which I think you brought up yesterday during our NA finals that I think is also true here today, of course, which is that you obviously, I think, Flavor of the Month, what you just said, spot on. But it's something else that last little in the back of my head going, well, but there's also points. And if for some reason Flavor of the Month makes it through into this next, and they don't make it into this next game as the winner, they don't take the whole tournament this next game, the game after that, at the end of the day, it still impacts who gets 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Is that correct, Tom?
Yeah, no doubt about it. But they're definitely having their sights set on winning right now.
Yeah.
And the key for that is, again, just slow play that. I can't stress that enough, that a lot of teams don't come through with that mindset. They just continue to play the way that they did. But we know that the lobby's after them, like you were saying, okay, X on their back, everybody going to be looking for them, everybody collapsing. If you see that one player's down, other teams in 18th, 19th place, they're not going to care. They're trying to catch up. They don't want the tournament to end. They want more games to be played, because if you don't have 50 right now, you feel like you still have an opportunity. You'd be like, oh, it's only one team. So you have to be able to come through and take that team out, and that's what these teams are probably going to do.
This is where the cookie crumbles, and I can't wait. Hey, speaking of cookies, pizza? I don't know. You guys have been tweeting. Let's take a look at what you've been saying all around the world as we continue our competition here today for our winter circuit.
Oh, for the eyeshadow. That looks like a little difficult find.
That's the problem. That's fair. Either way, thank you so much. What's up, Wolfie? Appreciate the love there, man. That's awesome. Oh, here we go. Nice little Nessie love. Watching Angel root for Nessie, of course. Notice that they're using that hashtag there, gang. Loch Ness Center. Wait a minute. Hold the phone. This isn't the actual, in Scotland, is it?
It must be. I don't know. That picture looks legit, though.
Oh my gosh, yes, it's the official. We're just getting word from our production team. It's the official Loch Ness Center, confirmed. Wow! Hey, I think we made it, Tom. Either way, thanks so much to the Loch Ness Center for tweeting us out here. And finally, we got Toaster. Oh, whatever, can't even handle my buddy Nemo. Oh, good name. Had to tap out after that last super intense game. Boy, do I hear you on that one, Tom. Do I hear you?
am a sucker for paws. I just love this cat. What a cutie. And also, props for the blanket. And that looks very comfortable.
It's, we like paws and pizzas. That's that pretty much. Let me just break that down. There it is. That's exactly the kind of tweets we love. And hey, thank you so much for tweeting at us. Use that hashtag ALGS. Tweet at us at PlayApex. And as you saw, 1,000 Apex coins potentially to you. Well, Tom, it feels like the time has come once again to throw it back to our casters. Any last words before we do just that?
We'll see if it's Flavor of the Month's time. They have one game here, so we'll see. A lot of teams are going to catch up to 50, so it's going to be interesting.
It is indeed. Now we're going to head to those casters here for game number 5. But first, an important message about mental health.
you! Grab some popcorn and get ready. We've got another game.
På mig! Crack! Ett upp på mig, ett upp! Knock! Jag kuar ut. Jag kuar långt back. Jag drar bat. Spela tillsammans. Prata med varandra.
Flash! Knock!
En kvar bara. Spela skydd.
Uppe på lådan.
50 på honom. Kör bara. Crack!
Let's go!
Match point!
Welcome everybody to game number 5 as we now have a team on match point. It's flavor of the month. Consistency rises true. We saw it yesterday in the North American Finals with Sola Fide, and now flavor of the month does it. They reached the 50-point threshold, but the question is, girl, can they close it out? Can they win a game to end this tournament?
Honestly, I think their highest chances are right now because nobody considers them a threat, I would say. Kind of like SF yesterday, as you heard with the NRG interview afterwards, is nobody considered first place a threat because they're going to be targeted, and but SF actually got through to top 3 and almost won out the tournament. So if anything, this is the game for them.
That's right. Yeah, you heard it from the interview yesterday with NRG, for those who missed it, basically saying you don't want to be the first team to get match point, because if you're the first team, then you get targeted by the entire lobby. So that might be a mentality of some of these teams here. Certainly not the end of the world for teams that are still in contention for match point. You look at Gambit in second place with 46, New Esports, Navi with 45, Cooler with 41, Totem with 39, and the last one I put in that list, 789 with 37, until they have a really big drop-off with Fenerbahce in 8th place with 28 points. I think they're slightly outside of a first place match point contention unless they have a crazy type of pop-off game. But one of those teams I mentioned is Cooler, dropping over in Fragment. We thought they were going to get contested often, but NCD actually backed off the drop spot and ended up actually going either Overlook or Respawn Village right outside of Fragment. So Cooler is able to get their full loot on Fragment East and rotate quickly like we're used to seeing.
I don't know if it's a type of respect that just happened, but I can respect that. Cooler is on the top of the leaderboard. Maybe they just weren't having the best games against Cooler. Cooler has been in our end zone for so many of these games. They've been playing consistent throughout the tournament. They are definitely going to be able to get to match point in this game, I would say. That's my bet.
It's a safe bet. I like that. It's a good one. 41 points. They need 9 kills, or they need a few kills and a top 10 finish, and they should be able to close that out. So it's a good prediction here. You're calling Cooler, early rotation. They'll get placement. I think Gambit's going to be joining them in that company. They've been playing very well the last couple of games, with 3rd place finish in 6 kills, 5th place finish in 2 kills, and then a 6th place finish last game, but 10 kills for Gambit. They've been looking great on board with Australis right now as they're making the rotation all the way from the top side of the map over towards Skyhook. Although it looks like they're going to find themselves in yet another engagement early. They've been fighting early quite consistently. We've seen our Middle East and African teams fight for early game, girl.
We have indeed, and here we are with Cooler. They're taking a scout inside the tunnel. They're getting shot at from above train yard right now, so they're going to have to be careful. We've got a lot of teams around them. The tunnel is an okay spot to go, but they're going to decide to go around. They do have the caustic, And they have the crypto, so they're going to be able to scout out here. They are on the low ground, and this is actually not where you want to be. If a team is above you, they'll definitely be able to get angles. But since they're rotating quite early, they don't feel that kind of pressure, or they don't feel that kind of threat right now. And we're moving on to Top Dogs. They're in, I believe, 10th place right now.
Yep. Top Dogs, an all-Finnish team, all three of them from Finland. Of course, 2 members of this team, 0-0 and Mimu, played and are silver medalists at the X Games. And for those that maybe just started watching competitive Apex, Apex was at the X Games 2 years ago in 2019, back when we had the opportunity to compete on LAN, of course. And these two, Mimu and 0-0 team, was sniped down, got a silver medal representing reciprocity back then, right behind TSM, and took home the gold medal back then. Very, very impressive stuff as Sniped joined that team. 20 last minute, actually, they showed up big in their first LAN. Meanwhile, Cooler, not looking too great right now. They've been in rough spots before. They've been able to recover, but it's going to be all up to Sir Del, the last member alive on his team, individual from the UK. Let's see what Del can do.
Del's going to portal out, and then he's going to portal right back. He's got his teammate with him, and he's underneath the bridge, so they're going to have to drop down if they want to do anything towards Del. But Del spots him, 40 damage with the Spitfire. He has the armor swap right in front of him if he needs it. He's recovered the banner. He still has yet to recover Yuki's banner. Nobody likes to drop from high ground to low ground. It's kind of something that more or less rookies do. But if they are able to get right back up fast, then it would be okay. So Sir Del just holding the angle, playing it safe. He's very scared right now because they need 9 points to get to match point. They're one of the closest ones to get to match point. They're in the top 5 right now. So he's going to have to recover, and it's all up to Sir Del right here. And Na'Vi, they're just chilling. They're having a good time.
Yeah. And you talk about Cooler being close to match point top 5. Well, right ahead of them is Na'Vi in 4th with 45 points. And I believe they got both of those kills on Cooler, so that should put them at 47 points. 3 kills away is Na'Vi from getting to that match point threshold. Gambit was 4 kills away, or 4 points away coming into this match as well. New Esports 5 points overall, so we'll keep an eye on those teams. And we also got to keep an eye on the team with the target on their back right now. It's flavor of the month, and interesting here is going to be their rotation. I'd love to actually pull up the telestrator if we can and talk a little about the rotation that they're making all the way from Lava City. As you see on screen here, they're rotating late, right? So you'll see they're going to rotate as a pretty typical rotation from Lava City all the way through. And they're going to have to rotate all the way. And actually, I did not mean to clear that out here if I can. They're going to have to rotate all the way through Sorting Factory, and they're going to want to just hug this left side or south side of the map, and they're going to want to slow play their rotation, avoiding any fights. They're going to continue to play edge with Gibraltar. That's what you expect to kind of post up here around Harvester in this area once they finalize that rotation, but they might run into a team right below them here. They got to be a little cautious as we pull gameplay back on screen here.
And now on board with Alliance, currently on the edge of the zone. They do have the high ground of this rock. This is a great rock to hold. A lot of teams do prefer to hold this rock. And does it look like... so it looks like they're still running that Revenant comp. They're not off that Revenant comp just yet. But they do have triple takes in hand. They have the high ground. They have an opportunity to get some kill points here because they surely do need them.
Yeah, and Alliance just popped the ultimate moments ago as well to try to take an early fight, and ended up not happening here. Meanwhile, Flying Camels, who's been dropping in Skyhook and very, very aggressive in early games. Playing Revenant this game. I don't think they've been rocking Revenant every single game so far, so that's a switch up. It's not looking good for them. Speaking of Revenant, Atrocity's going to be the last member alive. He gets taken out from the other team coming. It's Astralis from the Middle East and Africa region. Kudos to them. They win that 3v3.
Congratulations to them. They got the 3 kill points, but now we're moving on to Flavor of the Month. Our only team that has the 50-point threshold and beyond the 50-point threshold. They're pinging out where they want to rotate to. And we switched on to Reply Totem Esports. They've got shots on top of them with the charge rifle. And they're pinging them out. Do they know it's Flavor of the Month? Do they want to make sure they want to take them out in this game? They surely could tell perhaps by the skins, but they're going to go back because they don't want to risk their game just to destroy someone else's.
And the whole lobby knows that Flavor of the Month drops over towards Lava City on the southeast side of the map, so they might be aware here. And then, like you said, girl, the skins might call it out as well.
Let's go this way.
But we'll see if they decide to push. It's not until you kind of have that full certainty that you're going to go all in and grief. And it looks like instead they're just going to play it slow. They're going to keep their head in their swivel. Let's go ahead and actually jump into a listen-in with Reply Totem Esports to hear what their comments are like.
Go left up here. Go left up here.
Okay. Wait. I'm not sure.
Okay, we need scan for this. If you have it.
No, team here.
Trapping.
Trapping.
Oh. Okay, get the. Is the house free?
Yeah, I don't have scan now.
Okay, wait. That's fine.
I might have to.
We can go first in here. You don't.
I'm safe here, Shop.
I'm coming to you.
Careful traps. Careful traps.
No, no, come.
Okay, come.
I'm coming.
Okay. We could do one thing. Go
Give me armor. Give me armor.
One must blue anyway.
Do what? You wanna do what?
No, we could go inside the cart.
I'm getting the cart, bro. Yeah, the problem is that if it's not under, we're dead.
I know.
What do you mean?
If it's not pulling staging and it's pulling like here or some shit.
Yeah, but what are we gonna play late game?
I mean, we're not that dead. I think we should go, no?
Yeah.
No.
Fuck. Okay.
Raise him.
I can't. He's on top.
They're getting shot. I got shot by the team. I'm trying to come inside.
I'm raising cover.
Okay.
There you have it. It's going to be a great pick from Flavor of the Month on the flank right there. Brilliant stuff that we just saw. Getting the quick pick. The team firing. I have been mind blown by the team firing from Flavor of the Month. They have been on point. That chemistry, the fact that they've been a team for over 2 or 3 years as a trio really shows here, girl.
It surely does. And the fact that, you know, you might not have the best armor and you're sniping, you're standing still, it just leaves it open to a team to 3-2-1 you. And what I mean by 3-2-1 is they all shoot at the same time, get a really fast knock on you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
One of the best teams to do it is Flavor of the Month. Formerly Virtus Pro, a team that's been actually competing as a trio together since before Apex Legends even came out. They were playing PUBG together, switched over, fell in love with Apex immediately when the game dropped, and easily the longest lasting team in competitive Apex history. So if you're a fan of a team that is loyal, consistent, stays together, grinds their way as a trio, you're definitely a fan of this Flavor of the Month squad. One of the few teams early on that were signed and were not full-time, actually. They were still working full-time jobs. Now they are full-time, and it's certainly showing their improvements event over event. Starting to get more consistently and starting to be consistently great is this Flavor of the Month squad. I've been very impressed as we now jump on board with 4Gang, a new squad to ALGS, their debut in the playoffs here in a major ALGS event. So we'll see what they can do as we jump on board with a team that's certainly been here before in Scars.
Now we're on with Scars. Really nice beam by RPR, one of the best players in the game. 116 on a red Evo shield, so they're not going to capitalize off that because they have really nice armors to work with here. And on board with Flavor of the Month, going to try and gatekeep here. 36 damage on blue armor. That's going to be called out. The Arcstar goes through, but no, nothing after that. They're going to be safe in their building right now. There's just so many teams around getting picks. RPR actually goes down to ASCII in the kill feed, as I saw from 303 Esports. The Arcstar is going to come out, but oh my goodness, he's just taking so much damage from behind that he just can't get that poke that he wants. Paradise actually going to go no armor. He gets the finish. He's going to phase right back into cover. His teammates are going to have to protect him as he pops a battery here. Yep, he's going to pop that battery even though he's the gold shield. It's going to be faster than popping 2 cells. The battery goes off and they've got themselves some kill points. And take a look here. Third impact. Trying to get angles on Cooler in the back.
Yeah, good work from 303. Currently not faring very well in the standings, though. 16th place with 13 points. They're going to need a big game here if they want to try and inch their way to that top 5, that top 10, or potentially match point if we go the distance here in this tournament. Match 5 right now. Flavor of the Month still alive with an opportunity to close it out, but going to be tough for them to do so. Beautiful overhead camera and free cam is going to show you what we see exactly on screen. Cooler still has Sir Del alive. Kick down to 2 members. And we got the Flying Camels, Reply Totem, and Scars all out of this one. which means we still have Gambit, we still have Na'Vi alive and well for an opportunity to reach match point and join the likes of Flavor of the Month, New Esports alive as well.
It's going to be hard for Serdal to survive in that zone for much longer, 37 seconds, and it's just going to hurt a little bit more. Hardeki going to portal in, trying to find a safe spot on this bridge, and he actually does find some carts that are open. The thing about finding a cart on the train tracks is that a team from above, like Fenerbahce, for example, could peek down from above and shoot them. But oh no, Pinky Finky takes way too much damage here. He's Octane. He's going to jump pad out and heal up. He still has 10 seconds before the zone starts closing in.
Fenerbahce, our Turkish team, have been competing for quite some time, well over a year, in competitive Apex, have dominated the Middle East and Africa region, haven't necessarily found the top 5 success that they want to in Europe, Middle East and Africa, or EMEA. We'll see if they can do that, as they now are keeping an eye on this team that's right in front of them. Opportunity to take this 3v3 fight if they want to, but keep in mind at this point in the game, if you take a 3v3, expect that to be a 3v3v3, as you're going to get third party certainly in this late game.
Draconian taking in some damage. He's gonna have to heal his blue armor back up, and he's doing it slowly with some shield cells because the dome is just gonna cover them for a little while longer. They're gonna try going backwards because they don't feel like they're in the best position, but they've just got no place to go. Path Ryan going down in 1 second here, and that is it for Fenerbahce. Nessie picking up some major kill points here. They've got the building to hold. They've got areas to look down on. 303 just underneath them. Gambit to the left, and they're gonna be safe for now, but they've got a bit of a rotation to go.
And they got the Loch Ness Center, the official Loch Ness Center in Scotland on their side as well. So what better of a fan base could you have? On board now at 303. Minute 30 seconds till this ring is going to be closing. 303 finds themselves in a skirmish right in front of them. Team directly north. While 789, a team currently in 7th place, faring pretty well. Excited to see what the 789 squad can do. An all CIS squad, or mostly Russian squad. Let's go ahead and jump, show the CIS some love. Let's jump into a listen-in with 789.
Ниже встать, если прям вообще плохо будет. Нас тренеры булят осторожно.
Я хилюсь.
Окей.
Хиляюсь тоже.
Крип тут только один, может нам в принципе подосрать, но я не думаю, что классно прям.
Короче, тут фулл-сквад стоит, который будет нас душить, который будет забираться вот на эту хуйню и пытаться...
Да, забей. Не привлекай внимания его.
Пытаться нас душить. Вот там уже встали челы. Их ебут. Ебите их. Да, там лоу пиздец. Купол дали. Есть сломать? Там 303, по-моему.
Не-не.
Ульты у тебя нету?
Нет, есть. Над нами прям топают.
Да, осторожно. Ладно, пока не надо сдавать, смотрите просто сюда.
Нас просканили челы с моста. Могут упасть, Эля, осторожно.
Да, я понимаю.
Это открыто под них. Можно на меня встать, тут в принципе сейф.
Там, короче, челы стоят и снизу челы ебутся.
Я думаю, похуй, надо главное заротейтиться. Над нами прям челы, и они нам могут очень сильно насрать.
Тут лежит.
Где она?
Да, нам надо вниз заротейтиться, смотрите.
Эти челы вот тут, смотри, они фул в дерьме тоже. 44 гиба.
ТП, ушли.
ТП вот тут сюда на бины привели.
Эти все еще там
Деливер,
стоят.
смотри спину. Мы этих смотрим.
Какую спину? Вот эту?
Да.
Да, смотрю.
Тут рефа золотой, 40 дал.
Челы принимают у нас.
Бегут.
У нас на бинах и под нами, по-моему, еще ТП открыли.
Окей,
вот тут прям, под нами прям сквад фулл стал, если что. Вот тут фулл фраги. Над нами мост, осторожно.
Но я смотрю, помогай Беливеру.
Я хаем даю туда.
Я то опять дал.
There you have 789 in a perfect opportunity to gatekeep. They're actually right above Flavor of the Month. They can end the tournament, or end the game, sorry, for Flavor of the Month, the team that can end the tournament. You'll see, look at this beautiful free cam, shows you 4 teams within the distance. Na'Vi, a team that's in striking distance, 789 as well, and Flavor of the Month right below them, girl.
And they may take a look to see if they can get a knock underneath them. A very nice spray by Taylor, but 789 shooting from right above, so it's going to be really hard to get third party underneath. Pierre is deciding on using the dome, yes or no. No, he's going to save it. It's very important to save or use your skills when you absolutely need to. So he held that in there as a pro player would do, and they've got 50 seconds to move in. This is going to be a tough zone. They've got a team underneath. They've got a team above. I think they even got a team above the team above them. You know what I mean?
Girl, honestly, if you're Flavor of the Month right now, it's actually a viable strategy to not get any knocks, to not get any kills, because as soon as you get a knock, everyone knows it's you. You're going to get focused. You're going to get pushed. And that's why I think you saw Flavor of the Month decide not to take that 3v3 on 303, because they would have got third party right after. Wise decision, but they're not in the best spot here, girl. It's going to take a bit of a miracle for Flavor of the Month to survive with so many teams nearby, but this is the perfect situation. It looks like Na'Vi and Nessie are going to fight each other. If 789 joins that fight, that's an opportunity for Flavor of the Month to avoid some carnage here, but no, as I say that, Pia, Noth both go down. It's not looking good for Flavor of the Month.
And they are out. There will be no tournament ending after this game, but moving on to Nessie here. Using the dome for cover from the Gibraltar defensive bombardment. They have a few armor swaps around them. They're in a really good spot. They've got the high ground. They're pinging out. They've got some places to shoot at. And oh my goodness, free kill points coming in the portal. And that is 789 out. Nessie, could they win this one off?
Yeah, I think they're in a good position to do so. There were 15 squads alive before round 5 closed. It's been like a war zone. So many teams nearby. Now we got Nessie. Third impact within distance. NCD getting third party from afar, and NCD's going to be tagged up quite a bit here, but it looks like they will survive with this 3v3 fight. So NCD, if they can heal back up, they are going to be in contention here alongside the other 4 squads remaining. We know one of them is Nessie. I don't know, and actually on the far right, you see Na'Vi still alive and Gambit still alive, so that should be enough if they can continue to survive. Gambit gets taken out, but if Na'Vi can get a few kills here, that will be enough for Na'Vi to make it to match point. I think they're going to be looking good here, girl.
Na'Vi only needed 5 points from this game. I believe they've got it,
Yep.
as a top 4 squad. They're going to have trouble getting into the zone here. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to climb that mountain, but I'm sure they're going to try. They got Nessie right above them. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Do they have a Horizon? Nope, they do not. They just have a Wraith, Gibraltar, Crypto, so they're going to have to walk it up.
Yeah, good luck. You see Crypto just hanging out, chilling, getting some intel, trying to figure out how in the world they're going to rotate here. And you got to think that's going to be all she wrote for that squad here momentarily, but we'll see what they can do with nothing. Meanwhile, Nessie find themselves in a pretty good spot, but keep in mind at the top left of your screen, you'll see exactly where the ring is going to be collapsing to. It's not always the center of the circle. It's in different places every time. Right now, it just happens to be in the center of the circle, so the ring will be collapsing momentarily. And there's the rotation that comes through, but obviously they're damaged because they had to walk through the ring. And that's not looking great for them. Na'Vi still alive in a great position here. They've already got enough points for match point. They're going to do absolute work to Nessie right now, and there's that Pathfinder benefit. Just able to swing his way back to life and back to some protection here.
That was an amazing thermite by Maxtrave. Very well played, making them use their dome. They don't have the advantage of people because it's only a 2-man, and so they go down. The whole squad's shooting at them. Is this Nessie's game? It's a 2v3 here. 2 squads left. Graceful goes down. Matey's last one alive, and oh my god, NCD just wiped the entire lobby there. They got so many kills. Congratulations to them on winning game number 5.
Absolutely. I never thought I'd say this in a professional broadcast in my life, but congratulations to Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins for winning game number 5. Well played from them. You know, G-Dolphin has certainly been here before as a competitor. Top coach, actually the coach of TSM alongside Nags, the controller player, and co. They look great in that one. They picked up a few kills as well. They weren't necessarily sitting in a great spot in the leaderboards. They were in 11th place with 20 points, but we still got a lot of gameplay left here, girl. That might be enough for them to break into the top 5 and then potentially sneak in to match point the game after, but that's going to be it for us. We know that Na'Vi was there. We think Gambit might have had enough to qualify through to match point. We'll find out as we throw it back to Kate and T-Squared at the desk.
And thank you so much, Girl and Fallout. And Tom, this is always the time during our finals when we start to become mathematicians, and we do it so quickly. I, of course, will never be a mathematician, but I can say that we have seen some incredible gameplay. And I got to tell you, I know that there's a lot of people who are rooting on Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins from afar. We'll see what happens here, but that was an incredible moment to seemingly come out of nowhere here in our final zone.
Yeah, I'd rather be a math magician, though. That's all I got.
So many zingers from Tom. I love it.
That was a great game, though. It really was. And we're going to start to see, again, teams starting to focus on playing safe. And we saw 15 teams going down to 10 teams on that last zone. You never would think in a professional Apex setting that you could fit so many powerhouse teams in such a small zone, but you see just little nooks and crannies here and there being played. One team under the bridge, another team in the middle layer of the bridge, another team on top of the bridge, another team on top of the rock over the bridge. 4 teams coexisting basically right on top of one another. It was absolute madness. But NCD here with this armor swaps, with this train car cover, and amazing shots right there, just opens up the rest of the map. They have everybody trapped inside the corner, and they did pick up a handful of kills here, so that's going to really boost their stock on this overall leaderboard.
It will indeed. It will indeed. And of course, that magic number we're looking for is 50. 50 makes you match point eligible. Flavor of the Month came into game number 5 with eligibility there. Unfortunately, they did not come out on top this time, which would have won them the entire tournament. Now we'll find out in just mere moments how many teams, if there are, that are now match eligible from a points perspective. And then, gosh, all hell shall break loose, I will say, Tom.
Well, it started as soon as one team gets to match point. That's when the tournament, really, really gets intense. Like Onset was saying, we hit game number 3, we hit game number 4, and everybody starts tightening up. That's when you're going to start to see all of these players' best. And now we're going to see a handful of teams here getting on to match point, because we know that there's a couple teams that were close. Na'Vi, New, Gambit, Nessie, all in the running here to be on match point.
They are indeed. They are indeed. And, it was interesting. We're seeing there's definitely some team comps I want to talk about in a second here. But guess what? Those Game 5 results are in. Let's find out who did what in Game 5 and then go into our overall scores and find out who is match point eligible, because that's, of course, the one number everybody's looking for here. And, of course, that is nice, Tom. 2 double digits. Well done, Nessie, and Nuggets, and Crumpets, and Dolphins.
And the most important thing to note, too, though, Na'Vi and Gambit getting inside the top 5 here, that's absolutely huge. 789 not able to get in and do a lot of damage, but they're still pretty close. They're within a little bit of striking distance. Taking a look at some more numbers and some more stats. Overall right now, Dolphin is the overall damage leader, actually in second behind Max Strafe. So Max Strafe with almost 7k damage. That's absolutely insane. No one even close in terms of kills. It's Artico and Noth with 15, but that is your top 4 teams on match point right now. And look at all these teams that are really close as well. Cooler, 789. NCD all of a sudden out of nowhere after that game is in the running, and Nessie only 3 points behind. Don't count the rest of these squads though. Reply Totem Esports, Top Dogs, anything could happen here, but all eyes on these 4 teams going into the next game.
The floodgates are open now, Tom. Flavor of the Month, Na'Vi, New Esports, Gambit Esports. These are the 4 teams that, if they win this next game, they will be champions of our winner's circuit, and everyone else will have to fall into 2nd through 20th. So there you go there. Prizes on the line. Glory on the line. Guts to be seen. We'll take a look actually at some of the guts we saw here in game number 5. And I love that we start this perspective over in the 303 Esports camp. They had a pretty good beginning to their game, and then not.
Yeah, and that's what happens though, is once you start to get all this momentum, all these fights were taking place, and then it slows down. But because everything is just so congested, Kate, it's very hard to get away with winning any fights, because the 3rd, 4th, 5th parties are just going to come out of nowhere. So Nessie's over here trying to finish it off, and it's not very uncommon for teams just to stack up behind those knockdown shields and try to make some magic happen. But I love this 3rd-person mode that we go and see all the different angles from where everyone was holding, and obviously NCD has the best spot. Just look at this giant open area. No one was able to get a portal down into the middle. No one was able to get a big bubble down. It doesn't seem like many players had utility, otherwise we would have saw defensive bombardments. There wasn't any crypto ultimates. We didn't see any caustics. Again, I believe there's only 2 caustics in the lobby, so no one was able to get that into the end game. But NCD, they were sitting at the very bottom for quite some time. Now all of a sudden, they're just within 1 game away from possibly hitting that threshold.
I mean, it's just that fast, and it happens that fast. And that is one of the many reasons we love this game. At any rate, speaking of things that you love, we know that there are some Apex super fans out there. We want to know who your favorite player is and why. We think that you guys have a super fandom that we want to showcase, and, you know, we got to see it in tweets. We get to see it in some of your incredible fan art. Now let's talk about using hashtag ALGS superfan. There are so many, and maybe, you know, maybe there's a pet involved. That could be as well. But either way, superfans reunite. Bring us a video. Send us a video of who your favorite player is and why. And we may even feature it on our upcoming ALGS Championship broadcast. We want to use that hashtag ALGS Superfan. Remember, ALGS Superfan. Who are you a super fan of? Let's find out. Send us your videos. We want to see. Tom, who are you? Who are you a super fan of?
I'm a super fan of you, Kate.
Stop it! Some more T squared. Well, with that in mind, it feels only right that we toss it over to two other people we're big fans of, and then, of course, would be our casters. But before we do, take a look at this.
Think the next game can top the action we just saw? Find out after this quick 3-minute break.
They're pushing. Wait, there's two teams. Two teams.
Pushing me.
Just come back. Come back.
Scanning.
72 teams above us.
It's 2 teams. They're gonna have to fight. I have no heal right now. I'm just popping syringe.
Listen.
Where?
We need to look the left here.
Take the Phoenix.
Look the left now. Look the left now.
Phoenix.
Look here.
Phoenix, 10 seconds.
Yeah.
They're dying on top.
Yeah. Walk on me.
Still healing.
They got knocked. Walk up here.
Scanning.
They're running. Go up. Right here.
Climb, I got blocked.
Dead.
Nice. Watch left.
We go on the right.
Climb up.
No. We need to go now. Come.
I'm better zone.
Yeah.
It's all you. I just got knocked.
We go too late. We go fucking too late. No.
Guys, destroyed.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series. Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are.
This is how legends are made.
Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Hi everybody, my name is Sordaz. I'm the general manager at Sword Gaming, very passionate about Apex, play competitive, shoutcast, and also create a lot of guides for you guys to all enjoy. I actually started YouTube and Twitch just for fun. And I was creating montages because I saw a really old montage for a different video game, a first-person shooter, and I said I really loved how it inspired me. So I made my first montage because of how it made me feel and inspired to play the game, hoping that it would inspire others. And recently with Apex Legends, I said, you know what? Everyone's always coming by my streams and asking me the question, how do I get better? How do I get better? And I said, you know what? Why don't you just post it on YouTube? I love to teach players how to get better at video games, whether it's improving your aim, improving your gameplay, or perhaps just focusing on your movement on Apex, such as wall bouncing, or maybe perhaps a bunny hop. All of this is encompassed in the video content that I make on YouTube. Seeing the community grow around me from the current span of time has been pretty overwhelming, but in a very positive way. The feedback from just the shoutcasting, from the guides, to even just the gameplay being posted and seeing people really enjoy the journey. Apex has been really growing at an immense rate recently. Just seeing where it's at now and how many new players and how hungry they are. Don't be afraid to take things to that next level because nobody else is going to do it for you. And the same thing happens on YouTube and Twitch. You have to be the first one to make a step. You have to be the innovator. Whatever it is you're working on, whether you're trying to upload your first YouTube video, don't worry about the quality so much. Just worry about getting yourself out there for the first time. And if you fail, just keep failing and keep trying. Every time that you make a mistake that you learn and you take that to the next level. My name is Sordaz. Don't forget to check out my YouTube channel. I post 4 videos a week. I also stream once a week there. I also can check out the shoutcasting events that I post there. You can also check out my Twitter at DazBM.
Woo! All right, Apex family, thank you for joining us. It's game number 6. Dan Gaskin, as you can tell, I'm pretty excited about things because things just got extremely interesting. Flavor of the Month, who were the first team to get on match point, have now been joined by 3 other teams. This is what we live for. The playoffs has just got real.
Yeah, now we've got 4 teams on match point. It starts to get a little bit closer towards finding our winner here in the playoff finals of the Winter Circuit. But there are a few teams that are just short of match point as well, which I'm sure will be looking to try and target those teams, take them out of the lobby, and then push themselves a little bit closer of getting to match point. If we do not find a winner in this game, we could potentially have 6, maybe even 7 teams on match point. But 4 teams, 4 very strong teams, all have been able to get to those late game scenarios. There's a big chance we might find our winner here in game 6.
I mean, what a crazy ending we had to North America yesterday, where 3 of our final teams were all on match point. Whoever won that fight would come out on top. Of course, it was NRG then, but now it's Flavor of the Month, Na'Vi, New Esports, Gambit Esports, who hold that opportunity to become champion in this game. But you're completely right. Just look at the stats and the points that have got on the board for this chasing pack. You've got Nessie on 47 points. You've got Nuggets, Crumpets, and Dolphins. Still very difficult for me to say that, on 43 points, 42 points for 789, Cooler on 41. I mean, the chasing pack is so close. You said there might be 6 or 7 teams. There could be 10 teams who could be on match point if that top 4 does not get it done in this game number 6.
There could be, especially when you look at even a little bit lower, the likes of Cooler. They could find their way there. Totem Esports with a big game could also find themselves on match point. So I think you've got to be well aware of that. If you are one of the 4 teams that is currently on match point, you need to get the job done now, because the more people that you invite into match point, the less likely you are to find the victory. And of course, as soon as more and more teams get match point eligible, position is going to matter. Where you finish, that prize money that is on the line. Okay, everyone's gunning for number 1. Everyone wants to be the winner, but you've also got to think about 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place. All these things got to be considered.
They do indeed, and I'll tell you what, I just want to get straight into this game. I don't want to talk anymore. I don't want to build it up. There's nothing more that I need to say, because as we know, this could well be the final game of the day for the EMEA region. Who knows? It could go on another 4 or 5 games with how decisive these points have been split up between all these different teams. Who knows? We could be here tomorrow. We could be here on Wednesday, for all I know. But I've got a feeling, Dan, inside, that this is going to be the final game here. We've got 4 teams who could get it done. I just want to get into this one.
I just want to see where the circle is going to be pulling, because that's going to very much determine where and who is going to be in that final circle. Flavor of the Month, for example, they have had to traverse the map quite often. They've had to go fairly far each time. I'm sure they would love a pull to the southeast side towards Lava City where they drop, so that they could just kind of hunker up and prepare for the storm that's going to follow, and maybe they can get that victory that they weren't able to achieve in the previous game. And you know what, it was looking okay in the previous game until they found themselves just kind of layered on top of other teams like a birthday cake. It's really difficult when you are in those scenarios, but I'm excited for this game, and we're just about to get going.
Oh, here we go then. We can see the flight path straight through the middle of World's Edge, which is good for most people involved. It means a fair split. It means the teams are going to hit their POIs at pretty much the same time. Obviously, those teams from the east are going to have a little bit of advantage on their loot path, as they're going to be landing first. But Flavor of the Month are going to be pretty happy, as they'll be able to eject themselves into World's Edge pretty early on. And we're actually going to be watching the point of view of Na'Vi, and I wanted to touch on Na'Vi, this lineup. There's been a lot of player changes. It's been chopping and changing over the last couple of seasons, but it seems like finally now they've found this roster that has the capability to win tournaments. They are leading the lobby in damage at the moment, the only team at the moment to break 15,000 damage done so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and it's been a lot of just individual kills as well. When you look at their assists compared to the rest of the lobby, actually Na'Vi haven't found that many. They've only got 16. If you compare that to Flavor of the Month's 27, there have been a lot of 1v1 fights that have been initiated and then completed by these Na'Vi boys. They are very good in their individual gunfights, and I think you're right. There was a period of time, I mean, after we saw the success of Strafe and Dell, for example, when they were with Nasky. After they split up and we saw the two teams separate, there was just this period where neither team was qualifying for the big events, and we were wondering, when are we going to see Na'Vi and Cooler get to these late stages? And now we finally have two really solid rosters that are getting to these tournaments, and quite rightly so, that we see Na'Vi currently second in the leaderboard and on match point.
Na'Vi at the moment, as you say, on match point, currently looting on their path. Nobody really contesting at the moment off drop as well, and I think that's going to be the staple moving forward for this lobby. It's going to be a very slow initial game. Those teams who are chasing the pack, of course, have the opportunity maybe to try and mix things up a bit, try and get aggressive and try and get KP on the board. But with teams at the top of that leaderboard who are on match point, they're going to be looking to avoid fights here. They're going to be looking to get a quick rotation into a great position in that zone, hold it down, and then just try and work from there.
This is a good circle for Na'Vi as well. It is going to be pulling towards Thermal. They're currently in staging, so they should be able to rotate accordingly and make sure they find a position where they can just hold up and wait for other teams to push them. Of course, it gets a little bit difficult towards the latter stages of the game when everyone is occupying the same space, but we have seen the fact that Na'Vi, with that drop spot, they are going to be at least in an advantageous position that they can rotate towards Thermal. Do know that Alliance dropped Thermal as well, and Alliance are pretty much down and out in those leaderboards, Mark, so they're going to be looking to try and pick up KP.
Yeah, they are at the moment. They've only got 11 points on the board, which is obviously disappointing for Alliance fans, but who knows? One big game from them and they could put themselves back into contention, although it would have to be a monstrous game. Cooler now moving their way through Harvester on their quick rotation, as they're famously known for. They're in a pretty good position as well. They're one of the chasing pack at the moment, Dan. About 9 points off of hitting of 50 to join the teams that we currently have. So a semi-decent game here from Cooler, and like you're saying, it could be a case of the two players we were mentioning. When Strafey went over to Na'Vi, and there was that exchange, that breaking up of the teams, they went their separate ways. All of a sudden, they could both be in contention to become the EMEA playoff champ.
And I'm just having a little look at the overhead map and seeing that Na'Vi have maneuvered their way down to Thermal Station nice and early. So either they're going to be able to find some real estate, or they'll be taking a fight with Alliance very early on. So they need to be a little bit careful that they don't get pinched. And they might be able to find themselves in a building that can get them towards that late game with the chance of winning this entire tournament. They have found this little compound, but there are going to be a couple of teams around them. Alliance in Thermal, and also another team coming slightly north from where they have just arrived from.
Yeah, we saw this zone, we've seen this zone, quite a few times, potentially pulling towards that choke that you can see just at the very top left, as you can see, of that second circle that's lit up by the beacon. So that's going to be kind of prime real estate, and this is where the fight is going down at the moment. Nessie are one of those teams who are involved. Nessie, who need 3 points to get onto match point themselves, and they're being pushed by New Esports, who are currently on match point. So one of our teams here, who has that 50-point threshold in their favor, is trying to take out one who is chasing them at the moment. New Esports, Roger Bodge are going to go down. It all falls to Kashira now, and for New Esports, things are just falling apart here. Kashira has to do something magical. He will be eliminated.
Yeah, and I wonder if Na'Vi had a little peek at that as soon as they saw the knocks go down and they saw that New Esports were involved. They peppered some shots across just to be a nuisance, and it has worked out perfectly for them. But now Nessie under a little bit of fire after winning that fight. They have to try and get the armor swaps and escape. Graceful's done well to get a quick swap, but he's going to have to try and just run as far as possible. But it's always difficult as a Gibraltar.
Yeah, and they're getting harassed at the moment. You can see the third party trying to come in. Alliance also trying to feed on the scraps that are left over from that initial battle. And good shots here from Hacky, so going to break some shields, but not get any knocks. 0-0's going to be in the feed and finishing it off, Mady. So, I mean, big moments as far as the tournament overall is concerned in just a few moments of this game.
This choke point is just where everyone seems to reside at the moment, and Alliance are looking to get aggressive to pick up some of this KP that they so desperately need. Totem is down, so they can utilize it and get aggressive like they would like to, but it's not proving too easy for them because there's nades coming from different directions. Both Na'Vi and Alliance really wanting to get involved in this scrap, but Na'Vi, of course, don't need to, so they're just sitting back and they're just firing from a distance at the moment, whilst Alliance just need to keep away from them.
Yeah, Na'Vi are just happy bystanders at the moment. You see Kuya's trying to get a little bit aggressive, maybe see if he can pick up some KP just to take out some of the teams that are chasing and make this area as secure as possible. But Alliance have managed to stabilize here. They've managed to get those heals off, which is obviously great news for them. But Na'Vi at the moment, this has been the perfect game for them. They've got an early rotation, they've taken the compound, they're comfortable, and they're seeing teams who are also on match point around them full early on inside that first couple of battles that have gone on here on World's Edge. So Na'Vi in a great position, and you have to say also the likes of Gambit, Flavor of the Month, seeing that kill feed light up with New Esports falling early. Great of Gambit, Flavor of the Month, seeing that kill feed light up with New Esports falling early. Great news for them.
Fantastic news for them. That's what you're always going to have, one player just keeping a keen eye on that top right hand side of the screen so that you know where your rivals are placing. Are they being knocked? Do you need to kind of peek out and add shots if they are nearby? All these different things that are added into the equation as Flavor of the Month are making their way towards this circle as well, but they are going to come into a little bit of a choke. And their armor's okay, a few blues to work with, but there are some sniper shots raining down on them.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, got to be careful here, Flavor of the Month, you see, and then trying desperately not to show presence. Flavor of the Month just want to try and make a comfortable as possible rotation in. They don't want to give away the fact that they are Flavor of the Month, and they are one of the teams that are on match point now. The same can be said with Na'Vi at the moment, although I'm sure that with some shots that they've been firing across the battlefield at the moment, that people will know where Na'Vi are holed up at the moment. So it's just a game of chess at the moment for the teams that are on match point. The teams that are chasing that match point threshold is wonderful to see.
It is wonderful to see indeed, and I think we mentioned it just coming into this game. There are so many teams who are close to match point. Nessie on 47, Nuggets on 43, 789 on 42. That is not difficult to achieve that points total for some of the best teams in this region. Whether it's just a few KP and a somewhat good position, or just a good placement position to work with and not necessarily worrying about the KP. It's all there and it is available for several of these teams. But Gambit, of course, have a fantastic chance of also winning this tournament, but are they going to be in a good spot? It looks right now they're pretty cozy.
Pretty cozy for now. This is going to be a really interesting ring pool in around 2.5 minutes time to decide who is in the better position. You look at Nessie at the moment, and somehow they've managed to get back into this fight. Mady unfortunately won't be joining them, but they are comfortable at the moment. They're one of the teams who only need 3 points to get into a position to find themselves on match point. And a cheeky spot here from JMW, just sat up on the rafters doing a little bit of inspecting of the insulation, and he's going to be a nasty surprise to anyone who does enter that door without checking all of their angles. But Totem Esports as well, they're currently down in 9th place, 39 points for them, 11 points they need from this game to get onto match point. There's so many different factors. Every single team has their own story to follow at the moment, and it just makes it compelling watching.
And if we bring up the overhead quickly, we can have a look at why this circle is pretty difficult for a lot of the teams to rotate into, because there's just so many choke points that they have to worry about. You've got the initial ones here and here getting inside, and we can even see Flavor of the Month down in this position. They really are trying to push their way into Thermal, but they're struggling because there's several teams around them. And then if you look from the north, there's that main choke point that we saw people fighting in on this new #1, and this other choke, which is going to be where teams are trying to push through. All these different areas are going to make teams really struggle to get into the central areas because so many teams have rotated early, Mark. So we're going to see a lot of fights when people do get forced through these chokes.
And I was talking about that ring pull as well, and we've just been given a great indication of it there. As we can see, Flavor of the Month are actually trying to make their move and their rotation. They're going to play the low ground and try and rotate into Thermal Station here, but it is pulling towards the actual station itself. So the teams like Cooler, the teams like Na'Vi, and team like Flavor of the Month, all 3 of these teams are going to have to make their way across. And for Na'Vi, who are probably thinking, hey, we got a pretty good rotation here, we've got some pretty good real estate, all of a sudden things have changed for them. They now need to make a very, very tough move.
Flavor of the Month did so well to get into the center of Thermal, just kind of avoid everyone that was holding any sort of choke point. They managed to just slip through like a slithering snake, and now they can just wait here and reside. It is a dangerous area where they currently are because you can be shot from the ridge just above them. They need to make sure they don't get spotted, but I think a crypto drone did just have a little gander and spot them out. So it's whether Na'Vi recognize who this is below them, because that is going to be one of the teams they are competing with for this match point.
I mean, you look at the teams that are in that area. You've got Gambit, you've got Na'Vi, you've got Cooler. I mean, all of these powerhouses just trying to fight for a little bit of space in around a couple of minutes' time. They're all going to be forced to make a rotation or engage with each other and see who comes out on top. But Totem Esports at the moment, they're fairly comfortable. They're approaching from the southern side of World's Edge here, and you can see they're just kind of overlooking all of the action that will be going down around the station area of Thermal Station. And they've got a lot of ground to work with as well. You can see that Amazi's kind of overlooking tree here and just checking their back and making sure that that's clear. There's no one late rotating on them, and they've got all of this area to play at the moment.
Crypto ult is going to be popped onto Kick Esports. It means they're going to have to engage here and take this fight, but it looks like Densei is going to get taken down. And a lot of teams just scrapping in this particular chokehold. And you're right, there is a lot of vantage points that we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of teams that are just residing in those chokes, which is why I'm entirely surprised that Flavor of the Month were able to sneak through. It looked like there was going to be no way that they could find a safe passage, but we have to congratulate them, really, for being able to find a successful way in.
Kick have managed to find their way inside of the circle as well. However, Seaback is going to have to pop a bat, and so is Densei as well. As you can see, they're being pressured at the moment. That team is trying to push on them. The Arcstar indicator isn't going to hit, but it's going to initiate the push for this team as well. Gibby's going to come in, and he's going to do damage. Densei's going to drop Jakku, last player alive. Gibby 1v1 in this situation. Spray is not going to find its target. And it was once again Third Impact who come in, but then another third party comes in, and that's not the first time that we've seen Third Impact almost wiped immediately, having won a fight.
Yeah, Top Dogs were actually the team that came out top trumps in that particular fight, and they were the ones that were getting pushed by Kick, so they did very well to just reel themselves out of that fight and then wait for the perfect moment when Third Impact had come in for the third party. As Gambit Esports have found themselves in residence, it's going to be just on the edge of this circle mark, so they don't have to move just yet, but they probably need to be thinking about where this next circle is going to be. But of course, they can gatekeep all of these teams that are trying to push towards them here, the central side of Thermal.
Ooh, great shots as well coming in from Hardeki. I mean, it almost goes without saying sometimes. Great shots from Hardeki. The sky is also blue. You can see Alliance. Unfortunately, IPM was knocked. However, the Gibby bubble will go down, and they'll have the ultimate as well, just to create enough space to make sure that they can get that comfortable res off. And look at this, Na'Vi trying to maybe get a little bit aggro onto Flavor of the Month with that portal, but it looks like a second thought came in from Na'Vi. They don't want to take that portal right now because they can see that Flavor of the Month, they occupy this area.
And I just wonder whether they know who's who at the moment. Because you feel like if you get an idea that you're going up against one of the teams that is also on match point, you're tempted to try and take them out of the game, but at the same time, you don't want to sacrifice your position, and you don't want to put yourself in a spot where you can potentially get third-partied and not just ruin their game, but also ruin your own. And as we've got 3 teams left in this lobby that are match point, you are then gifting the opportunity to that third team who maybe won't be involved in the fight. But Na'Vi are going to be pretty happy with where they currently reside, just here in the center of Thermal. They can look down on everyone, and this Kraber could do some real damage.
Well, let's see if the Kraber shots are going to hit. It's going to be Strafey who has it in his hands. Let's jump into the comms now with Na'Vi.
30 flash. Do we want to knock people? What do you think?
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Just be careful with your HP. That's your.
Yeah, I don't want to lose. Fucking nothing.
Nothing as well. Check zone. It's gonna be closed, and a lot of people will come here from staging. I will farm this side, I think. This team is fighting now. Nessie just got knocked somewhere.
Keep it drop down.
Look, they dropped into lava.
But they got... Yeah, there's a new team there, so yeah.
Oh my god, he fucking jumped! Be careful, please. He died here.
I'm watching here, maybe kills.
Maybe kills here.
Crack one.
I crack only one guy. Fuck, I crack him. It's a my kill if you hit him once.
Where?
Over here.
There's a last one there.
We're good. We're in zone. Popping my last bed. I have nothing. Popping my last one, I think, no? Yeah, it should be this here.
TP on us. That's a...
Team pushing here. Cracked one. Almost knocked one.
Bloodhound low. Cracked him.
No vision.
So the Kraber not quite hitting the way that maybe Na'Vi wanted it to. A few body shots, but no knocks, no KP for them. And you can see they're not sure. Do they want to push? Do they want to commit? Do they want to play for KP? It's a difficult situation to find themselves in. But while all of this is going on, Alliance have managed to sneak their way through to a safe position here, Dan.
Yeah, Na'Vi don't need to commit to anything. They said their meds are pretty low, as it's going to be Alliance who do have to commit to something, and it's Gambit. They're on the receiving end of it as well. Haki's going big with the EVA 8, and I think that may have been the wipe onto Gambit, and that is not good news for them. Alliance, however, starting to heat up a little bit in their home territory here.
So now we have Na'Vi and Flavor of the Month, the last two teams alive that are still on match point. New Esports and Gambit both eliminated. And Flavor of the Month at the moment, just kind of watching all of the carnage go on around them. I'm sure they're loving what they're seeing in that kill feed. And I tell you what, we'll find out for ourselves. We'll jump into a listening now with one of the teams still on match point. Flavor of the Month.
Jo, men jag tror vi får spela bara runt om här på olika ställen här bara. Vi får kolla
Kraber
runt
på toppen, Kraber på
Man
toppen.
är här och grejer liksom. Men vänta, att folk kommer hoppa ner här nu tror jag alltså. Den TP där ute så de kan redan hoppa ner. Jag tycker döda folk där nere. Och så länge ni vet att ingen kommer ryggen så kan ni bara komma mot mig.
Alltså jag skannar.
De fightar mycket här.
Ja, det ska vara om folk där hoppar ner. Ja, han står där, jag ser han.
Han står där ja, mitten där.
Det tror jag
3 pers.
De kommer dika på oss, de kommer dika på oss.
De har Horizon, Börja komma mot mig nu, tror jag.
Okej.
De pikar lite grann. De hoppar ner nu. De kommer bakom här. De har cracka den.
Nice.
Det var ingen dom. De har Horizon. Glider ner. Crack. Åh wow, jag går ut på dig. Spela bara runt om här.
Jag ultar.
Spela runt om här.
Ja, träff.
Måste hålla här bara. De spelar långt bak fortfarande. De är inte i. Du måste döda dem här bara. Spela inte för aggro. Spela inte dumt aggro.
Knock, satan!
Ett HP, Horizon. Hoppa förbi. Döda. Akta runt om nu.
Akta Kraber toppen.
Spela här.
Toppen kommer att fokusera oss nu, de vet vart vi är.
Det är 2 lag där på den sidan.
Men det är 2 lag, ett lag under.
Jag kommer scanna framåt här. Inga under, kanske där under.
A huge moment in the context of this game. Flavor of the Month winning that team fight, Dan, but almost as importantly as well, avoiding the Kraber shot that came from Na'Vi, who are still up on top of the central structure.
We've just got two opposite situations at the moment. Na'Vi who are just chilling up top, and Flavor of the Month who have to just slowly creep their way into the next circle. 789 in a spot of bother at the moment as well. Shield cells will come out, and 2 of them are still up. Maybe they could pop the res here, but there is a team right opposite, just firing through the holes of the grate right now, hoping to hit shots.
789 who need 8 points as it stands to put themselves on match point at the moment. They're just trying desperately to survive. Tashin's body might provide some extra meds for the battery to be popped and for them to survive just a few more moments. It's a 2v2 situation on the top of this platform at the moment, but now you're going to see, unfortunately for Zanya, shots coming in from the back, and that surely is going to be Flavor of the Month who's assisting in this fight.
They need to go for the res if they're going to do it soon. Stu was bleeding out, and looks like they might be able to get it off, which they will, and then bubble is possible for them, so they can reset here, 789. They need to start thinking about moving for this next circle, as do Flavor of the Month, one of our teams on match point, and they are doing some damage on those teams that are coming towards them here. They don't need the KP, but of course, any people out of the lobby means they are closer to picking up this victory. We're down to 7 squads. One of them's Na'Vi, one of them's Flavor of the Month. Are we going to find our winning team here?
So Flavor of the Month have managed to get a wonderful position for this endgame as well. Most importantly for them, they cleared out the team that was on the high ground. The 2 teams that were fighting just a few moments ago. And now Na'Vi, they make their move in on the bubble. It's all up to Nesh here, but 303 Esports will wipe them. And now Flavor of the Month are the only team left in the lobby who could get this job done right now.
And everyone's back up to a full 3, judging by the team tracker. Flavor of the Month are just laying down the fire on the team below them. They don't want to bring too much attention to themselves. They don't want to be the focus point. As soon as they get a knock, they'll give that information to every other team as to where they currently are and where they're going to be pushing from. And it is likely teams would try and gang up on them, but some big shots coming out from Taylor. 789 will lose 1 member. Flavor of the Month in a good position here, Mark.
But 303 overlooking all of this that's going down at the moment. This ring pool could be absolutely massive as well, as teams will be forced to engage once again. Flavor of the Month looking very, very good as it stands. They've got to hope that 303 Alliance, who are the other team across from them, they'll have to just check in to find out who that fourth squad is. Engage in a fight before they have to get involved, but just put yourselves in the shoes right now of Flavor of the Month, Pierre, Noth, and Taylor. They've got to be so nervous, so pressurized in this situation to not put a single foot wrong.
Cooler are also still in these last 4. They were 9 points off match point. You'd have to imagine they're going to be very close. 303 have the high ground at the moment. And of course, this is Alliance's home territory. This is where they drop. They know it like the back of their hands. So I'm sure they'll be feeling somewhat confident in this final fight as the portal from Cooler comes out to make the rotation just before this circle moves in. And it is starting to make its way in. How are Flavor of the Month going to manipulate and maneuver their way through this zone?
The only issue here for Cooler is they don't have the bubble to work with. They don't have a Gibraltar, and you can see that Yuki has gone down on Caustic as well. Naski has managed to stay alive, as has the Wraith player of Sir Del. Alliance now making their move to try and finish off those 2 kills. One more player alive here for Cooler Esports, but now this is the magic moment. Flavor of the Month making their move in down.
And it's absolutely perfect because all the other 3 teams have been scrapping, they've been taking damage, they've been trying to heal up. Flavor of the Month are just watching on and they've taken direct center of this circle. This could be the moment that they win this tournament, but they just have to play it successfully. They have to be patient here, Mark.
Shots are coming in here from Taylor, just backing off smartly. Defensive bombardment's going to be going down all around Flavor of the Month. They know this could be their moment as another player is going to be challenging. Flavor of the Month deal with it, and now the entire lobby is trying to jump on these 3 players who are so close to calling themselves the Winter Circuit Playoff Champions. Pierre going to pump the battery. He's got the Mastiff in hand as well. He's got an Octane in front of him. This is all coming down to these final shots as Flavor of the Month move in. One more player alive for them to deal with. Can Flavor of the Month get it done? There's a player coming out of nowhere and not in a 1v1 to win playoffs here for Flavor of the Month. Oh, done! Oh my God, Flavor of the Month, Noth, you animal!
Oh, it's so difficult when someone just comes flying out of nowhere like that, and you could see his aim got a little bit shaky towards the end mark. He knew he had the chance to win playoffs, and it was all there with those shots, and finally he just composed himself, hid behind the shield, and just took that breather, and that's all he needed to secure the victory for Flavor of the Month.
Give me a second. I mean, what an ending. What an ending. I mean, Apex Legends, it just keeps blowing my mind. Every single time we get to one of these big moments in a tournament, it seems like someone else, another team, just comes up with another moment of magic. Flavor of the Month, to get to where they got to take the position they got to, and then to execute at the end. They would have thought, I think, they would have thought, this is it, this is our moment, and then the player comes flying out of nowhere, and it becomes a clutch 1v1 situation. And still, to have the composure, to have the talent, the ability, everything you need to call yourself a champion. Flavor of the Month clutch up. I am lost for words. Unbelievable. Flavor of the Month, playoff champs.
I think what blew my mind even more was that they found themselves central circle. I feel like the rest of the teams realized where Flavor of the Month were, and they all stopped shooting at each other, and they all went towards Flavor of the Month, and they were able to stop that barrage. They were able to win every single engagement that was put under their pressure, and then to come up clutch at the end. I mean, what a game. It was an absolute honor to be able to call it, Mark, and wow, Flavor of the Month, congratulations.
And Noth, you are a king, my friend, and you are also a playoff champion. A 1v1 clutch to close things out here. Kate and Tom, I mean, I'm lost for words. Hopefully you've still got some in the back pocket to describe what just happened in that end game. It's time to go back to you.
Oh, man, do not hold your hopes up there, boys. Thank you so much for that great casting, Tom. I'm sitting here like...
I'm shaking.
I'm so sorry.
I'm shaking. I was so nervous. That was either going down as the biggest clutch in Apex history or the biggest choke in Apex history, and Noth pulled it off, and that was not a 1v1. That was a 2v1, and the best part is Mark goes, and there's a player flying out of nowhere, and he really was. You think the tournament's over. You think that last kill behind the box was it. No, there's still another contender flying in from the top rope, and wow, Noth was able to get it done. Congratulations, Flavor of the Month. What a tournament.
Absolutely. By the way, you should see my notes. I literally was typing flavor of the month got griefed, and then it happened, and I was like, what? Anyway, sorry, Dan, to our audio guy for that. I'm sure I just blew out some of these speakers. At any rate, yes, absolutely fantastic. And hey, you know what is a great idea? To watch that final moment one more time, this time with some comms. So let's take a look right now at how flavor of the month pulled this one out.
Tomma late!
Japp. Jag fick en. Frackade.
Akta höger! Frack! Död! På i varandom!
100 på race!
Vänster! Nej, jag blir knockad. Vänster! De kanske får fighta. De fightar lite grann. Spela chill, spela med varandra, prata med varandra. Min sida, spela min sida. Nox! Över! Hoppa ner!
Wait, nothing? They don't crash.
Where's the scream at the end?
Over here?
There's no way they were quiet after that. We must.
Maybe they muted themselves.
Dan cut it. It was peaking. Okay, so.
Okay.
That was
wow.
amazing. They were so calm, cool, and collected the entire time. You know what? I have so much respect for these players because they put themselves in the zone in that moment. When you're watching, I'm over here shaking. I'm still shaking. That's how intense that was for me. That was such an amazing ending there. We had an amazing ending yesterday with 3 teams there, and then we have a 2 versus 1 to finish it off. What a format, what a tournament, what a game. Had so much fun.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at what that fun translates to in numbers with our Game 6 results. Gang, we could have gone much longer here. We knew we had the talent in this lobby, but we went to a game number 6, and that is where Flavor of the Month pulled it out. And Tom, looks like they did exactly what you said. They went for placement. They did not continue. Listen, 8 kills is nothing to shake a stick at, but let's be clear. They definitely played this one more conservatively, and turns out they did well. They did a good job.
You saw it. They played like a solo rat together as a 3-person squad, and that's what you need to do. They made their way together under the jungle gym area. They sat there and just huddled up, and then they did it again, and methodically made these rotations while everyone else is focused on getting more points. Other people are focused on getting tons of points through kills and placements. They understand they just need to get to the placement. They just need to get to that point where the final zone is closing. And once they saw that Na'Vi was out, you know that they all grinned and said, hey, this is our opportunity right now. You can see that they had 7-8-9 below them on the ropes, which is another team in contention. So you're just taking out contender after contender. Gambit fell early, New fell early, so everything aligned for Flavor of the Month.
They did. And let's take a look at those overall results and find out who's coming out 2nd, 3rd, and 4th after Flavor of the Month, who take home that lion's share of the global prize pool here in our winter circuit EMEA Super Regionals. There they are. Wow, that is a hearty number there. Na'Vi coming in at number 2, Gambit 3, New Esports. My goodness, this lobby has been stacked.
And look at all the teams that were about to hit 50 points, Kate. If Flavor of the Month doesn't win that, imagine the rest of the points going to a team like 7-8-9, Cooler, NCD. So now we were looking at possibly 8 teams going on there when Flavor of the Month was the first team to go and hit that threshold. So they didn't drop the ball. They were able to play conservatively, and then they just put their backs towards the zone and forced all that action in front of them. We saw with the flying cam how many teams were stacked on top of one another. But at one point, it almost seemed like they were almost forming a little peace treaty because they realized what was in front of them. And that was Flavor of the Month, ready to win this tournament. So they kind of like half sent it towards them, half didn't, because they had to fight each other too. And it's just kind of in their instincts. So it was just a really, really entertaining finish.
It was indeed. They definitely showed us what earning it looks like, what a masterclass is in Apex Legends, both using that confidence to go places. Now this, as we always talk about teams, and sometimes players make it through to our comms and make it through to our casters and everything like that, but this is where we get to showcase those individuals who have been doing absolute work. And Noth delighted that he is #1. He's #1 for a reason, Tom.
He has to be feeling good right now because not only is he the MVP, he really does get the MVP for getting the dub overall for the tournament in that awesome situation at the end of Thermal Station right there. And that area on that map for Nothin for Flavor of the Month is going to be special. They may even just start dropping Thermal Station after this because of the fact that's where they just won basically $50,000 and just got crowned the Winners Circuit ALGS champions for the EMEA Super Region. So congratulations, Noth. Congratulations to Flavor of the Month. A great performance, though, from Gambit, Na'Vi. A lot of players played extremely well today.
I mean, they really did. And, you know, I got to say, one of those things I love about the way that Flavor of the Month played this is that they had to do everything right. I think even our casters were talking about it. Mark and Gaskin were talking about it when they were simply watching everybody go down. They had to hold off. They had to play it they couldn't make a wrong move because the stakes were so high and the pressure was so great, and they were in just a need to be great scenario, which they came out on top. And remarkable performance, to be sure.
The key in that final game, and when you're on match point, is to stay off the kill feed. Not especially on the right side of the kill feed. You don't even want to really be on the left side of the kill feed until the very end, and that's what they did. They stayed extremely low key, and then when they had their opportunity to go and get these free kills that were directly below them, when they knew there was zero chance of getting third partied, that's what they did. And the reason that they're talking about that is because you're going to get punished extremely hard, extremely quickly, because of the fact that all these teams want to win the tournament so badly. So if they see that they're gonna sacrifice their lives to go and take you out of the tournament. That's just how it goes, because they want that to continue. And if they know that you're alive still, there's every chance that you could win that. And Flavor of the Month executed perfectly.
They did. Well, let's take a look at some other brilliant executions here from our final game. What is now our final game of our EMEA Super Regional Winter Circuit playoffs with some highlights. Nessie, and you know what? Here's the thing, Tom. This is one of the best parts about these highlights. We get to showcase the teams that may not be at the top of our leaderboard, but my goodness, they definitely made this lobby as scary as it could be.
They definitely did, and all of these teams were taking so many random fights over towards Skyhook and over towards the edge here because they understand they need a pop-off game. They need to get this confidence rolling, and they're hoping that one of these teams that they run into is going to be Flavor of the Month. But a lot of these teams, it wasn't very secretive that Gambit, Na'Vi, etc., Flavor of the Month especially, made their way into Thermal early. All the rest of these teams out here were just, scratching and clawing to pick up what they could along the way because they understand the circumstances. And there it is, Na'Vi hitting the headshot. Again, the ending, couldn't ask for a better one here. Flavor of the Month in North. Congratulations. What an entertaining weekend of Apex, not just day. North America and EMEA really put on a show.
Absolutely. And remember, everybody, we had our North American Winter Playoffs yesterday, GG'd at NRG. And, of course, Flavor of the Month just crowned our EMEA Super Regional Playoff champions for our winter circuit here. But it all funnels into what we recently announced as the Big Kahuna, the ALGS Championship. Remember that what they did here today during this winter circuit is integral into how they're going to be seeded in that mega championship. I'm not sure how to make it bigger, because it's obviously an amazing $1 million prize pool. So, you know what I mean. It's going to be, they'll get a nice rest, I hope. I hope they'll take a few days of
championship.
Rest.
One of those, Kate. Just sing it. Just sing it.
Exactly, and we'll hope these players get some time off to rest and everything and regroup before launching straight into what will be our ALGS Championship. And of course, remember, April 25th will be the LCQ for that in particular. But before we get to all of that, it's one of my favorite things to do, and this actually is a great way to showcase Na'Vi. They came in number 2 here on our EMEA Super Regional, not to be outdone, certainly. Well, we've got a moment of the match brought to you by Lenovo, our official PC and monitor of the ALGS. They brought that moment of the match in Game 3. Na'Vi, pretty perfect read on some of these circles. Let's take a look at that right now.
We play next, guys. We need to think.
They're only hard. Any chance we kill them?
I'm looting nades. Watching.
You have
I
ulti?
have no ult.
I have only one shield cell.
I will give you.
I have a lot. I'm coming.
We just need to kill this team and we're winning the game.
Take. I chopped you.
Boys, please work on them, please.
I know, bro.
There is a cleaves, you can shoot.
I'm going
Anna,
here.
Anna, make it TP.
Yeah.
I'm pushing TP, a bit.
Look at them.
Do it.
Let's go back.
We're fine here, guys. Yeah,
We need to strip it.
I know.
I'm grappling in.
Go.
Kill the no guy first.
Nice.
I got him.
Go back fast.
Okay, look, there's a zipline here that can come up. And this one. Last 2 teams are below us.
Crack crypto here.
I don't have an angle.
Just heal up, be healthy. Oh, it's only me, okay.
I'm watching house.
You
We
have
need to
nades?
TP.
We don't drop.
Yeah.
We drop when they actually.
No, you not dropping.
Any nades?
No.
Okay.
Listen, Kuki, no matter what, you stay up top and do heal off.
Yeah, but you guys should drop.
Yeah.
Later, not now.
Jump out. I got it.
60 here, crack this wraith.
Take angles.
100! I found both teams.
Yeah, knocked one. About to knock 2.
EMP, they might exit.
I'm taking the kills.
You stay, I'm pushing.
I'm
pushing.
Okay.
I drop.
A bubble to Kuya. Nice, last one on me.
Go on this.
Nice!
Oh!
Great to see Na'Vi doing absolute work there. Tom, I feel like I love these moments of the matches where we get to see that other perspective. We were with Cooler for most of that game 3 as they were sticking it out in the building there behind the doors. But it's great to see Na'Vi from their perspective, exactly how they clutched up there. And even they seemed like, hey, we did it!
Yeah, I love Max Strafe's shots right there. His tracking was just so clean, but when he's sliding down the hill, leading his shots right there, those are not easy shots to hit. He was literally like being the bullet right there. But when he goes, I'm dropping. Like, he's like, I know I'm doing so much damage. He knows that he's going in. But if we're talking about making shirts with quotes on it, we have so many right there. I think "we don't drop" is one of them. I love that quote. You always get the high ground. You never drop there. And that's when Max Strafe goes, I'm dropping. That's when he knows he just put in so much damage, and he was about to laser the rest of the team right there. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, they fell one placement short, but still a great performance from them overall. I'm sure they're pretty stoked with the way the day went.
Absolutely, and hey, listen, 24 grand is nothing too bad for a weekend's worth of work. A phrase I don't like to use because, of course, they have been grinding all circuit long. Certainly something that they're used to, but a huge GG, of course, then to Flavor of the Month, but also Na'Vi, as we mentioned. And hey, we've got some more stats that we want to showcase your way because, of course, we love to see the players play the way they're meant to be played, but also we want to basically show off what they've done here with the numbers. And these are some interesting things, some team stats here. Ooh, okay, these are some fun numbers here, Tom. Fun indeed.
Yeah, I always love when we have the damage dealt, and the fact that when a couple patches ago we had the damage counter up in the top right of your screen when you're playing is one of my favorite additions to the game. But Flavor of the Month coming through, not only with first place, but with a decent amount of kills too. 80 points after 6 games is really, really strong, Kate, especially with the format, especially with the stakes that are there. And then just keep in mind the amount of teams that were about to hit 50 points. We're about to have 7, 8, 9 teams on match point, and that could have got absolutely crazy. We only had 4 in game 6, so it was about to double going into game 7, and game 7 is what we had yesterday when NA ended, and there's only 4 teams there. So completely 2 different stories from both the regions here. So many different compositions, so many different plays. We saw a lot of Octanes today. We saw some Caustic Crypto comps. I love the way that Cooler plays their Caustic Crypto comp, but Flavor of the Month came through, and they played just perfectly when it comes to how you need to execute on this format, especially in that final game. It was really impressive.
It was very impressive, and I love these damage numbers. They definitely tell a different story. Not a different story, but they tell a more complete story. We're so used to being very specific when it comes to, kill counts and placements and everything like that, and, get into that magic 50. But to hear damage results like that is another way to really, if you're one of those players who are looking to up their game, it's another great stat to use in comparison to your own, so you can try and find if you could be potentially part of this lobby someday. Speaking of, by the way, the LCQ's coming April 25th, March 29th, AK tomorrow. Battlefy.com/ALGS if you want to get part of it. thought I'd throw that in there. Sorry, production, you're the best.
Well, going back to damage, always make sure that you out-damage your
Please.
teammates so you know that you're better than them.
And see, right there, that's a pro tip from T Squared. Let's see, we've got some full screens here for our champions. Apologies for just reading that out loud, but we've got some things that we wanted to see for our ALGS Championship Series. Let's take a look at some of the teams that have already qualified here, because this is the big kahuna coming up later this year. None of these teams are a surprise. Am I right, Tom?
I mean, you just watched them play. A lot of these teams are right here, and I think we know which one's going to be the favorites right there. It's the top 3-4 teams. Flavor of the Month, Na'Vi, Gambit, New Esports, the teams that hit that 50-point threshold. Nessie just hit it, so it's basically in order already. I don't know how the graphics team's doing this, but this is your first 20 teams going into the championships, and if we thought today was going to be intense, that's probably just a preview of what we're going to see with $1 million up for grabs.
Oh, yeah, and I love to see Dead Inside, La Cité France, some of these teams that have been making names for themselves throughout our other ALGS tournaments, and my goodness, they'll be a part of our ALGS championship teams as well. This is just going to be, like you said, Tom, you thought this lobby was scary, and boy, was it. Just kidding. Let's talk about the ALGS championship when $1 million is on the line, then we have the real business. I mean, my goodness.
And there's plenty of time to prepare here too. Keep in mind that now the teams, they know which teams are already qualified, and this is great because gamers and competitors are kind of creatures of habit in terms of they like to know this stuff. It's pretty hard to prepare for a tournament when all of a sudden you only have a week to prepare with the 20 teams that you know are there. So we just had the LCQ last week when teams were qualifying on Saturday and Sunday, and then they started scrimming on Monday, and then the tournaments were starting that very next weekend. So now they can look at this, decide when they want to get their scrim lobbies going, start determining their drop spots, and that's going to raise the level of competition everywhere. It's going to make it less RNG, it's going to give these guys more time to plan, and it's going to be awesome to watch because they're all going to be so comfortable with how each other's play styles are going to be.
Absolutely. And we saw some other teams there, T-Rex. We're excited to see Solo Q Goats. We'll see them as well. And, of course, those 5 empty slots with the letters LCQ next to them, that is something to look out for, especially if you are a player looking to go pro. If you're a player who thinks they can make it in this lobby, well, now is the time. Well, technically it's tomorrow, but either way, battlefy.com/ALGS. Perhaps you'll find yourself being showcased on this very program if you make it through our LCQs to compete at the elite level in our ALGS Championship Series. But I got to tell you, you've got quite the competition if you do.
You do, and by the way, make sure that everybody gets their drops. That's why we're keeping the stream going for you guys, so you guys can get all of your drops going on. You know, we got you guys. Don't worry, Kate. What you want to talk about? No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, kitties and pizza. Can we keep going back to the pause and pizza
and
comments?
Monster, I'm gonna need one after this. But yeah, I mean, listen, I hope that everybody enjoyed the show because that was some of the best Apex that I've personally ever seen, and it just was amazing. So I personally just want to thank everybody that watched and the players especially for putting in the amount of time that they put into this game to put on such a great show for us, because honestly I couldn't ask for a better, and I couldn't have written it any better for North America. 3 teams on match point, and then right there 2 versus 1, people flying off the top rope coming in and ending the game. I had a blast.
I did too, and you know what? I know somebody else who had a blast. Our Flavor of the Month team, we've actually got one of their players ready to go with an interview with, I believe it's going to be on set, but we'll find out here shortly. Either way, let's find out what one of our players from Flavor of the Month had to say about that epic victory.
Thank you so much, Kate. Thank you, Tom. And I am here and joined by the one and only Pierre of Flavor of the Month. First thing I got to ask you, man, how does it feel to be on top of EU going into the ALGS Championships? Flavor of the Month on top. It's been a long grind. How are you feeling right now, man?
Taylor was crying when we won, and Nut was about to pass out. And me, myself, I was screaming. I'm probably not going to have a voice tomorrow, but it feels good because we're the longest standing team in Apex, and a lot of people have been doubting us.
You guys have been doubted for quite some time, a lot for over the entirety of your careers, right? You guys have stuck together as a team. Walk me through real quick. I have to ask you about the last game, game number 6. I have to get it from your perspective before I ask a bit about your team, your background for those that don't know you. But walk me through game number 6. What's going on through your comms? You guys had to play perfect Apex because the entire lobby's trying to grief you. What's going on from your perspective? Walk me through it.
So what we noticed, because game 5, you could tell that a lot of teams were focusing us. We had a team following us since the beginning of the game, from Geyser into Sorting Factory and onwards. In the last game, there was too many teams in match point, so we played it normally. We played as we would play, like we always take that position no matter what. Like if we have to go through where the tunnel or the high ground or through the like alley with the houses, we always get that position. So we played it as we would have normally, because every team was too busy focusing on themselves. There's too many match point teams. Meanwhile, Taylor was popping up with the calls, like he was on fire with the calls, like how he normally would be. And I was mainly focusing on the match point teams, like seeing where are the other match point teams, who's dead, are we still in this? And so like we knew, like at the end we knew we're the only team alive. Try not to do too much, but if we have to, go all out. And that's what we did.
And in that moment, it's 4 teams alive. Every single team in the lobby decides to stop fighting each other and just fly at Flavor of the Month. I don't even know if you guys realized it. You'll watch that back in the VOD,
we
I'm
saw
sure.
it. We saw it.
It was insane. You guys had to play that perfectly. What are the comms like, especially in that moment? Nath, you just saw the 1v1 against IPN. What were the comms like? And walk me through that very late game moment.
So the late game when Taylor got knocked, me and Nat, we went completely dead silent. We both did the same thing because we knew what we had to do. We went a little bit to the right. Like if you're a World of Warcraft player, you might know what pillar walking is. It's when you have a pillar and you like just LOS the targets. So we kept like going right, going left, going right, going left, and then Taylor like started calling out this side, this side, this side, and that's when we swoop around the left side and like finished off the people there. And then we did the damage what we could. And then like when everybody was knocked on our level, then Taylor yelled out, he's on top, and then Not just instantly looks up and gets off 2 big pumps, followed up by a lot of back and forth until he just reloads the carbine and just finishes the fight. And we were just yelling at the top of our lungs. I don't know what to tell you.
Nath almost passed out. Taylor started crying, like you said.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane finish for you guys. But I know the journey was not just this finals, was not just Winter Circuit. You guys have been doing this for a very long time. For those that don't know Flavor of the Month, that don't know your journey, walk us through it from the beginning, man, all the way back to 2017 with you guys as a squad.
Oh my god, you want to go all the way back? You want to have the TLDR or do you want the whole
quick
story?
TLDR. Give me the quick TLDR of you guys as a team.
TLDR, I started out in Norway and playing PUBG. We went to a LAN in Denmark. That's where we met Nat. Me and Nat got very drunk at the after party, and that's when we bonded. When we got back home, we started playing with Nat because he was obviously one of the better players at the LAN events. He joined our Norwegian team. And then we spoke like a little bit of Norwegian, a little bit of English. I was picking up Swedish back then because I was playing a lot with Nat. Like me and Nat would go hours upon hours upon hours. Like we would play day in and day out, just playing like deathmatch servers on PUBG, for an example. We were just playing games constantly, and he was working, and he switches from night to day back then. So like when he had to switch to day, then we just pulled all-nighters. Like we pulled, I don't even know, like 100 all-nighters for several years. Every time he switched like to night to day, and then. We played together for a year, and then a lot of our teams, like our team and Taylor's team, we started doubting, like everybody started doubting each other. And then like our in-game leader, he left our team, and then Taylor also got kicked from his team. And then we picked up Taylor because we like Taylor, because he brings the energy. Like Taylor brings the energy to the room. When Taylor walks in and if he's on his top, he lights up the room and everybody just loves it. So we started doing much, much better. But as you may know, PUBG is a 4-player game. And after a while, the game is very tiring because it's a much slower pace of game.
Yep.
That Apex release. Apex comes around the corner, and I start playing a ton of Apex. And then when a qualifier comes around the corner, we don't qualify for that. I'm being told that I'm getting kicked off my team. So Taylor not kicks me, followed by me playing Apex alone. Followed by Nut coming to play Apex with me because he loved the game, he loved playing it with me. And then Taylor is like, when they had their last meeting, like team meeting, he's like, he gets asked, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go play Apex, not then, yeah. So yeah, we've been playing ever since 2017. Even though I got kicked, I'll still say it counts, right? Like,
yeah, that's an unbelievable story. Since 2017, 4 years as teammates, the longest-lasting team in Apex Legends globally by a mile, and clearly shows hard work, loyalty pays off. You guys were next level. Your teamwork, your team fire, your consistency was on point throughout the entirety of the tournament. I got to give some kudos to you guys real quick. Noth, most kills in the entire lobby with 18 kills, and you just confirmed his age. 30 years old, one of the oldest players in Europe. He still ends up on top, and then I got to brush some dirt off your shoulders as well. Most damage in the lobby was yourself. 7.5k damage, more damage done than anyone else in the entire lobby. You guys absolutely crushed it. Going into ALGS Championships, I want to ask your perspective. Are you guys going to continue grinding, practicing, and putting in the work? What's the game plan going into ALGS Champs?
The next for us, we're going to qualify for the next PUBG Pro tournament because that's in the Monday. That qualifier starts Monday, so we're going to qualify that together with Cooler, actually. So we're going to have some fun. But after that, we're going to get back into Apex before the championship, and we're going to play nothing else but Apex, and we're just going to frag out, play every tournament, every cup, everything that comes around the corner.
I love it. Well, congratulations to you guys. You win online tournament number 3. You win again another championship here in the playoffs when it matters the most. Last question I have to ask you. This is important. I think it's $16,000 per person. That's a significant amount of money. What are you going to do with the money?
I'm going to buy a lot of skins. First of
Great
all.
answer. Great answer.
And maybe a new chair.
Okay, that's a good investment.
Yeah. Because you gotta watch your posture, and if your back becomes like if you're as old as not, you need to have a good chair because like you get back issues.
And with how much you were carrying, you got to make sure you can keep your back up to par with 7.5k in damage. Kudos to you. Now, kudos to all three, man. You absolutely killed it. Any final words? Any final shout-outs for anyone watching right now?
I want to shout out to our partner, Ace, as well as my lovely, lovely teammates. I love you guys. I wouldn't want to play this game with anybody else. And Flavor of the Month is still looking for an org to represent, and we're looking for sponsors or partners. That is all.
I love it. Any orgs out there, you might want to pick up the best team in Europe right now, Flavor of the Month, with quite the story as well, quite the personalities as well, as you learned here from Pierre. Congratulations, man, again, on the major championship. Awesome stuff. I'm going to throw it back to Kate and T-Squared at the desk. Thank you so much, Pierre. Appreciate it.
Well, that may have been one of my... Oh, he did dab. There
Double
it is.
dab.
That might have been one of my double dab, one of my favorite interviews post-game ever. Well done, Fallout, and certainly well done to Flavor of the Month. My goodness. And he's not wrong, by the way, about the you need a good chair.
He does. I mean, you're absolutely crazy if you don't sign Flavor of the Month, okay? They've been together for 4 years. It's okay. Having an esports team is like a boy band, but everyone games 12 hours a day or more. So it's not easy to keep the band together 4 years. Congratulations again to Flavor of the Month. And you can see just how happy he was. Honestly, so much hard work goes into this game, Kate. The hard work really pays off, and nothing feels better than that. So, again, congratulations, Flavor of the Month.
And listen, it seems like their work is never done. They're on PUBG tomorrow. My goodness. Good old rest. They'll give him a few hours, and then it's off to the races. At any rate, well done, of course, as you mentioned, huge GGs to Flavor of the Month. Now, we have been asking for your votes throughout the day about our picks for play of the winter circuit, and there was no surprise when it came to our winner. That one we get to showcase to you right now. There it is, Hardecky's 1v3 play. We're talking his online tournament number 2 performance. Feels like we should probably take a look. What do you think, Tom?
I'm down. Let's see it.
Let's do it.
Focus indeed. The thermites are going to hit, which is going to melt their armors. Hardecky's just going to tank it a little bit, go for that battery, but oh no, they're getting Crypto Ultimate, and there they go. Artico down, Gambit, Leogre down, and Hardecky no armor. He can't do anything here, but get away with 1 HP, takes the portal.
And he's going to take that portal right to it. T puts in work. Oh my goodness. Hardecky just went huge. He just pushed 3 members of T-Rex, caught them off guard, and was able to take out every single one of them in the 1v2. Hardecky with 5 HP, a sliver in a dream, pops off with the EVA 8.
I can't close my mouth right now. That was the most insane thing I've ever seen in Apex Legends. Holy smokes. This man has been known to clutch, but clutch with 1 HP against 3 people.
Unbelievable play of the tournament so far. Absolutely. It might be the play of the entire 6-game series here as Yarkis tries to show.
I couldn't close my mouth either, girl. Well done. Wow, that was a nice moment. I had forgotten about that one. A nice trip down memory lane here, Tom.
Yeah, I was like, which one? Because Hardeki has a lot of great moments. Then I was like, oh yeah, this one, the one that was definitely 89% in the polls that everybody remembered. So yeah, hey, the EVA 8 with the bolt right there doing some serious work. But let's not forget, he only had about 10 HP when he killed all 3 of those players.
I was going to say that medkit came out real fast. At any rate, let's take a look at what the last little mention, our last check-in on Twitter. Find out what you all been saying around the world as you're watching this EMEA Super Regional unfold here. That was an awesome tournament. Just can't get enough of competitive play. Apex, no other game can compare to the intensity felt while watching. Boy, do I don't disagree with you there, Sandro. We have felt that one, to be sure, especially in this final game featuring Flavor of the Month, now our Winter Circuit champions.
Another strong GIF. Everyone's GIF game is just on point. And yes, Sandro, couldn't have said it better myself.
There it is. And Spear, phew, what an amazing ending to the playoffs. Yeah, literally chills. There it is. Yep, exactly right. You nailed it. You basically just encompassed the entire last zone in game number 6 with that gift for sure. Finally out here. Great plays from Flavor of the Month. Great games today from everyone involved. GG. Well done, Neb. I appreciate that. Appreciate the love for all of our teams. Remember, it took a behemoth amount of experience, energy, and guts to get even to this lobby, this crazy, scary lobby of 60 players and 20 teams. And here they get to crown our one EMEA champion for our winter circuit. But as we mentioned time and time again, just even getting here means you've won things and you've proven yourself in this very difficult game to become a pro in.
I have a sneaking suspicion. That's why I like saying the team name, because I don't think it's going to be a team name much longer. Congratulations, Flavor of the Month. You guys are definitely getting signed. If someone doesn't sign you, they're absolutely crazy. So I'm throwing it out there, and I think it's probably happening within the week.
Please, dear goodness, let that be the case. These guys have, when he said 100 hours, like what was it? Where did I pull that stat out of? I can't remember from the interview. I think he was talking about these all-nighters for 100 days in a row, just out of control stuff. Like, they have a gamer's mentality. They know what they're doing, and they seem like they get excited about it. These are all fantastic things any org would be lucky to have.
Yeah, and also, keep in mind, like we saw with our pro tips earlier from Ball on G, where you got to take breaks too, because you want to make sure that you're playing all these times. Like you said, tomorrow he's going to, have some fun, play a different game, get back onto the grind, whether he's going to play something or not. It's always good to take these little breaks, get back onto it, because everyone is putting in a lot of time to get this good at the game. And again, much respect to all the players.
Absolutely. And hey, if you want to keep up with all of the action we are doling out here from the Apex Legends Global Series, go ahead and follow us, twitch.tv/playapex. We're also on the YouTubes, youtube.com/playapexcompete. These are the places you get to see us. You can give us a free follow on Twitch, a free sub on YouTube, and of course we are also on Twitter @playapex. Use that hashtag ALGS and you could find yourself being showcased on the Twitter stuff on this very program. And finally, as we've mentioned time and time again, our last chance qualifiers for those ALGS championships are coming the 25th of April. But first, there's a LCQ that comes between now and then, and that is where, actually, the LCQ is the 25th. Ho, 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 long day already. The 25th of April is the LCQ for those ALGS championships. But in order to potentially get there, if it's you, tomorrow, thank you, Tom, is March 29th. That is also the day that you need to register. That's when registration opens, battlefy.com/ALGS. It's going to be the business. Find out if you have what it takes to come and play with these big cats all around the world here in EMEA and in our North American region, and really all of our global regions. A huge GG to our APEC North, APEC South, South American regions. Amazing gameplay for sure, which means, Tom, the next time you're going to see these smiling faces is April 25th for those LCQs.
I'm excited. I think I need to catch my breath until then, to be honest, because this last weekend was just so intense.
we all need a nap. Let's be clear. I'll speak for the rest of the cast and crew and say we all need a nap. And you know what? And for the absolute best reason possible. Our cast and our crew have been putting in absolute work, not just, of course, all of our circuits, spring, summer, autumn, now winter, and leading up to the big kahuna, which of course is the ALGS Championship Series. We saw earlier some of those teams that have already qualified. We've got 5 LCQ slots still up for contention. Some of those teams that have qualified, a lot of them, you know their names, you love them. They've got communities, they've got popular votes, and we cannot wait to see this crazy, scary lobby really come into their own for the ALGS Championships. Tom, is there one thing you're looking forward to as we look ahead now that we have settled the question of who is Winter Circuit champions for our different regions here?
Well, I had a lot of fun watching. I think we're in a great spot with the meta right now with Apex. There's a lot of different compositions. I can't wait to see what the meta is going to be like a month or two from now and what kind of updates come along the way.
Oh man, you are not wrong. That's one of the things we love about esports in general. Our games change. Well, our positions, our maps, our meta, our comps, they all change, nerfs, buffs, the whole 9 yards, and yet these players, they take it, they run with it. Perhaps we'll see this Octane love affair continue. Perhaps, I mean, I saw a couple of caustics, and that's my fave, so, you know, I got excited, but we even saw a Pathfinder. In fact, actually, come to think of it, he was in the final circle, wasn't he?
Yeah, Max Strafe playing Pathfinder, and then, you know, keep in mind that Bangalore is becoming a little bit more useful. Shiv plays that, obviously, for solo queue goats, but we saw players from Liquid on the NA side busting it out. We saw 2 come out, and then players are adjusting based on the crafting too. So there's a lot more to come. There's a lot more Apex to come, but that's for sure. I need a little bit of a break, just a little.
It's true, and you know what? As we've been mentioning, this of course is the Apex Legends Global Series. The Global is for good reason. We want to congratulate the teams from all of our regions, all over the world, who have made it through here in our Winter Circuit. Let's take a look. Our Apex South team, Grape, well done. South America, Fake Love Black. APAC North T1, and of course we got North American NRG, and as we just saw, Flavor of the Month from our EMEA region. GG to these teams, these players. They've come out on top of their individual regions, and I gotta say, really some incredible gameplay that we got to see here and now.
That was the best Apex weekend I've ever been a part of. I can't wait again to see exactly what happens going into the LCQ and into the championships. The prize pool is going to get larger. The players are going to play even more and practice even more and put on even better of a show going forward. But I can't imagine a better weekend of Apex. And honestly, I hope you guys enjoyed watching at home as much as I did being a part of this with you, Kate.
Absolutely. Myself as well. Way to raise the bar, everybody. Now for our cast and crew, thank you so much to our fans, to our players and coaches all around the world. We appreciate you, and we'll see you next time.
Min sida, spela min sida! Nox! Över! Hoppa ner! Ja! Vi vann! Let's fucking go! Vi vann!
Fy fan vad bra!
Vi är bäst, Lotta! Du är så sjukt bra!
Vi är så mycket bättre alltså!
Jag kommer fan filma alltså. Fuck. Vi vann! Det är så lätt!
Fucking vann! Let's fucking go alltså! Vi är så mycket bättre!
Jag gråter, jag är sällan nöjd. Alltså,
det är så... Alltså jag är så skakad efter den sista ännu.
Ja, gubben!